Hello and welcome to the second and final day of this 2021 European Rapid Championship. My name is Fiona Steil-Antony and I'm delighted to be joined once again by Grandmaster Srinath Narayanayan from India. Srinath, how are you today?
I'm good, Fiona, and I'm really looking forward to the final day of the European Rapid event. How are you doing?
I am very well. I'm also excited to be here again. It is the last day of a 3 day weekend. I think we might be a little bit tired. It's not so bad, but I think for the players, we will see what happens today because it is the third day in a row playing chess, some tough, long games, 22 rounds of Blitz on Friday, then 6 rounds of Rapid yesterday, and today the final 5 rounds. So the schedule for today, as you can see, the players have just started round 7. There will be 3 rounds before the lunch break. So the first one just started now, 10 a.m. Central European time. The next one will be at 11:15, and then the round 9, 12:30. Then there's a lunch break, and we'll be back at 3 p.m. for the last 2 rounds. So a lot of action to look forward to, and we have 3 leaders. Only 3 players remain on a perfect score. One of them is Grandmaster Alexander Donchenko, and the other two are actually international masters, Toivo Kainanen from Finland and the local hero Piotr Brodowski. So maybe we start with the two IMs, Srinat. Why not? Piotr Brodowski and Toivo Kananen, two young players who have been doing extremely well yesterday, but not without some adventures to get to this perfect score.
Absolutely, and we have it on the board already. The first board clash between Toivo and Brodowski, and I think Brodowski had a clean win yesterday. Yes, he managed to beat Marcin from a very convincing game from the start to the end. And of course, Toivo, he was like it reminded me of some of these animals which they pretend that they're not conscious and they attract prey. The prey comes close to them and then they suddenly become awake and take them in. So Toivo was, he looked
I
down and out.
Absolutely. I love that image. And funnily enough, you mentioned Toivo. Two of our leaders actually got to the top like that. Toivo in round 6, the last game, he was more or less busted, but turned it around. And Alexander Donchenko in round 5 against Felix Bloberger was also completely lost objectively, but turned it around. And here they are on 6 out of 6.
Yes, Fiona. Resisting in bad positions is again a very important quality to get stronger. And the more you resist, the more chances you get. And people make mistakes. People especially make mistakes when they are in a position of advantage and they get lulled into a false sense of security. So that's what happened. And also won some very nice games. He defeated Anton Demchenko in round, the former European Blitz, and I think he had a very good game in round 5 against another grandmaster whose name I don't remember, but I think that was also a pretty clean game. So it has been a very creditable performance by all of the leaders so far.
Absolutely. And well, let's see. Out of this game here that we're looking at, Kainanen and Brodowski, only one of them can remain on a perfect score. What do you make of the way the opening has gone so far?
It looks like a very an ambitious approach by White. Yes, he has got a good center, but the way the pieces have been developed, this knight on d2 and castling shot, it's almost as if he just wants to get a middle game position with well developed pieces, and that's all he wants. He didn't go for the initiate. I mean, he didn't go for a very strong initiative. He didn't go for an attack or a domination of the center with an Austrian attack, or something like bishop e3 and f3 and castling long, which are very normal approaches against the modern defense, and probably the more principled approach. Developing this knight to d2, it allows white to strengthen his center with c3, and the d4 and e4 pawns will remain well protected, which is a very important part of retaining white's slightly more pleasant position. But on the other hand, this gives black a very easy development. He can just bring his knight out to d7 or c6 and get his pawn onto e5. With bishop g4, he probably aims to trade his bishop for white's knight, which would force the recapture with bishop into f3, and then maybe black can go e5. So this bishop on f3 remains a bit out of play with the pawn on e4, and black would then try for f5 in the future.
Yeah, so we're just out of the starting blocks here. As you say, since white didn't choose one of the more direct, the more aggressive approach, I think we will have time to jump around a little bit before we come back here to this game. So let's check in with the third player on 6 out of 6. Alexander Donchenko is having a tough game to start with today, playing black against Igor Kovalenko.
Yes, and we have, but opening is concerned, has a lot to worry. It's started with 1d, knight f6, f3, d5, and now c4, knight c3. Again, as we mentioned yesterday, it was this is the most popular crossroad after 1d4. It's like the main highway of the 1d4 opening. Here, black took d into c4, which is Vienna, but e4 is the most principal move here. And this goes into very interesting games after bishop b4 or b5, which was the b5 is a more recent move here, which was made popular by the top Polish grandmasters actually. Jan Christoph played this in 2018. I think initially against Wojtaszek and then also against Dinglegen in the Olympiad in 2018, which was a very interesting game. And then it got the rest of the world. It leads to very, very interesting games after b5, e5, knight d5, knight into b5, and then knight b6. And black has a bad pawn structure here, but he gets a lot of activity on the light squares and against the d4 pawn, white's d4 pawn in general. But e3 is a much less ambitious move, and after a6, a4, black has completely equalized. He can either go b6 or c5. It's a bit early to conclude that black has completely equalized, but it's just that it's that kind of variation. And after c5, bishop into c4, knight c6, normal moves, short castle. Uh, Black played queen c7, and as far as I remember, bishop e7 is the other move. It goes into some variation with queen e2, c into d4, rook d1, e5, e into d4, e into d4, knight into d4, knight into d4, queen e5, short castle, and it goes into some kind of an end game where black is very comfortable and equalizing. I think not short castle, it's queen d6 here, and it goes into this end game where it's very comfortable for black, and there have been so many draws out here. So this is one of the main lines of this variation after a4, but black went queen c7. I'm not sure why. Maybe he wanted to keep the game a bit more open. He didn't want to make a draw, maybe. Queen e2, bishop e7, b3.
Actually, let me ask you about that strategy. Alexander, he is the tournament leader, but he is also the rating underdog in this game. What do you think? If, of course, we don't know what exactly his thinking was between Queen c7, but if it was an ambitious choice to keep the game alive and play for more, what do you make of that decision?
Uh, I, It wouldn't be my I wouldn't have reacted in the same way. If I was in the lead with 6 out of 6, I would try to be as solid as I can with black and then try to strike with white. But but also it's an open tournament with a large number of players, and as we mentioned yesterday, every half point can be important. Also understand can also be idea to try and ride that momentum and keep it going as much as you can. So again, as you mentioned, the disclaimer is we are not really sure if this is an ambitious, just the one that he remembered the best at that point. But it's also understandable from Donchenko's point of view, and I think he's also that kind of a player. He plays a lot of open events. He has to score a lot of wins in order to finish high in the tournaments that he plays, and therefore it makes sense for him to try and keep his chances in every game.
Yeah, and we talked actually yesterday or 2 days ago about the Fighting Chess Index, which Igor Kovalenko is the number one on that, well, the number one out of the top 100 players in the world. If you're interested in that, you can look it up. David Smurden, Grandmaster David Smurden from Australia, published a list with some research. But as I mentioned, I know Alexander quite well. We've been teammates for many years, and I guess he's not in the top 100 in the world just yet, but he would be up there. I mean, he barely ever made a quick draw, always very serious, very well prepared, and an extremely, extremely fighting player.
Spectacular move at d4, attacking the and also cutting the connection between the white rook and the bishop. It's a very nice move because if white takes the knight on d4, then black just recaptures rook into d5, and black has the power to insert this into mezzo with bishop into f7 check. Then after rook into f7, he problems on the f3 point. So bishop into f3 first, or exert at rook 8 f. So after sub White's strategy in this game, because what Kovalenko has chosen is a very, very innocuous attempt to try and play as white. And after the opening, he's got absolutely nothing. It's a proper equal 0.00 position and a very symmetrical position as well. And he was behind by half point. He had the white pieces. So I'm surprised with his opening choice of 5 e3 in the opening. If he was uncomfortable with e4, then the other choice would be to play, which would also be a fighting option for white. So yeah, I'm more surprised with white's strategy here.
A surprising choice indeed. So, Srinath, let me take you away from this symmetrical position and let's maybe have a look at the game between Grandmaster Oskar Wieczorek from Poland and Balok Imre. Because there, well, the pawn structure is symmetrical as well, but there's some other stuff going on.
Oh wow, this is interesting. This is interesting and very unorthodox and unusual position, I must say. The center is closed, and white has these pawns advanced on the king side as well as on the queen side. He's able to afford to do this because the center is closed, so it's not easy for black to try and find a way towards white's king. But there is a way which I can see instantly. Black can break with f6. When the position is closed, pawn breaks is the way to break things open. And in this position, yes, black had f6 and the other move was a5. Both these moves viable options for black, opening up the position, which is useful for black because black has relatively more advanced pieces. Black has more developed pieces, I would say, and white's pieces kind of, because of the way the center pawns are stationed, it just feels like white's pieces are struggling a bit to find places on the chessboard.
Yeah, very interesting. And um, Well, I always wonder, when I see the pawns advanced like this, you know me by now, I get excited here, but for now, I guess with this king on e1, I mean, there is not really any attacking chances here for white, or do you see any?
I think it's not easy for attack, you need pieces. And right now, it's basically only this rook on the king side. I mean, how much can you attack with the rook? I don't see how this knight gets to the king side, how this knight gets to the king side. This bishop is permanently blocked by these pawns in the center. The light square bishop is just blocking its queen. So it's the white's pieces just don't have a path towards black's king. There is no attacking. So to open the supporting cast. And there's also a danger that if the lines get open, for example, if the f pawn gets traded for the g pawn, then white's king is also in potential danger. This bishop coming on to f6, later perhaps to h4. The f2 point is a vulnerable point. So, whichever way the game opens up, it looks bad for white. I think black is just better here.
Okay, so we will come back to this game. Actually, there is another one that has caught my eye between Tomas Laurusas from Lithuania and Jakub Kosakowski from Poland, both of them international masters, and also a very open position, this one with a lot of open lines and a lot of open diagonals and files.
Just push in fear. It took me a few seconds to get my bearings here. I think just Kevin who would struggle to count the pawns on the board in this position because it's not at all symmetrical. Did you count the pawns here, by the way?
I hadn't yet, but now that I have, they seem to be equal, yeah?
Yes, they are equal. But it took me a few seconds to get my bearings towards that, and it is equal. It looks, but I like how black center is built. Notice to the pawn structure. Although the pawns are equal, it's black's pawns which are advanced. On the other hand, you might argue that some of the black pawns are a bit brittle. But right now, black has a good center. His pieces are on the forward. He has some initiative. So if white manages to get his king to a safe place, if he manages to get some development going and some pressure against the e6 point and the light squares in general, try and stake some claim to an advantage. If white is not able to do that in time, if black's initiative is too fast, his development advantage starts counting, then I think black will be the one. Oh, Fiona, we also have your.
Oh,
But Stockfish doesn't agree with that at all.
doesn't
Stockfish went
approve
all
of
the
my
way down.
favorite move. Okay, well, F4, it has at least we have to give the benefit, it's a very double-edged move. Also, at least Stockfish didn't drop all the way down. What's the idea? F4, we are chasing the knight from e5 away. We're also stabilizing our own knight on g5. But why do you think it is so bad? Is it because we're weakening our own king, also making the bishop from b7 more powerful? Or what do you think is the reason?
There's such a big drop. It's not such an obvious thing for a human high, I think. And but what I probably feel the move for black is not a retreat by the knight. I think black has to try and counterattack the g5 knight, probably maybe by h6 or bishop e7. I think it has to be either one of these moves because if the knight goes back, it's not h6. Stockfish goes all the way plummeting to +1. And bishop e7 also seems a bit unlikely. My thought was bishop e7, knight into e6, bishop h4 check. Let's check it out. But bishop e7 probably loses after f into e5, bishop g5, queen h5 check. It just blunders her piece. So it's not a simple position, Fiona. I think there is not uh, how Stockfish evaluates it and how the players feel over the board. Uh, Black
It's
drops back
especially
the
not
knight to
a
f7. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it's especially not an easy game for the first game of the day. It's only 10 in the morning. Well, shortly after 10 in the morning in Poland, the players, as I mentioned, have already played 2 full days. And sometimes, I don't know about you personally, but for me, back when I used to play these long day, all day events, I think it would always take me some time to wake up and for the brain to start working properly.
For me, it's every day, not just in the long events.
Yeah, so well, at least the advantage for the players is that after this game, they will be nicely warmed up. They have some serious calculating here to do, of course, but after that, they should be ready for the rest of the day.
Yes.
Srinath, I was thinking maybe we go back. Well, I was going to the leaders, but let's have a quick look at Maciej Klekowski, actually, who's playing black against Piotr Pierzyk. Since Klekowski was the second place finisher in the Blitz, he's on 5.5. I think he's sitting on the podium, so we can have a quick look at that game, maybe.
Yes, we have the Klekowski game on the board, and it's a very traditional hedgehog setup. White, so the hedgehog for black is basically the spawns with a6, b6, d6, e6. The knights are on d7 and f6, and the bishop is on b7. This is the hedgehog setup, and this dark square bishop, it has gone from e7, d8, and to c7. And the reason why it's named as hedgehog is because it's like that animal, it has spikes all around, and if the white pawns try and approach close to it, they get eaten up by blacks. So it's a very solid setup for black, and the plans here usually revolve around waiting around a lot. Both the sides generally tend to just play these small improving moves. For black, it's not so easy to break with d5, but if black manages to get the d5 break, then black at least equalizes. This is because when the position opens up after d5, white will be left with these pawns on f3 and g3 in an otherwise symmetrical position, and white's pawns would be a bit weaker than black's. But here, the problem with something like d5 would be that white would just take goon at f5 sooner or later. So getting access to this f5 square and allowing it, white is a bit better place to take advantage of this. So this is the reason why black cannot get d5 right away. He goes knight e5. rook d2, rook e3 would be checkmate. So black has to kind of send every soldier he has at his disposal to free the king. But it's a bit too late, d into c6, rook into d6. The king is stuck. It was f5 was a big blunder.
Huge blunder. And now Toivo might soon be the sole leader here. If he can keep his cool, Toivo Kenanen from Finland will be the sole leader of the European Rapid Championship after 7 rounds.
Yes, he has a very advanced pawn on the C file, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Rook e1 check, which he played just now in this position, I don't think that's a good move. I think the bar is gonna. Uh, I was expecting the bar to dip, but yeah, there it
And
goes.
there
It's a
it
bit
goes.
slower. The problem for white now, they both have one pass pawns each, but black's pass pawn is guided by the king, whereas white's is only guided by the rook. And his extra pawn is virtually useless because it cannot be converted into a passed pawn for now. So this can still turn on Fiona. I think it's still anyone's game. It's actually pretty tense for white because how do you stop this d pawn?
Yeah, so okay, he's pushed his pawn to c7, and now what did he play? He played rook e5. Maybe we just watch the endgame
Oh,
actually on the camera because I think the board is lagging behind a little bit. So maybe we can just put the full camera view
so this
because
goes
there
into a
goes
queen
that's
endgame. Black queens on d1, white queens on c8 with check, and then black goes king b3, and white's a3 pawn at first sight is in trouble. So this looks bad for white at first sight, but yeah, it looks bad for white for sure because black gets first to the a3 pawn, and then he starts moving his b5 pawn. And the reason why black went king b2 is because after king b3, there was a check on e6 by the white queen. And then he takes on g6 with a tempo. So he goes king b2 as a threat. And again, things such an interesting game.
super interesting. So what's I was just actually going to say, is queen a6 an option to defend the pawn on a3 and attack the black pawn on b5? Do you think this should just be a draw, or how can black press?
That's a very good question. To be honest, I had completely missed the queen a6, and probably black did as well because he thought he was getting the a3 pawn, and he missed this queen a6 completely. And now I also see Toivo more relaxed. But black did have this option to play the queen to a4. Black should probably get the queen to a4 when he can, and then there's the option to trade the queens is not a real practical option for white, and black might still have some chances there.
And we
But
see
okay,
quite a
queen
lot
e2
of
check, king
people.
h3.
So yes,
I think a
queen
repetition
h3.
is incoming. Yeah, I think either way a repetition is incoming.
It will be a bit disappointing for Toivo result, but what a fighting game. Well, let's see. Brodowski has a repetition if he wants it. Let's see. And I think, we just saw there that hand gesture of like, yeah, I don't think. So I also think he will use his remaining time and then we'll probably see the perpetual, although now he gives a check from d2. So, but I
You
think
you
no.
also
From the
started to
body
read minds,
language.
Fiona.
What?
You have also started to read minds, yeah?
Well, mines I don't know, but at least the bodies I'm trying. Mines might be a bit more scary.
Yeah, I also, queen d3,
Oh,
queen d3 protecting the f5 pawn, but there's no threat. Just king g2 back, king h2 maybe. Yeah, king h2, and there's no threat because if black takes queen into a3, then white just captures queen into b5, and that's just a draw. And this can get dangerous for black as well because now white has some move like a4. Oh no, a4 is risky.
mm,
Then black goes queen d2 check and b4. But
there
with
it
white, you
goes.
can just wait.
Well, after a4, I can also just go queen c2, no, and take the pawn.
Oh yeah, you can go queen c2 and take the pawn. Okay, this is a draw.
But they're gonna go into the king
Now you have
ending,
to
but
you have to hold the opposition. It's important. King f2. I think king f2 is an important move, and then you have to hold the opposition as white
and I'd be
because
shocked if he didn't find this. I think it makes it's the move that makes the most sense if you're familiar with the concept of the opposition, which of course these players are, and now there would simply be no way for the black king to come in. Or is that true?
yes. No, that is true because king c3, king e3, king c4, and then now you maintain the diagonal opposition with king e2, king d4, king
Mm.
d2, and if king d5, king d3. If only black could find a way to give up a tempo, then black could win this. But if it is black to move,
And
it's
I don't
reciprocal
know.
zugzwang.
Sorry, Toivo has just offered a draw again. Yesterday, we all remember his draw offer in a slightly worse position, which was turned down. It was also turned down today, but today there will be nothing crazy will happen here. We will see a draw shortly. But yesterday, yeah, after the draw was turned down, that was the game that he turned around and ended up even winning.
Yes.
And actually, almost all the other games are finished. So after this game is over, we will go to Katowice to Keti and to Piotr and to hear what is happening on site. We're just waiting. I think Brodowski, it's normal for black to make a few moves and try it, but there is the handshake. Draw agreed, which means nobody remains on a perfect score. And Srinat, what a fighting game this was.
Indeed, it was a thrilling game. It kept oscillating between white is better, and then suddenly black got this break with the king into e4, and then towards the end again it changed to white winning with f4, and then again to black, and then finally I think a fair result uh, being a draw.
In, Indeed, I agree with that assessment completely. So, Srinath, we will be back in just over 20 minutes with round eight. So, only four rounds remain. For now, over to you, Katie and Piotr in Katowice.
Hello and welcome from this podeg. Here we have a guest right after the first round today. The guest is from Greece and his name is Kostas Leodakis. So welcome in Poland, welcome at our studio, and please tell us how your tournament is going.
The tournament is going like so and so. It's not the best, it's not the worst. I'm doing average, but the city is really nice. The people are really nice. I really like it here, so like, yeah, it's a fun experience, all in all.
I've heard that you, after the last round yesterday, you have seen with friends some of the sites here in Poland. So tell us more details about it.
Oh, so we went to Krakow to see the city. The city is amazing. It's really beautiful. It's really cold too, because we've used to be we usually are in Greece, so like Poland is too cold for us. But yeah, it's a really nice experience. Krakow is really beautiful.
Have you heard that the Krakow is the city of dragons? I suppose you saw a lot of dragons there.
No, I didn't see any dragon. I have no idea what the dragons are.
Okay, I think you guys need a guide, and I can maybe join today's trip as you also plan to go today in Krakow. Tell us, you came here with a group of the friends or just players, like how you decided to come in Poland.
Like we were in Athens with my friend, and we saw the tournament, and then we were like, let's check the tickets, and it was really cheap, so we were like, yeah, let's go, it will be fun. So yeah, my friend is doing really good actually. He's a really good player. Yeah, but yeah, it was just a moment decision, you know, like we decided on the moment. So yeah. We were four. We were two, then two more came, and then we found Katarina too. So we were like, yeah. So we're like six now.
All right, and tell us a little bit about yourself. Are you a professional chess player, or it's just your hobby, or just a little bit about?
Okay, so I used to play chess a lot up to the university. But then I studied dentistry, so like now I don't play chess a lot, but I used to play for fun. So, so mostly I'm trying to play chess for fun and trying to keep up with the dentist stuff. Yeah.
And tell us, the last question, would you like to come in Poland once again for chess tournament or for traveling? Do you like it here?
Yeah, I really like Poland. I really like the people in Poland. They're so kind, and I would love to come again. And Katowice is also really nice. Actually, it's a small and beautiful city. So yeah, I would love to come again another time.
Thank you very much. I hope you're gonna enjoy your time here in Katowice. And now it's time to go to the big screen because I suppose Peter has some very interesting positions for you.
Hello everyone, this is Piotr Gwyn and I will be showing you some positions from the tournament. And here is the game between Daniel Friedman and Piotr Piesik, which was played actually yesterday, but I need to mention Piotr Piesik because he has just won against Maciej Klekowski, who was the second in the Blitz. So he won the silver medal in European Chess Championships in Blitz. So let's see how Piotr Piesik went to the top. Now he has just lost half a point so far within 7 rounds, so he will be fighting for the first places. But let's see how he beat Daniel Friedman as black. So that was the position, and objectively Piotr Piesik was worse, even much worse here objectively. But the position is, quite tricky because let's try to evaluate it. So white has some pressure down here on the queen side. Like on the king side it feels like everything is equal. Black has those two knights which are stepping on each other toes a little bit, but it's fine. Black is solid but passive. But how white wants to improve his position? So he wants to push c4, and he did this right away, and that turned out to be just a mistake. We will come to it why, but I will just mention that the better version and the correct one was to take on b5 first, take on b5, and c4 now. And you'll get the point why in a minute. Because after immediate c4, which was played by Daniel Friedman, came very strong b4. And after b4, Daniel had to go bishop b2, and then came c5, and yeah, black was pressing. But the big point is that after b4, bishop takes b4, there comes c5 anyway, with the attack to the bishop, and there's too much pressure on the d file. And okay, some bishop c3, then we can just take, and even take, and the knight will be lost. So actually, it just completely does not work. So yeah, I guess Friedman missed this move b4. And now I told you to take on b5 first. So you might got confused. Why actually taking on b5 first works, and here it just doesn't work for white. So the c4 move. So you got the point that after c4, black wants to play b4 and then play c5. So if we take first on b5, as I said that this is correct way. And now, what's the point? Why b4 is no longer such a great move? Because after bishop takes b4, if c5, well, then well, we can always exchange on a8. Like, I think immediately. The engine gives some other moves as well, but I think taking on a8 is just the simplest human move. And now, okay, there is no longer pressure on the d file, so you can even play bishop e1. This is the computer move, but that's not the only move. I mean, there is also f3, bishop c3 also works here, just because there is no pressure on the d file. So this is all fine. So black might try to play, okay, before c5. Take on a1 first, and now try to c5. So black still keeps the pressure on the d file. So what am I talking about? Well, now there is bishop a5. So nice geometry that somehow it all works for white. So that's why he had to exchange first on b5 and not play c4 immediately. But as he played c4, I will just show some more of this game, because that was very interesting game, and it might actually, you know, if Piotr wins some more games, he might win the tournament. I'm rooting for him. He's my friend. He's international master, Piotr Piesik. He's not that famous. There are so many grandmasters here, but he's very good in some rapid blitz chess. So yeah, I hope he will do. Okay, there was no bishop before. Bishop b2 was played in the game. So I hope he will win some more games, and maybe he will join our studio. Anyway, that was the position from his game against Friedman. So he played c5 before c5. Now he started taking over, and still it looks very good for black. But how Piotr won this game was just very, very nice. So let's just see. So after queen e3, stepping out of the pin on the d file and this whole pressure, Piotr took on d4. C takes d4, bishop takes d4, rook takes d4. Boom! Not sure if that was necessary, but I really love it that he wanted to sacrifice the exchange to play in a very, very, very dynamic way. So queen takes d4, rook into d8, queen b2, and knight to c3. So let's stop for a moment. What's happening here? Black got such a beautiful knight on c3, so I call it as an octopus knight. It covers so many important squares. And look at white's rooks. So white is essentially exchange up, but his position is not that great. I mean, his rooks, I mean, the rook cannot go to d1, so if the rook cannot go to the open file, it's not using its powers. So the knight on c3 is really, really nice, and also the queen on b2, also restricted by this knight. So there followed knight d3 to keep some pressure on the b4 square. I should mention also that if the queen b4, then knight e2. I mean, the knight is so super useful, covering some squares and also keeping pressure on the pawn on e2. So knight d3. Now came queen c4. I should also maybe mention why the knight moved, because the knight actually was under attack. So knight move. Oops, knight moved to d3. There came queen to c4. So there goes a pawn, and a5. I'm not sure if all those moves were best, but I really like the style and how Piotr played, and he kept the advantage all the time, even if it's not the best in like a computer sense. He keeps the pressure. So h5, bringing more firepower to the play. So we are just getting more space, so king will not get the back rank mate. At the moment maybe that's not that important, but still a useful thing. While if we move the pawn to h4, white's king is not feeling good. So h5 came, rook c2, and knight takes e2. Rook takes e2, and queen takes, no, not queen, he took with the rook. Queen also was possible. Rook takes d3. So he exchanges pieces, so now he doesn't have this beautiful knight, but he got a pawn, and actually I said he doesn't have this knight, but he has the other knight. So within a few moves, rook e5, knight e4, rook c1, knight came to c3. So there is another knight which is, I mean, now it's the octopus knight. So a very, very nice transformation, because if you have sometimes two knights and one good square, you cannot have like two knights on the best squares. So I really love the way Piotr played this game. Like, his knight was just overpowering the rooks. And so rook c2 e1. You see, like, these rooks are so helpless. Like, what are they doing on? I mean, here, like, I mean, this is not hanging. I mean, the rooks are not going anywhere. And Piotr keeps pushing, like going for the attack. And you see, the king is not feeling good. I mean, there is this hole on g2. So if the pawn goes to h3 and the queen goes somewhere to c6 or something, like, there could be a mate on g2. So king g2 came, queen d4. Rook 1 to e3, so he wants to exchange some pieces, but yeah, rook d2. I mean, of course, Piotr will not exchange. I mean, these rooks are just bad, and Piotr is attacking the queen. The pawn on f2 is under attack, and yeah, like here, h3, attacking the king, and once the king took on h3, rook f2. You see, this king is getting more naked, and this is like completely winning position for black. Let's see the last moves. I mean, you can see how desperate white was. I was saying, like, what are those rooks doing here? And Grandmaster Friedman, I mean, he just took on e6. He just gave away his one rook for 2 pawns just to give some checks, but it's just not working. But actually there was nothing better. So this goes to show how dominant Piotr Piesik was in this game. Queen into e6, king h7, rook e5. So there are some rook h5 threats, but with the queen d1 covering h5, Piotr Piesik had it all under control. Also some queen f1 check is maybe the idea at some point. So rook g5, maybe threatening some queen g6, but now nice little combination. Rook takes h2 check, king takes h2, and queen d2. You see the double attack. Check on the king and attacking the rook. I mean, usually if you see some piece not protected, you look for such tricks, and I'm sure Piotr has seen it immediately. Of course, Grandmaster Friedman must have seen it as well, but he had nothing better to do. I mean, the position was lost, so at least he just tried some tricks and just checking if Piotr will find this. So here they still made few more moves, but it's visible like black is not only a knight up, a piece up, but also the b pawn is running, so that's just completely winning. Just few more moves. Queen b6, knight to e4. So Piotr is not just going for the positional win. He is still keeping the attack. There is a threat of mate on g3, g4, queen f4, just coming closer. King g2. Okay, just taking the pawn with the check cannot be a bad idea. Giving check. And very nice technique, in such positions. You see, his opponent was not resigning, even though it was completely lost. But in a blitz and rapid chess, there's not much time, so people are still making some moves. But Piotr did a great job. Just, when he offered the exchange of queens being so much material up, then his opponent immediately resigns, because now, really, even if you are low on time and you have some increment, there's really no point in continuing this game. So that was the game from yesterday, the last game, which was played by Piotr Piesink. And in this round, I've seen, I see some announcement by the arbiter. Yeah, that the round will start within 5 minutes, as I can hear. So I was saying that this is the game by Piotr Piesik, who won now against Maciej Klekowski. Yeah. I will show you some more positions from this from the morning round today. So that was the game Andrei Sumets against Michał Karpus, and I was amazed to see how quickly Michał Karpus went down here. Yesterday I was showing his good win, where he sacrificed his queen and made some wonderful attack. But in this game, playing against Andrei Sumets, after e4, I mean, his position is not good. The problem being that if he takes on e4, knight takes e4, I mean, these kind of positions, let's say he trades, these kind of positions are slightly worse for black, because the bishop is on c8. If the bishop was out, that might be fine. But with this bishop on c8, this is like a terrible piece. And this is just worse for black. However, it's not the end of the world. I mean, you can just play h6 and that's still the game. But people usually don't want to suffer, and Michał played e5, which is a freeing move, a very logical move, but it just did not work. And the moral is that sometimes you need to choose, I mean, suffering a worse position, even clearly worse, but still, I mean, it's the game. Maybe your opponent will overpush or not play, I mean, the most accurate moves, or you will just defend, because that's not the big advantage enough just to force the win. I mean, there's so much left to play. But after e5, he forced the issues, and he forced his position to actually be much worse. I mean, objectively even lost now, because after e takes d5, c takes d5, rook e1, everything is collapsing, and I'm curious what he missed. Maybe he was relying on the fact that he might play e4, but then there is knight takes d5, knight takes d5, and bishop takes e4. Maybe he missed this, because now the bishop h7, opening the fire on the queen on e7, and there is also this knight under attack. Maybe he missed this. I don't know. This is my guess. But otherwise, if he couldn't play e4 because of this shot, knight takes d5, he played queen e6. But then, there are many moves. But bishop f5, queen e8, bishop takes d7. Okay, white is giving up his very strong bishop. But after knight takes d7, knight takes d5, white won a very good pawn, I mean central pawn, very important pawn, and there is still pressure on the e-file. Black is still not developed. That is lost position out of the opening. So that was it. I see the players are already getting ready for the next game. So yeah, I think Katie will announce the next round, and we will meet again during the break. So back to you.
Thank you, Peter, so much for the insights of all these games. It was very interesting. And now it's time to start another round. Round 8 is about to start. I see that people are so excited to come here and to play. They are so excited to walk in our studio. It's okay. It's okay. I think he will not get out from here. Maybe he'll come back to us. So what I wanted to say is that for now, after round 7, we don't have any sole leader, but we have 6 people sharing the first 6 places, which makes last round even more exciting and more intrigue. So we can see now players are starting the clock, and I can see that this is Alexander Donchenko playing against Piotr Persik on the first round, and this is our playing venue. This is the top boards, and oh no, they have not started yet. They have not started. They are waiting for all the players to start. The round will start just in few seconds. And I can say, even though this is the third day of the event, of really long event, well, not by the days, but by the chess numbers. We have had 22 games in the Blitz. Then we had Rapid Day yesterday, and now this is the final day of European Championship. Players seems to have a lot of energy still, and here we have the handshakes. So it's now time to go to Fiona and Trinat to take you to the chess analysis.
Thank you so much for that, Katie and Piotr. Srinat, welcome back. It is round 8, and as we just heard from Katie, we have now 6 players in the lead on as 6.5 out of 7. And I would suggest to maybe just start at the top board where Alexander Donchenko is playing international master Piotr Piesik from Poland.
Yes, we have the board, Fiona, but I think on camera we have the third board. Yes, I see. Yeah, we have the first board now. It's been a pretty slow start at the moment. Knight f3, c4, g3, and black has responded with the Slav defense. As we mentioned yesterday with the bishop on g2, it's quite effective for black to have these pawns on c6 and d5. But it's pretty early. It's a bit too early to, I guess, talk about the games.
Yeah, let me have a look around. Let me have a look around to see if we have something exciting happening somewhere already. Maybe we can have a look at Mikhail Krasenkov, who yesterday beat the top seed Motilev, but then lost the last round against Donchenko. And he's playing against Igor Kovalenko. I feel so far we've almost only seen games where Krasenkov was playing with the black pieces. So let's have a look at a white game of his.
I can understand totally, Fiona, why you wanted to go to this game. I click on the game and I immediately see the f4 highlighted.
Srinat, I promise you these two things were completely unrelated.
I believe you. But yeah, out of the opening, f4 Fiona, but I find f4 in this system this pawn on f3 in these kind of setup, to the. So I think there are a couple of ways for white to play here. As I recall, the old traditional way used to be with the queen to d2, pawn to f3, and then what one of my earlier Russian grandmaster Maxim Sorokin, one of my earlier coaches, told me is that the rook should go to c1 and b1. And it was not something I understood quite well at that time. I was rated around 2200, and I didn't quite understand why the rook should go to c1 and b1. but this was a standard accepted way of playing as white for several years. And then, of course, Stockfish, the NNUE Stockfish came, and in 2020, it was already suggesting a number of much stronger ways to play as white. I think it kind of changed the whole concept of how this Maroxy bind in the accelerator dragon is treated by white. And with the bishop on d7, that white goes queen d2, bishop f1, and plays against the. This was this is the standard way of putting the pieces, and this would of course allow knight to g4. Needs to have this, and it's interesting that move h3 instead of f3, which was variation was treated. Now that to play in this setup, one is to put the bishop on d7. The other way is to play knight into d4, bishop into d4, and bishop e6. And when the bishop is on e6, this is where this move f4 becomes really strong and unpleasant for black. And I had a game very recently with this variation with the white pieces, and I managed to get this f4 in, and black queen had a lot of trouble in that game. It goes to a5 and follow up. So it's curious if white mixed up these two ideas, or maybe he has a different mind which I'm not familiar with. It could be either one of these things.
Yeah, we will see, because it looks like both players have been playing very fast. Both are currently up time from their starting time. So we will see what Michel has in mind. Is there a
But
plan? Is it a mix-up?
you do see that the evaluation bar keeps going down with each move white made. Here it's +1, it goes to 0.5, and then goes down all the way to 0.3. And this is nothing against the grandmasters in general, but even the strongest grandmasters, when they don't quite understand the position, they can make a lot of inaccuracies, such inaccuracies, if they haven't studied the position beforehand. And I do think Stockfish is always right.
Hard to disagree with Mr. Stockfish. Srinat, actually, since I see that on the camera right next to these two players, there is a game going on between Imre Balogh and Felix Bloberg. So I'm glad that Felix is back up there after a painful loss yesterday. Shall we have a very quick look at that one, maybe?
Yes, it's a very interesting position now that you've pointed it out, Fiona. It started with the Tromposki, which is also, I think, an opening you quite like. I can feel the decisions, even.
I have to say, I have only played one d4 and maybe once in my life, so I'm not too well versed in the Trompowsky, unfortunately.
Yes, but I think we all like the Tromposki. It leads to very interesting positions as we see in this game. After bishop g5, d5 is one of the main moves, but black has a number of options: knight e4, e6, g6, c5. All of them leading to interesting games. And the point of e6 is it allows white to build up the center with e4 and d4, but black immediately follows it up with h6, kind of forcing black to either take on f6, because if he goes to h4, then after g5, the bishop is attacked the e4. So white has to take bishop. Black gives up the control and for the pattern. And it's a very, again, quite just he can knight to pieces in a slide. With bishop b4, queen d2, and now black can decide how he wants to place his pawns in the center. It can either start with d5, which would be the French defense pawn structure, or as he played in the game, c5, which just keeps the light squares a bit more open in case black wants to develop b6 and bishop b7. So c5, e5, queen d8, and now after a3, black goes queen to a5. Very it's a very interesting approach by black. Queen into f6, queen d8, queen a5. uh, but in this variation, it's not completely without sense either.
Srinat, sorry, I'm struggling to hear times. I see also that people in the chat, I think, unfortunately, we are sometimes struggling with the connection. I think uh, it's not Srinat's fault. We haven't lost Srinat to the robot overlords just yet. Hopefully, it will get better. But for now, shall we maybe jump on to another? I wanted to have a look at Brodowski, who is one of the six co-leaders, and he's playing with the white pieces against Andrei Sumets from Ukraine.
Yes, we have the Brodowski game on the screen. It started with one of my favorite systems with white, the system with knight f3, e3, and b3, and without committing d4 yet. It's something I adopted late by watching the, and this is a system which Hikaru plays a lot in the online blitz, and even in the normal rapid games with incredible efficacy. He wins so many games. He knows the system so well, and it's also a system which has been adopted by all the blitz specialists over the time. So I think apart from London system, this is another great system for white. You have the knight on f3, the pawn on e3, this pawn on b3, and you get a very solid position with white. And the strategic ideas are very similar to the openings after 1 d4. So if you play 1 d4 mainstream and you need one of these openings which are not too theoretical, then this is a very good option that you can add in your repertoire. And yeah, so once again, Fiona, we were talking about this concept of the reverse openings, yes. And this knight f3, e3,
A tough
b3 system,
concept.
it's a bit similar to the Queen's Indian defense as black, which starts after c4, e6, knight f3, b6. Uh, okay, wait. None of the moves got played on the board, yeah? I don't know why, but I'm not able to make the moves on the first move. Okay,
No,
c4, knight
yeah.
f.
I have
Now
never
I can.
managed. I think it's either a bug or it's just meant to be that way.
Yes, but anyway, we worked around and got to the point. This is the Queen's Indian setup, and if you see with and again when the pawn structure is the same or similar, the places where the pieces go and rules are also very similar. Um, so yeah, e3, b3, and now black either has the option to play c5 or b6. Isolated queen pawn is concrete, and it also equalizes very well for black. I remember there was this game between against Anish Giri and from one of the Magnus Carlsen tour events, online rapid, and I do remember beat after making a very easy draw against Magnus. It was something like try harder, but yeah, c5 is the more concrete. b6 more it's less concrete, but it also equalizes. It's a easier way of developing the pieces. And usually white can include cd, ed, and play d4, which would be very similar to some of the Queen Indian setups. But in this game, white chose to not do that. He chose to keep the tension. 10 moves, I think, very, very comfortable and safe position game that we have right now. And the reason why I say so is because the scene to d5 now, black can capture with a piece. And As white, I would like to aim for a pawn structure with e into d5, d4, and have pawns hanging, d into c5, b into c5, and then pressure against these two pawns. This would be the ideal setup I would like to aim for as white. So here, black has managed to get himself in a situation where he the piece, and that makes it completely equal.
Sorry, Sunat, I was struggling to hear you. But yeah, so for now, not too much, not the most exciting game, this one for now, but these are the kind of positions which will spring to life a little bit later. So we will continue having a look around at some of the games, and let's maybe have a check out Toivo Keinanen, who is playing white against Emil Mirzoev, also from Ukraine.
Yeah, I got it. We have a King's Indian on the board.
Which in general
We
should
have
make for more exciting games.
for sure. And black can already get f5 going pretty quickly here. Maybe start with f6 and then f5, or maybe. I always find it a bit strange to have this bishop on b7 in the King's Indian though, because if this pawn is on d5 and the black bishop is on b7, it makes for a very weird placing of the bishop. But having said that, I can understand because black started with b6. He went g6 much later, so it kind of transposed into the King's Indian structure. He didn't intend it to be. I mean, he didn't start out with the King's Indian structure, and white played d5 here, which I think is a nice strategic move. Although stockfish evaluation goes down by almost 1 point, but I can totally understand why he went d5. It's always effective in blunting this b7 bishop and keeping the center closed. And yeah, I mean, it all comes down to structures and knowing where the pieces go in those structures.
So, well, speaking about the structures and where the pieces go, what are the ideas here for both sides? Where do they want their pieces to go? Which breaks maybe are they looking for?
So for white, it's pretty straightforward. He has to try and break with c5. It's not easy to execute this though, because after a3, black can usually respond with a4 in these types of positions. The pawn can be protected from the knight on c5, and white to get b4 in these types of structures. So generally, white has to begin with b3 and then get a3 and b4, which takes a bit of time. And for black, it's also pretty straightforward. He has to try and break with f5. Not possible with the queen on d8, it's pinned. So he can start with something like queen e8 and then go f5. Or another option is also to start with something like g5 and make f5 work. Although that, if black commits to work, because you're not going to get a pawn on f5, and if white manages to take a into f5 and good development for structures. Two main plans, typical Indian stuff. White goes on the queen side, black goes on the and anomaly, because usually the dark square bishop is all the way. There is the Gligorich system. He goes bishop e3, bishop g5, bishop h, and plays that. But that's those systems. White usually takes d into e5, d into e5. So it's a bit of a messy King's Indian here, which I think is a black.
So definitely this one shaping up to be a very exciting game. We will keep an eye on it, of course. I wanted now to see maybe our top seed, Alexander Motylev. And he's playing against a young Polish player, international master Igor Janik. Ojanik. I should learn how to pronounce it. And a lot of pieces have already come off in that.
Your voice completely got cut off.
Seat Alexander, where I said a lot of pieces have already come off the board.
Yes, Fiona. I lost your voice for quite a long time there, and I don't know if people are able to hear me in that interval, but now we are back. I think, I hope.
I hope so. I can hear you for now, at least.
Awesome. It's totally like that call from the Silicon Valley. It looks like we are
I know.
into the future. But yeah, the game, Anik and Alexander, it looks like, I mean, I see it's minus 0.6, and I can't disagree with it, even though it initially people might look at this double pawn structure. But in this particular, if you understand, it took humanity more than knight f6 is actually in the Caracal and the traditional five, and that and uh, f6 was considered bad for till we realized when system to play as very.
I don't know. Okay, I think I might have lost Sri there for a moment. No, Sri, can you hear me? No, okay, I think Sri is gone. Okay, so I think what we are going to do, maybe we're going to go back quickly, check in with the top board, but we'll only have a look at the camera. That's the game between Alexander Donchenko and Piotr Piesek from Poland. Oh, Sri, you're back.
I got back. Yeah.
I wanted to go back to Alexander Donchenko. When we left it, there wasn't too much happening, but let's see how the game has developed against Piotr Piesek.
To be honest, it still looks a bit. It's very symmetrical. It's nice for white. He has pair of bishops, and that certainly counts for something in these types of positions. But we are going to see a lot of maneuvering around before something happens in this game. It's very for black. It's the kind of system that I would hate as his bishop on g2, biting this pawn on d5. Uh, if anything, it's white who has a chance to get something out of this position. So white does have that cushion, but it's also not easy to break black's defenses in this position.
Yeah, definitely. This one seems like it's going to be a long, long game with white trying to find a way to break through. We already looked right at Brodowski against Sumets here. We just came from there. So let me have a quick look. An interesting, okay, let's go here. Daniel Friedman with the white pieces playing against Krzysztof Butrewicz from Poland. Because once again, I spot a quite naked black king, but maybe not so many attacking pieces for white Swinat. What's going on here?
It's another typical king in position, and I think the black king is quite safe actually. Has to decide how he wants to pawn structures here, and I would lean a bit more towards something like e4. It's all about in counterplay as well. And playing something like f4, it probably it we of I think this diagonal and some immediate problems. If white can solve this, then white would have a very nice strategy. He can play something like queen d3, defend this pawn, and then this diagonal. And the former, you're very good at these types of positions.
Srinath, so okay, would you like maybe for now? Well, we'll also come back here. Shall I? I will let you pick a game next.
Fiona, sure. In the meanwhile, the chat goes like, do I sound like a robot?
Sure. Well, partly a robot, partly I cannot. It's hard to hear anything. Unfortunately, I think we're struggling with the connection. I think from on-site location, but I really hope it picks up. There are moments where it gets better, so bear with us, and hopefully the connection will improve. Apologies about that. And Sri, where are you going to take us next?
We are going to go back to where we left last in the Kresenko-Kovalenko game. I mean, when he played f4, and we were around this point, and the current live position is right here. So initially, it looks like Black has made some progress. He has this very advanced pawn on c3, and that literally progress. Once he has got his pawn forward, but that doesn't give the full picture because the main component of White's play is the control of this, which can be used effectively by White. Severe the connection between the black rook on c8 and the pawn on c3 and engulf the c file completely. So I think I would start with something like queen b3 here. Oh, rook b3 was played in the game. Rook b3 was played in the game, and Stockfish doesn't like it so much. I liked queen b3 here, which is a bit better according to Stockfish. But my point was, and I want to try and get in knight c6 without the queen on a4, so that black doesn't have this option of sacrificing the exchange on c6 and keeping the c3 pawn alive. All the play right now, it's focused on this c3 pawn, and
after a5
yeah.
that black just played, what are the options now for white? Do we want to take that pawn? Can we consider playing b5, or what would you do?
I'm a bit skeptical about taking the pawn and going into this position. What I initially saw here was white has this option to play queen b3, but this would just be a pawn down for white, and it's with the bishop and c6 point, which is why it's equal, and it's still a pawn down. So
Yeah, actually, I was thinking, sorry, of taking the pawn on a5, but I'm a little bit concerned that some of my pieces there might be loose, and we see that Krasenko, if he decides to just go queen b1, are there some immediate
yes,
problems?
I think the problem with is something maybe.
Yeah, and that bishop is overloaded, the knight is in trouble, and this would just lose a piece, it looks like, yeah?
Not a piece, I guess, because you can take this piece, but it's yeah, maybe eventually a piece because should d4 queen into d4 comes as a check.
Yeah, so not a good idea. And instead, so let's look at the move that Krasankov played. He played a queen. Oh, I thought he had played, yeah, queen b1.
Yeah, this is the present position that
The
we
live
have now.
position.
Yes.
And also, I mean, it's already a big moment here. Let's remind our viewers that it is already round 8, so only 3 more rounds to go after this one. And now is the moment where you want to position yourself at the top of the standings for those crucial last rounds. We're getting close to the point where any loss can maybe, lose the chances of the medals. And do you think the players are starting to feel the pressure, or it's still too early?
I think it's still a bit too early. I would personally start feeling the pressure on the last two games point after the ninth round. Until before that, I think you just take it one game at a time. You keep playing. The pressure really starts building. When there is something at stake. When you're in a situation where if you lose something, then you're losing quite a lot, and
Oh,
people still have chance to get back.
sorry, Sweet, to interrupt you, but we just see on the camera that we've had our first result of the round, at least on the top boards, a draw between Brodowski and Andrei Sumets. Yeah, we had seen that position. There wasn't so much going on, and it looks like both players were not too unhappy with this result, having a quick discussion there after the game. And now they have only one more game before the lunch break. So let's continue our tour, or let's come back maybe for a change. Sui, I'm gonna send you to an end game in the game Balok Imre against Felix Bloberger.
Uh, yeah, we have the game here. Oh, the Tromposki has gone into the Zen game where I like Black's position. Fiona. It reminds me
Is
of
it mostly because
it reminds me of the Stark's quote in from the Game of Thrones. The lonelier the pawns are, the closer they stick together, better they survive. The lonelier they are, it's not just with the wolves; it's also with the pawns.
I have to make a shameful admission. I've never watched Game of Thrones, but I like the quote. And yeah, those pawns are definitely not the best pawns. Would you also say that the bishop is a stronger piece here than the knight?
For sure. I think that's a very good observation. The bishop is more useful here than the knight, and all of white's pawns are so disconnected. And both these factors, the combination of this, it gives a very nice position for black.
Yeah,
Stockfish
and
rates
I
it
would.
only as minus 0.2, but I think as a human, I feel the advantage is a bit bigger for black than that. It's harder to play as white. It's hard to defend like Stockfish here as white.
For sure, I think Balo Gimra definitely has an uphill battle ahead of him here to defend his endgame. I have to say, after the heartbreak from yesterday that Felix suffered against Donchenko, I'm happy to see him doing well today so far. And I have to say, I'm cheering for him a little bit and hope he can get an upset here against Balog. But we will also come back here. Let's go. Oh, we've had another result. Very quick win for Vitaly Bernatsky against Helgias Kretason. And let's go back to Alexander Donchenko, who it looks like he's making some big progress against Piotr Pieszek.
Oh yes, the position is no longer boring at all. The bishop has broken through from his prison on the d5 pawn, and the c5 is a very nice touch. Black cannot take this pawn because of simply bishop f6, I guess, and the knight has no square to go, and black is in a kind of Black is in
If
a
we're
kind of
trying to
situation where he has
defend,
no moves.
and if we
Maybe start
defend
with rook
passively
c1.
with bishop
Maybe start with
b6.
maybe start with rook c1, Fiona. This is stronger, so you no longer can move the bishop as well.
Yeah,
And
this looks like.
yeah, if you try to save the bishop with rook c7, then white has bishop e5, and bishop d4 or bishop d6 should win the bishop. Also, b6 b7 is very strong.
And Alexander Donchenko, he is. We can see on the cameras. He just made a move. He just played my favorite move, f4. Although here in the endgame, it's a different story, of course. But yeah, his position looks absolutely crushing. Though if we count the pawns, it's just it's immaterial. But that bishop pair plus the passive black pieces plus those pawn storm. Would you assess this position as already winning for white?
Yes, I would assess this as already winning for white, and also seeing that Donchenko is the one with the white pieces, I would find it completely safe to leave him with the white pieces here, knowing that he will bring the point.
Yeah, so we will keep an and if something happens, I will let you know. Maybe we can go back to Krasenkov, actually, that the situation has changed quite a bit.
Oh yeah, situation has changed quite a bit, and for the better for white. When we looked at this position the previous time, white was actually a pawn down and had great strategic compensation, but he was still a pawn down. But now he has recovered that pawn, and he still has a great strategic position. And here white can already take a pawn with knight into e7 check after capturing on b6. But this comes at a strategic cost because you would go into this opposite color bishop, and the b5 pawn is not moving so quickly. So this is something that white has to really weigh here and see which is better. It's not an easy decision to take.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, this would be a huge win. Yesterday, Krasenkov, we saw him beat the top seed, Motilev, but Kovalenko is also, what is he? I think the third seed. So could the legend, Mikhail Krasenkov, here be on the verge of another big scalp?
Yes, but I'm not really surprised because I mean Krasenko is simply a ridiculously strong player. He has had a few ups and downs in towards his later years. His play has been a bit more inconsistent, but at his best, he can still play at a very high level, as he displayed in the World Cup in Sochi this year when he defeated Kirill Alexeyenko, the candidates player.
Indeed, I mean, and I wouldn't even, it would be so great to see. I would love to see Krasenkov win maybe the title and prove, that age not a limit for chess, and he's such a legend of the game. We will come back here. I want to have a look, very quick look at Jakub Kozakovsky. We haven't seen so much of him, but he seems to be doing quite well with the black pieces against Grandmaster Hannes Stefansson from Iceland.
Oh, such a nice position for black. Uh, yeah, it's equal material, but it's still a fantastic position for black, mainly because of how uncoordinated white's pieces are. Black's queen on d7, rook on d3, standing handsomely over there, and this prevents white from getting any of his pieces towards any squares that control anything substantial. The white queen stands on b5, but it's not really controlling anything important out here. The rook on e1 can never get onto any of the open files in the position, and with h5, f5, h4, f4, black has free play on the other side, and white has no counter play. With f4, he actually has to watch out for rook into e3, rook into e3, queen d2 check. I think there's already a blunder
Something,
under severe pressure.
yeah, I think it happened. It just happened, and Hannes resigned. So a win for Jakub Kozakowski. Congratulations. And we will go back, I think. Where will we go back to? I think let's go back to Krasenkov and watch the end of that game because he's making more and more progress.
Oh, he's actually
Oh, and
outplaying
we had
Kovalenko completely.
yeah, and sorry, just to let you know that Alexander Donchenko has also won his game against Piasek, here.
Right. And Alexander Motiley also seems to be winning against Yannick, so he's making a comeback into this tournament. He had just one loss in this tournament so far, which already sets you back quite a bit in a tournament like this with a lot of players. But one loss, it still gives you a second chance. And
Absolutely,
Queen
and we
G1,
have
what a
seen
nice move.
players come back. Wow, Queen G1, that full board. And we talked yesterday about how the pieces, such long range pieces like the Queen, the Bishop, and we see there how does Black deal with the attack on the knight? Queen A5.
Well, for now, Black is just holding things together and surviving. White For White, it's actually not so easy to decide how he wants to break through with limited time. In a classical game, in a similar situation, it would be so easy and straightforward to convert this position. But here, maybe what I would start with is something like Bishop D1, Bishop B3 to exert pressure on an additional point. But that would take the bishop away from this diagonal. But yeah,
Sorry,
in these
Srinath,
types of positions,
I was just going to
yes,
say
Fiona.
that we just saw on the camera that indeed Motilev has won his game against Igor Yannick, so making a comeback indeed. And sorry, back to you.
Yes, Fiona. So I think as white, you just try and keep improving your Queen E3 is also quite a decent move here. And two things, yeah. You keep improving your pieces and then you keep watching out for your opponent's counterplay. For example, I suggested Bishop D1 here, but that would actually be a bad move because Black has this resource Knight C8, and this B5 pawn is very vulnerable now. So very easy to spoil these good positions, and the bishop is actually quite well placed on f3. So it makes sense for white to continue with that queen e3, knight d7, and at some point start making inroads towards white's king side, f5 or bishop d5 as well.
I mean, this is really this, and not just is the position very close to winning, but also Kazankov is also up 2 minutes on the clock actually, so no time pressure there, and he seems to be playing very confidently. We saw the knight jump into g4, attacking the queen, and then dropping back to h6. So I guess that is looking to maybe jump into f5, or what's the knight maneuver about?
I think mainly he wants to defend the f7 point because white did have these options to take bishop at f7, go queen e6, and finish off black. So I think this is what he was defending against. But now the problem is this knight was defending the b6 point, the blocking the b pawn, and it no longer does that. So this pawn can go all the way to b7, bishop d5, I think now, and next move b7 is incoming.
I mean, it's tough to see any defense for black. Do you think there is simply no defense?
No, Fiona, not unless white makes a blunder, which can still happen with limited time. We have seen it happening quite a bit in both the Blitz as well as the Rapid yesterday, but that's just happen in
And rook d8. So now the question is there a threat, or can we go b7?
B7 looks pretty tempting to me, but after B7, maybe black goes queen B4 and tries to target the D6 and the B7 point. And if white has a nice move here, then white should go ahead and play this. But if white cannot find a good move here,
Can
then
we
maybe
can
we
we go
just
queen? Can we go queen e7 there or?
Queen e7 looks very nice. And if black goes bishop f8, you can just take bishop into f7 check. Yes.
That was my idea. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's exactly
Okay,
why
but
black
we've
started out with bishop f8 to prevent queen e7. But now it looks like there should be some shot in there, some knight into f7 related stuff. Is it
yeah.
this winning here, or
I
is
think
rook into
they've
d5?
already they've some moves because the f7 pawn is gone from the board. Let's see what happens if we update the board. Do we have a new position? Oh, I think the game is
Yes.
over and Igor Kovalenko has resigned. What a huge win for Michal against the third seed, Igor Kovalenko. We see Igor Kovalenko still sitting at the board a little bit in shock, and the smile from Krasenko, which is nice to see.
It was a very powerful game by Krasenko. I think he played very accurately from a certain point, and he also showed his strategic understanding in these types of positions. He knew exactly what to do, and he finished off in a very accurate and concrete way. He found all the tactical shots in the right time and played very confidently and quickly as well.
Absolutely. Let's see what is still going on. We still have a game going between Daniel Friedman and Budrevic, but it
Where the
it
table seemed
looks
to have
very
turned.
tough. Yeah, and
The
by the
table
way,
seemed to have turned.
Balog, sorry, Sunat, but Balog Imre actually won his endgame against Bloberger. Just to let you know, we don't need to
Yes,
go
Fiona.
there, but that was quite a turnaround.
Yes, I did notice that, it did make me curious to want to have a look. I'll probably have a look at it during the break in between the games. But yeah, that was quite an unexpected result. I really liked Black's chances there.
And what about this one? Is this one just over, or how do we stop? And we see Friedman just took the extra queen, and there he goes. C8 queen is on the board.
Yes, he didn't even need to stop the clock this time because it's only his second queen, and they usually have a queen next to the board. Um,
Yeah.
It's a completely winning position for white because these two pawns they don't really threaten a lot. The knight one knight stops the b2 pawn with knight b1, and the king comes and stops the e pawn very comfortably, and the g6 and the h5 pawn, it's more than sufficient material to finish off the game.
Yes, I agree, and I think we might even see a handshake here, or if not in this moment, it will follow very soon because there is just simply nothing Black can do. Black tries to bring the bishop back to f8, but I guess White is simply going to either bring back one of the knights first or bring the king. And we can see actually that Friedman is looking very relaxed. I don't think he has any concerns that something might still go wrong here.
Understandably so. Uh, I also see that we have lesser number of 100 more games so far today. Yeah, maybe people have gotten more tired.
Absolutely, as they should. And in fact, well, what's still going on in this round? There's a rook ending. Maybe we'll just watch this since the cameraman is with this board. Maybe we keep these guys on the camera. I think that game will be over soon.
Oh
And I
yeah,
was
sure.
gonna just mention this rook. Yeah, let's stay here. Watch the end of this game. I think it should be over any moment. Also, Black is under 10 seconds. And I think he will make a couple more moves, and then resignation will come. White is simply bringing
Yes,
the
Fiona.
king closer, and black is completely helpless.
Yes, he still, as long as the B2 pawn is alive, he'll, I think, still keep trying and still keep having some hope. But for now, yeah, White just lets, and he can create a zugzwang as well, create a stalemate with the king in the pawn, or even bring his knight to d5 and e7 to set up a checkmate. So king f6 now, and try and push the pawn to g7.
Instead,
Too many
I like
options
that
for him.
idea a lot. Too many, yes. And the bishop is back, but very soon. Let's see even this. Okay. So when
So
is
I
the
guess
final?
now,
Sorry, you were saying?
I think he goes g7 now and then brings the king to g6, and then it's an inevitable checkmate.
That's quite a cute finish, indeed. Let's see. Will Friedman play G7 here? I expect so. And no, he
Oh
brought the
no,
king back. What is that about? I'm
he just
shocked.
wants to take the b2 pawn. He decides to go for the simplest way to win. The knight stays on f5. He goes to c2, and then knight c3, knight a4, or knight a3, knight c4. Pick up the b2 pawn, and then bring the all the way back. It's like, no prizes for winning the game as quickly as you can. I'll go for the continuation that requires the least calculation.
And it looks like Friedman has decided just to take all the black pawns. The h6 pawn has now dropped, and the king is now coming back after that pawn has dropped. And these really should be the final
And
the final moves here.
yeah,
And there's the resignation. And the Durabaili work ending is still going on. So let's go there. So Anthony Kozak against Vasif Durabaili. And by the way, just to let everyone know, after work ending here, after we're done, we will go back to Katy in Katowice, who has a very special guest with her, Grandmaster Adrian Mihal Shishin, famous Grandmaster and coach. So I'm very much looking forward to hearing from him. And Srinath, this work ending, I guess it should be a fairly simple draw.
yes, it's a fairly simple draw, and White has the correct defensive setup. He has to cut off on the third rank, so that when Black goes e3, then he starts giving checks from behind. And without playing e3, Black doesn't really have a way to make progress. So keep moving the rook here. Don't touch the king, and you can also move the pawn. And the key idea is to go rook b8, rook f8. King f1 also works. I mean, bad bow, but yeah, I allow this. Maybe play the pawn
And
to hedge this pawn.
this is
And
now
now rook
all
b8 and rook
on the
f8.
board. Yeah, and draw agreed. So another fighting round, Srinath. It's not too long until when is the next round? Round 9 will start in just over 20 minutes, and after that we'll have a lunch break. But for now, let's go back to the Spodek Arena to Katy with her special guest, Grandmaster Adrian Mihal Shishin.
Over half of the world's population lives in cities. While each city is unique, they face similar challenges, including pollution, the climate crisis, and the COVID-19 pandemic. The exchange of ideas to address urban challenges, such as improved housing, basic services, and green spaces, is critical. The World Urban Forum, known as WUF, is the largest global gathering on sustainable urbanization. The forum is convened by UN Habitat every 2 years. In 2022, WUF 11 will be the city of Katowice in Poland with the theme Transforming Our Cities for a Better Urban Future. WUF 11 in 2022 will explore solutions to make cities safer, greener, and a better place to live. This is a transformation that Katowice itself has experienced. WOF 11 is organised by UN Habitat, Poland's Ministry of Development Funds and Regional Policy, and the city of Katowice. We are building the cities of the future today. Join us in 2022 and be at the heart of this change.
Welcome back at Spodek. And here we have a guest, Grandmaster Adrian Michalcishin, Vice President of European Chess Union. Welcome, Adrian.
Yes, hello. It's my pleasure to supervise this championship on the behalf of ECU. It is really very well organized because we know that organizers are extremely experienced here. They were able to complete a very good team of co-workers plus very good arbiters team, and they were able to obtain real sponsorship support from the city. So I played here myself 4 years ago, and I won categories, seniors categories in Blitz and Rapid. And I must say that it is one of the best organized events. I mean, rapid chess, everything goes smoothly, automatically under the supervision of the chief arbiter Tomek Delega. And we are happy that so many young players are participating here. Of course, 4 years ago there was no COVID and there were much more participants, but we hope that this is one of the last competitions of ECU this year. We completed practically the whole calendar, not like last year. This year we didn't manage to organize European Youth by Turkish organizers, which was, let's say, not strange, but they had national championships, so they maybe it would be possible to try harder to make European Youth, plus European team. Some veterans competitions even were conducting, not like FIDE. FIDE had much more problems. So we are very successful, I mean, in this fulfilling of our calendar, in these difficult times. Of course, quantity of participants dropped around, on Europeans, maybe around 30%, but it's everything because of COVID restrictions, COVID regulations, and some other problems with chess players. Even now, our great friend, FIDE Vice President Nigel Short, is fighting COVID, so there are many players this year. We know that few very important persons, trainers like Evgeny Sveshnikov, Yuri Dukhoyan died because of COVID, Lyudmila Belavinets. So we are living in difficult times. We are taking a lot of measures here against COVID. So, and we hope that everything will be okay and nobody will get some infection, and from the sports point of view, this championship will be successful.
Thank you, Adrian. We hope that Nigel Short will get soon better as he's having a second time COVID.
In 1 month.
Yeah, so it's quite hard, but we're sending him best wishes and full recovery. And
Both players must, let's say, must keep kicking, fighting COVID. I know a lot of people. Myself, I had COVID either, so we must be strong. And chess helps because I had a lot of chess trainings. I mean, trainings solving different puzzles, different studies in the hospital. So I survived because of chess, I believe.
we clearly see some trust and partnership between the city, the Katowice and European Chess Union, because there are some years that the tournaments are happening here in the venue, huge venue, and there are like sometimes thousands of people at European Championship. What's the reason for it?
Look, first of all, it's fantastic organizing team, fantastic experience, and I think maybe in close future we will call it capital of European rapid chess. And as I know, there are ambitions in the city, maybe to candidate for Olympiad 2026. It will be a great step, and it is nice. It would be great to have Olympiad once more in Poland. In Poland, Olympiad was, as I remember, in 1936, many years ago. So it's time to return Olympian back to Poland, because in Poland there are really very good, very experienced organizers. On the head with FIDE Vice President Lukasz Turley, who is doing fantastic job. Organizing and supervising these competitions, and we are happy that we in Europe we have such organizers like Lukasz.
Thank you, Adrian, so much for all this in details, and we hope that we're going to have more chess events here in Poland, because this is the country who really loves chess a lot and who supports.
A lot of young players who are there, so it is the reason.
Yes.
You can see that country loves chess because young kids love chess, so it is the most important.
Yeah, so with all this note, I am now going to the big screen with Peter, because he has something to show you guys, and then we can welcome back Fiona and Sri with the last round before the lunch break for today.
As usual, I'm going to show you some interesting positions which caught my attention. So here is the position from the game Monika Rozman versus Michał Wiśniewski. I see like there is 250 ELO points difference. I mean, white is lower rated than black, but Monika is attacking, and yeah, the position for black is just not very good. I mean, look at the rook on a8, bishop on c8. They are not developed. There are some weaknesses here. The rook is hanging. I mean, the knight is attacking the rook. The pawn on f7 is hanging. But still, objectively, black's position is not lost, probably. If he played something like rook to f6, yeah, it's still the game. I mean, it's not the best position. I mean, it's worse for black, but it's still playable. But rook f6 feels a little bit not natural. There is also knight e5 given by the engine, where you can give up the exchange, but at least now black has solved his problems with the exchange down, but the position is like the rooks are still not entering through the open files, so might be still playable. As I said, black is worse, but still it's not game over. However, in the game, black played rook e7, which felt more natural, just to cover the pawn on f7. But here comes the tactics, a very typical tactics in some Dragon Sicilians. So I can give you a few seconds if you can spot what can you play. Like usually in those tactics you look for undefended pieces, checks, attacks, captures. Well, there is no check in this position. There are not that many captures. You can just maybe look at some captures and some attacks. So here's the answer. Knight jumped to d5, and that was beautiful move, because now you see that if the queen captures on d2, there is knight takes e7 intermediate move with a check. So the king has to move, and now white has time to take back on d2 while he won the exchange, or he could also play knight g6 to grab one more pawn. So in the game, black played queen d8, but yeah, that doesn't save the material. So after knight takes e7, queen takes e7. Also, without the rook, the pawn on f7 is falling, so rook takes f7. Yeah, this is just completely winning for white. So very nice tactics. Maybe not that complicated, but it happens. Like when you don't want to accept the worst position you have, you want to play the most natural move, then it's easy to miss such tactics. Okay, let's see some other position. That was a bit crazy, but here black played the move g5. So, okay, the idea is simple. We just want to harass white's queen. Yeah, I know the king on f8 is a little bit weak. The bishop may look on the rook on h8, but black felt like he still can go g5, attack the king, and attack the queen. So white played knight takes g5, using the pin on the h file. So if h takes g, there is queen h8. That's all very simple. But black was relying on the fact to play the move bishop e7, and well, there is one pin and there is the other pin. So how to play as white? And here white did not find the best move. He played g3, but after bishop takes g5, queen g4, well, knight came back to d5. Maybe that wasn't the best move actually. He could have played rook g8 because, well, if g takes f4, there will be something happening on the g line. This is very good for black. This is actually winning for black. I mean, the game was still messy, but don't want to go further here. I just want to show how nicely from this position white could have, break that pin, or in a way, I mean, counter attack here. So, well, there is such a sentence that the best defense in chess is the attack. So here, the move d5 would have been incredibly strong, because now if we just take on g5, okay, that's a tempo move, black takes the knight, attacks our queen, we just go queen g3 very calmly. So at the moment black is a full piece up. However, his rook is hanging, so the rook has to move. Rook goes to g8, and now bishop e5. I guess this move was missed when I feel like Jacek Szwed playing as white against Grandmaster Paulius Pultinevicius from Lithuania. I guess he missed bishop e5, attacking the queen, and the knight on f4 apparently doesn't have anywhere to go. And yeah, white is regaining a piece while black's king is weakened and white has some advantage. That was a little bit complicated, but you need to look for those counter attacks. Like the best defense is the attack. Okay, one more position which caught my attention was here, because okay, it's very complicated. Black has a very weak pawn on d6, which actually can be captured, but yeah, the bishop on b7 is nice. With the knight on f6, rook on e8, they are cooperating quite well to put more pressure on the e4 pawn. But also the h pawn is an important piece in the attack. I mean, h4, the knight will need to move where to go, and also the knight will stop protecting the e4 pawn. So some issues for white. and what to do. And I was amazed how quickly Grandmaster Gretarsson Helgi As lost his game here against Vitaly Birnatsky from Ukraine. So the engine says that we need to be very brave just to take on d6. Okay, taking on d6 is not a rocket science, but after h4, the engine loves the move knight g to f5, just sacrificing a piece, because in fact after g takes f5, if we just recapture with the knight, that this is a beautiful knight. And okay, nothing immediate is happening, but maybe in some lines, if the queen can come to g5, I mean, there's so much going on, and we took some pawns. We actually, how many pawns do we have? 3, 6 against 4. So we took two pawns, and we have a nice attack. And yeah, the engine gives the evaluation here 0, 0, 0. Okay, whatever it means. But the point was that here White had to be very brave, and you can see that in such a tense position, sometimes we don't appreciate the dangers. I mean, like sometimes the top players are, playing the best move, making a draw, and everybody says, "Oh, okay, that wasn't interesting." But you can see how even a grandmaster can quickly lose such position, because he played knight f3. Just he felt like maybe the knight will be under some pressures, under attack. He just went back and stops the move h4. But this, going back in such a position, very dangerous. And now came knight to c5. So you see, the knight on d7 wasn't doing much. I mentioned the other pieces. Okay, I didn't talk about the bishop on g7, but it's clear it's very good. And the knight on c5 is attacking the pawn on his e4 additionally. So now White is even under more pressure, and still, okay, it's not lost for White, but he made a move bishop g5, which turned out to be a bit pointless, because this pin is doing nothing. And after queen c7, he is not attacking the pawn on d6 anymore, but just breaks the pin. White doesn't want to take on f6, because, I mean, he doesn't want to give his bishop for the knight. Then what to do? And he just played bishop f4. You see how he lost his plot. And after knight e6, it feels, I mean, it actually happens that he is losing a piece, because the bishop on f4 is lost, or the bishop on c2. Both pieces are under attack. So, within few moves, in such a tense position, even grandmaster can lose his plot. So that was very instructive that, these kind of positions are very difficult to play. So I think the round is about to start. So that's all from me, and back to Katie to announce the next round.
Well, thank you very much, Peter. The round is going to start just in a few minutes. But before the round starts, let me very quickly read the standings for now. After round 8, we have sole leader. This is Grandmaster from Germany, Alexander Donchenko, with 7.5 points. And then we have plenty of the players, 9 players with 7 points. So still the things are heating up, and we don't know who will get the top 3 places, let's say. After this game, we have a lunch break, and then 2 last rounds will be decisive here. So we can now take a look at the playing venue and check out what's going on here. As you can see, the players are getting really quickly at the tables, because the round will start exactly at 12:30. And here we have the leaders board. We have 4 boards on the platform. Peter is getting there to be seen on camera. That's what he's trying to do. And yeah, we can see the leaders are already at the table getting ready. This is our first board, our third board. 2 Polish players are facing each other. They know each other quite well. They have been many games against each other. And right now seems like things are getting into the fighting spirit. This is our first board. We can see here Alexander Donchenko playing on the first board. He's the leader of the event. He's now facing the highest rated player with black pieces. And here we have another handshake. This seems to be the second board. The games will start in few minutes, and I think it's now time to get back to Fiona and Srinath and let them to talk about chess.
Everyone, we're about to see round 9 of the European Rapid Championship. And Srinath, we have a sole leader now again in Alexander Donchenko. And I think that's the game we're going to focus on most. We see it on the camera. The top seed, Alexander Motilev, part of a big chasing pack of 9 players on 7 out of 8. And what do you expect, Srinath, for this game? I think you might be muted.
Oh yes, thank you again. I'm glad that we were able to find the difference with today's audio. But I'm very excited for this game between Alexander and between Alexanders, Motilev and Donchenko. I think it's going to be a well fought game, which likely would end in a draw. I think White would press a bit and Donchenko would defend, and I expect a draw between these two very high level players. But that's a very vague prediction, and very curious to see what happens in the board.
Yeah, let's just jump into it and see what we have got out of the opening. We're only a few minutes in. The game just started a minute ago.
Yeah, the opening, it started with this Moscow variation again, but Donchenko goes for bishop d7 on the third move, which is a very solid system. And after the capture on d7, black can recapture either with the queen or the knight. Both these systems very valid. Queen into d7 has been an age-old mainline, and knight into d7 a relatively new move. But both of them hold quite equal. And short castle, knight f6, queen e2, knight c6, c3, e6, d4. And here I once again want to remind you uh, exactly what I mentioned yesterday about these types of positions. When white gets the center on c3 and d4, black should be in a position where he responds with takes, and d5. If black is not able to do that, then white is usually a bit better. White has a better center. That also happened in Motilev's game yesterday, by the way. So takes d5, now e5, knight e4. And now white tries to evict this knight with knight e1, but he has to start with bishop e3, otherwise the d4 pawn would hang. So bishop e3, bishop e7, knight e1. Now white side has f3, and then if the knight goes to g5, then h4, then the knight gets trapped. So black goes f6 to make space for this knight, so that after f3, knight g5, the knight has the option to go to f7 and have a safe refugee. And all these moves standard opening theory. At the end, black manages to equalize and get a solid position.
So all going according to your prediction so far. We will come back to this game. This will be our main focus of the round. But for now, since it's early doors, let's jump around a little bit. Maybe let's have a look at the game between Vitaly Bernatsky and Piotr Borowski, two players that are in the chasing pack.
Oh, I like what the position that White has here after the opening. This move Queen E2 is a very unusual move in the Perk defense, but it looks very effective. White wants to castle very quickly on the long side and then push e5. It's a very direct way, but it looks very effective and not easy to play as black, especially over the board. If you, for example, go bishop g7, then already e5 looks very strong to me with e6 incoming by force. And also, it's possible to strengthen this with f4 and or long castle.
Yeah, so early doors, but white with the more slightly more pleasant position for now. And was that just? Sorry, so yeah, that is the position on the board after bishop h4. And I think what we're going to do this one, we're just going to jump around a little bit, see the opening stages of a few different games. So let's move on to maybe Emil Mirzoev against Mikhail Krasenkov.
Now that should be not too difficult to find, but also not so
They are
straightforward because there are quite a few
quite a
Ukrainian
bit
players out
down
here.
for me. Yeah,
But here we have
there
it.
we go.
Oh, this is also a very interesting strategic position, Fiona. There is a lot of imbalances. White has the pair of bishops. White has an inferior pawn structure. And, it started at when black took bishop into c3. This is an interesting position in general, which can come from Sicilian with the Rosolimo variation, bishop b4, and after bishop into c3, b into c3, e4. This position goes into, I think, a kind of non-standard territory. We don't have the typical pawn structure. We don't have this typical symmetrical pawn structure that we see in many openings. Uh, Again, white has this double pawn, black has but he has the pair of bishops, and f4 is also a very nice strategic pattern that is useful to know. If black takes e into f3, then white can even take g into f3 here in these types of positions, keep the king out here, and get some play on the g file. But knight into f3 also works here, opening up the f file, and the pawns usually come d4, e4, and the dark square bishop comes into play. So it's a lot about trying to get this dark square bishop into the game. Right now it's stuck on c1, it's stuck behind all these pawns. There's a knight on d4. It's not easy to find a way to get this bishop out into the game, but the bishop can come out at some point, and then it gets very dangerous.
So we will see if white will manage to activate this dark squared bishop. For now, let's continue once again, and let's have a quick look maybe at Andrei Sumets against Toivo Kenanen. Once again, two players also in the big group on 7 out of 8.
I just saw Andrew Sumets when I was yeah, there we have him. There we have him, and it's a very lively position out of the opening. D into c5, d4, and it seems like white also isn't in his preparation anymore. He has a challenging problem to solve here. The advantage of getting this pawn out to d4, it makes it difficult for white to get his development going on the king side, to get e3, get this bishop out, and castle on the king side. Right now, knight b5 wouldn't work because of queen a5 check. So the first question is, where does he take the knight, and where does he place it? Knight b5 is out. Knight e4 looks dodgy and a bit shaky. Black can just castle short here. He gets a lot of compensation for this pawn. Knight c6 and potentially bishop f5 at some point can be quite dangerous. This is the reason why he's been spending quite a bit of time here, because if he can't get knight b5 and knight e4, then the other options remaining is knight e4, knight d1, knight b1, all of which look a bit unsavory.
Oh, wow.
You can also
Sorry, he decided to go to e4 actually.
Yeah, it doesn't lose anything immediately, but as you can see, the bar does dip a bit, and black has got the initiative out of the opening, which is not something you see commonly in chess. Black getting the initiative right out of the opening.
Yeah, definitely a big opening success here for the young Toivo Keinan, who's also played very fast up to this point, and we just see him there on the camera make the move you had suggested, Castles, and definitely he will be very happy with what he got out of the opening here.
Yes, I actually see someone in the chat wondering why not bishop f5 here. Direct bishop f5 wouldn't work because the white knight can capture the black knight on f6 with a check. It comes with a check and there's a discard attack on the bishop on f5, which is why we delay this. It would be really nice if black can get bishop f5 straight up, but it's not possible. So you start with short castle and then you try and get the knight to c6 and in the meanwhile, White has to determine how he gets these pieces out. This is a challenging problem. And once the knight comes to c6, there are options like there are threats like knight b4 as well, which is not which is not easy to deal against as White. Development is very important in the opening, and White has problems doing that.
Indeed, we will see how Andrei Zumets can solve these problems. He is not looking too happy right now on the camera. We will leave him to it. And I think we'll check out the last game, if I'm not mistaken, of players in the Pursuers group between Jakub Kosakowski and Imre Balog.
Once again, please give me, yeah. There we have it, and I don't know how this got into this question. I mean, I can see it's a French Rubinstein variation, but these kind of questions, I generally find it much more pleasant for White Fiona. All of White's pieces out. White is going to get the rook to e4 as well pretty soon, I think. At the moment, Black has the queen on d5. He's basically asking White if he wants to trade or give up the a2 pawn. And if White gives up the a2 pawn with something like rook e1, then he needs to have a very strong justification here because queen a1 check, queen a5 check, and if c3, then also Black has these checks with after bishop d7 and queen a1 and bishop a4. So I think at the moment it's not really possible for White to do this, give up the a2 pawn. But it would have been ideal if White can get something like rook e1 and try and get as many pieces towards Black's king. Even in the endgame, White is up by so many tempos that it will count. It will be dangerous for Black. He took queen into d5, which he probably had to because of the threat against the a2 pawn. Queen into d5, a into d5, rook e1 check, bishop e6, bishop f4. This was the other line I was thinking about. But I think this goes into a very, very, very equal position, kind of very similar to these Petrovs that we saw in the Carlsen Nepo match. And after bishop f4, Black goes long castle first because he started with king d7, then White had knight e5 check. So he goes long castle. White always had this knight g5 at bishop 7 point, but Black probably just defends it with king d7 now because knight e5 is no longer an option. And after knight into e6, f into e6, this one pawn weakness is just too easy for Black to defend. He goes bishop d6, rook e8, rook f8, completely equal and comfortable for Black.
And I guess this is one of the positions where maybe we talked quite a bit about the bishop pair, but in this case, the bishop pair doesn't really give Black any advantage.
Yes, the bishop pair, it's just not allowed to exist for too long here. That's the problem. White immediately captures the bishop. But also, White doesn't really have a lot to play for. I would be very surprised if this game doesn't end in a draw.
So we will keep an eye on it. But for now, let's go back to our top board, Motilev against Donchenko, where things are already happening. The position has changed quite a lot.
Oh, yes, things have changed quite a lot, and my initial prediction didn't happen in the way I had anticipated. It looks like Motile was a bit deeper in his preparation, and he seems to have gained some advantage. This question is still quite complex, but in the pieces that remain on the board, the black knights are completely uncoordinated. They are in two different directions, in two different corners, and they are not cohesively working towards one common goal at the moment. The pawn structure of black, d5, e6, and f6, this can be a double-edged structure, because on one hand, it gives black a very good center control. It gives potential to advance these pawns with e5 and d4. But on the other hand, they can also be potential targets for white, especially this e6 pawn, unsupported by any other pawn on the adjacent files. It can be easily targeted. Bishop f2, rook e1, this knight going to d4, the other rook coming to d1. All these dangerous options exist for white. So at the moment, it looks like Motilev is ahead, and he can also restrict this g6, sorry, h6 knight with something like g4 if he wants to. It not only prevents this knight from entering into the game, but it also gives the option of a future g5, which opens up this diagonal against the black's king for the bishop to take advantage in the future. So it's a nice position for white.
Absolutely, and definitely a big uphill battle from here for the current tournament leader, Alexander Donchenko. On the other hand, for Motilev, after losing that round, I think 5 game against Krasenkov yesterday, or was it round 6, one of the two, now he's in contention to potentially go into the lunch break with only 2 rounds to go as the at least joint tournament leader in case of a victory in this game. So we will come back here. Srinath, there's one game which has caught my attention. It's a Paulius Pultenivicius from Lithuania who's playing white against Valentin Dragnev from Austria. And once again, I always see these kings, especially if they're castled on different sides. But here the white king seems quite out in the open.
Yes, Fiona, just give me a moment to find this. Yeah, okay.
I
I
know, we
I
have
missed the
so many
start and
live
I don't.
games.
Yeah, so we have the game on the screen. And while push and Fiona, it came from this 4f3 in the Nimzo Indian defense, which always goes into these wild positions, and it's a joy to play this variation with either of the colors. It's known as a Samish variation of the King's Indian. In general, whenever white goes for the pawn structure with f3 in these 1d4 openings, it is named as the Samish variation. It comes in the King's Indian, it comes in the Nimzo Indian, and we have reached. I think one of the nice things about the Samish opening, it leads to very interesting games with mutual chances for both white and black. Black gets a lot of activity against this opening, while white aims for bullish center control. And the middle game that we have reached, the problem for white, uh, for starters, these pawns all scattered around. And if you look at how black's pawns are on the queen side, you will see that black has a clear, black's pawns clearly look better. And this d5 pawn in particular is a weakness. The a4 pawn can be targeted, and if white has to defend it with b3, then there will be weakness on the dark squares as well against the king. So clear structural problems, clear strategic deficiencies in white's camp, and whatever white has aimed for in this game, it has not gone according to what he wanted. The second problem for white, the pieces are not really out into the game. Bishop on f1 undeveloped, the rook on h1 undeveloped, and even if white manages to get his pawns going, it would be very hard for him to find a follow-up to his attack with the pieces in their current positions. So I would say, any position you look at the pawn structure, look at how the pieces are placed, and look at how the color complexes are controlled. And usually this gives a very good indicator of the diagnosis of the health of the either of the sides.
Yeah, so we like black here, but a very sharp position, and of course anything can happen. So we'll come back here a bit later. I want to go back to Emil Mirzoev against Krasenkov, because Krasenkov is, according to the bar, which I can see, making some big progress already.
Oh yes, things have clarified to a large extent now. White did manage to get his dark square but already at the cost of a pawn, Fiona. Black is a pawn up, and secondly, this e4 pawn is a big weakness. So at the moment, the biggest inconvenience for black is that the knight on f6 is pinned by this bishop, and it kind of restricts black's mobility, his pieces. But I think it's not a major issue. For starters, you can play this knight to d7 and bring your queen out, and then slowly drive away the bishop, or you can just continue to 4 pawn. Yes, knight d7 played by Krasenko. Uh, so yeah, this e4 pawn is a big problem. So it's not just a pawn down; it's more than a pawn down for white, and it's a terrible position.
Yeah, very tough position for Emil Mirzov and Mikhail Krasenkov really having such a fantastic tournament with a win here. I also think now with only 3 rounds to go, a win with the black pieces is even more valuable. He would end uh, before the lunch break also on 8 out of 9 in case of a win here, and all to play for in the last 2 rounds. And we see him there on camera. He has so much experience. And we saw that the previous game he won, he just had such a good understanding of the position. And I think once again, this will be a position that will suit him quite well. That's a lot about positional understanding and where the pieces go in playing against opponents' weaknesses.
Yes, absolutely. And on that note, that was a point I really wanted to make. Chess has changed a lot over the last 200 years. We have seen AlphaZero come, we have seen Stockfish get stronger and everything. But I think fundamentally, the way we play over the board, that hasn't changed at all. It's still based a lot on the strategic understanding and a lot of concepts that it has survived the test of time. And I find that a very beautiful aspect about chess, how skillful the top humans were even back in those times, and how deeply they understood in a really short time.
Yeah, I think it would be super interesting to see. Of course, that will never happen, but it would be very interesting to see, the greats of the past take on someone like Magnus Carlsen. If it wasn't for computers, like what would happen, if the players of today didn't have all these resources and this modern technology and that has changed the game. But it's just a theoretical question in our minds, as we'll never know.
Absolutely. At least we will never know with the current technology, unless Elon Musk works out some kind of a brain simulator that mimics the greats of the past. Uh,
Hopefully not.
but but again, Fiona, what I want to impress is again, not a lot has changed. It's just that for example, someone learning chess in the 1930s, their best avenue to learn chess was to look at the games of Alekhine and Capablanca and play over their games and learn from what they were doing. And I think that's precisely what the top players in current times are doing as well. They are essentially looking at the moves suggested by someone extremely strong and then trying to make sense and understand it. But the way our brain works, the way we perceive information and then we convert it into the moves on a chessboard, the fundamental concept hasn't changed at all. It's just that the source of information has changed, and we also start at a different point. The current players, they already stand on the shoulders of the giants of the past, so they are already starting at a higher level and looking at a higher vantage point, so they can see more things when they already start. But certain things haven't changed. Certain concepts, certain principles, I think they still remain the same.
Yeah, some very interesting. I think it's very interesting what you're saying, and it's not a surprise that when a lot of the top players get asked for advice for improvement, they always say, look at the games of the greats from the past, and Magnus and all of these top guys, they have all done that. So a lot to be learned, certainly. Srinat, let's go back to the game maybe between Bernardsky and Brodowski.
Oh, yes, this has not gone the way I expected. The queens are off the board, and I was thinking that white would have a furious and raging initiative, but it's actually quite the opposite, Fiona. Although white is a pawn up in this position, look at the pieces out here. None of the pieces are participating. None of the pieces are able to get in positions of control, and G3 is a direct threat. So again, the fundamentals of chess, pawn structure, piece placement, control, these things give a very good indication of how the position is. And when it is sound, when the vitals, when the fundamentals are sound, usually there are tactical and concrete options favoring the side which has better fundamentals. I think this position is also a very good indication of this. White, it's very hard to make a move with white here because if you prevent g3 with knight e2, then the f3 pawn falls. If you play something like f4, then g3 is a problem in any case. And he takes bishop into e5, but what it does is it weakens all the dark squares around white's camp. So this is full compensation for black, and it's actually black who can press in this position despite being a pawn down. The problem for black, the
And
time deficiency.
yeah, the time deficiency is one problem, but here we see a beautiful bishop pair, and we will see how black deals with this compensation. Do you think um, do you think black could soon be taking over? Would you prefer to play black here and play with the initiative?
Absolutely. For sure, I would prefer to play black here. I think even with less time, because black's position is so nice to play. The moves just flow. I think even something like King E7, just bring your pieces, empower your pieces, prevent opponent's counterplay, and it can't go wrong with
So
black.
sorry. So sorry to interrupt you, but we should go back to Motilev and Donchenko because I think Motilev is getting very close to wrapping up this game.
Oh yes, I had an eye on this game, Fiona, and it's very concrete problems for Donchenko, and Mutier had played b5 here, attacking this knight, and this knight has no place to go, no good place. b4 and a5 are controlled by the white queen. Going to e7 hits the e6 pawn, and white can either take rook into e6 directly or put his knight here and get the knight onto a very good outpost and collect the pawn. So he went rook g8, but this doesn't really solve any problems for black in the long term. I think just defend this pawn for now. One nice move that I can see is bishop h4, and this attacks this knight on c6 and also the pawn on e6. Next, rook into e6 is coming, and the f6 pawn is also a problem. So I think this one Motilev is going to win for sure, and
And
he's not
he
going to
has
allow a
just
comeback
made
in
your
this
move.
game.
Yeah, and he has just made your move on the camera there. We saw the bishop landing on h4 and some very big questions now for Alexander Donchenko, who is also quite a bit down on time, but that's not his biggest problem. His biggest problem is the knight on c6 is attacked, as you mentioned, a weak e6 point, and it's just tough to find a move even for black to hold on. And also from the camera, I think we can see very clearly here the focus on the face of Alexander Motilev and the tension on Alexander Donchenko's face, who understands that he is in big danger here of losing the game.
Yes, and this time Motilev is quite focused. Yeah, he's not going to allow any bishop at g4 kind of things today, and he's completely in the flow as well. You know, once you get a few games going, you're warmed up, and you have that flow going. Your play gets to a very high level. This game has been fantastic by White, by the way. I really love it when good strategic chess, correct chess triumphs over incorrect chess.
And well, certainly Motilev, a very classical player, former European champion, coach of the Russian team, as we mentioned yesterday. And it looks like he is going to bounce back from yesterday's loss in the best possible ways. He's been racking up the wins, and if he can keep the focus up here, just make sure doesn't allow any chances, as you said, like yesterday, then he should be going into the break, at least as a joint leader. We saw Alexander Donchenko just play knight to a5.
Yes, his point is that white cannot take this knight on a5 because of the checkmate on g2. But white need not do that. There are also other pieces of black that he can capture in this position. So he can just take this pawn on e6, and this attacks the pawn on f6. The d5 pawn also would fall pretty soon because the e6 pawn was supporting the d5 pawn, and it no longer has anything to support. Again, you see this knights on h6 and a5. This was a fundamental deficiency that we noticed when we looked at this position at first, and it has stayed till the end of the game because Donchenko just couldn't find a way to get his pieces into the game throughout this game.
Yeah, and now, well, we see after rook takes e6, which was indeed played, Donchenko has to make the sad move, rook f8, to defend the pawn on f6. And this position now, it just looks like a matter of finding a couple of correct moves pretty much to crash through.
Yes, I quite like knight d4 here, just prevent this knight from coming to f5 and bring forward one of your own pieces. It's complete control. White is controlling everything. Black's pieces have nowhere to go. They're kind of, they're just stuck here. It's a picture of complete domination, strategically crushing game. And in a few moves, Donchenko might just throw in the towel.
Yes, I really like your suggestion of knight d4, centralizing that knight. And I mean, we say, there's the saying, the knight on the rim is dim, and just look at those two sad black knights, both on the rim of the board, one on h6, one on a5. And I agree with you. I think this game will be over very, very shortly. I think we can maybe move on from here, and I will let you know either if a result happens or if there's a turnaround, which I don't expect. I wanted to go back to Andrei Sumets and Toivo Keinanen.
Yes, we have that game on the board, Fiona, and it looks like Toivo has made very good use of his initiative that he rested from white in the opening, and he can take back the pawn at will right now. He can play knight into d3, bishop into b3, and get the pawn back, or he can try and set more problems for white as well. For example, bishop into b3, queen into b3, rook into c5. This is one way, keeping this bishop on d3 and keeping open the threads with rook into c3. And apart from this, oh, he just played it.
Very nice.
And
Oh,
the
wait.
problem for Sumit, he has just 1 minute.
The time situation is indeed crucial here, and I have to say, Toivo, I only knew him really as an online player. I had seen his name around so much, the infamous Toivo K from Lichess, playing all these titled arenas, seeing him being very active. This is maybe the first time I see him play in the flesh, but I've been very, very impressed by the young Finnish international master.
To make a blanket statement, Fiona, if you're good at online chess, you're probably good at over the board chess as well, because that really requires a lot of skill to be able to find very good moves in a few seconds. It cannot be done if you don't have a good understanding of chess. You need to have this feel of chess, and you need to be able to you need to be able to find ways to keep the game going, to be good at the faster time controls. So it's something that requires a very high degree of skill. So if someone is very good at the 3+0 time controls, the faster time controls, they are usually good chess players.
Indeed, and Zumets, who's just dropped under a minute here. What was the move played by Black? I don't see it on the board yet.
Uh,
Black played
Queen b6.
queen b6 and rook b1 was played as a response. And actually now, well, thank you so much to our production team. Now you see actually the completely correct clock times, 1.5 minutes for Sumits and just under 2 minutes for Toivo.
Oh, so it's not as big a time advantage as we
No,
thought from the PGNs.
indeed.
Okay, that paints a completely different picture now. In reality, it's 1 minute each, but we thought it's like 4 minutes for black and less than a minute for white.
And that does make a huge difference. We even see Toivo now drop below, and he has a decision to make. What do you do as black? Do you keep the queens on the board? Do you exchange the queens? What are your
I think
thoughts?
exchange. Okay. So his problem is after the queen trade, white threatens bishop b4 or f4. So as black, I wouldn't mind playing. I wouldn't mind trading the queens and then playing g5 to cement my knight on e5, because it's very important for black to keep that knight on e5. It's something that adds a lot of value to his position, but he also has the threat of bishop b4 to worry about. But bishop b4, there's rook b8. So maybe go ahead, take queen into b3, rook into b3, g5, and after bishop b4, there is uh, rook b8, pinning the rook on b3.
Yeah, so a lot of options here, and he did take, right? What happened?
He took the bishop on d3, which I like a bit less for black, because now this d4 pawn is a weakness. And concretely, again, black has a lot of active counterplay. It's not going to be easy for white to reach this pawn on d4, but I think black is no longer threatening any initiative, or, black no longer has the advantage
Indeed.
either.
And I think this game will go on for a while. So let's go back maybe to Krasenkov, a game which is suddenly it looks like Emil is creating some chances.
Oh, I wouldn't have expected that. I would have expected Krasenko to have a very smooth win here. But this is indeed a very dangerous initiative against the king side. Knight h3, the knight is heading towards g5. This pawn is coming towards f6. The classical rule in defense is that you cannot defend with limited space, and here black has very limited space. So during such situations, the ideal situation would be if black can evacuate the king out, but that is not really a practical option anymore. It's too slow, and once the king starts moving here, white would be able to create a mating net with f6. And there are just too few pieces for black on the king side. This is practically a very, very, very dangerous position.
To be honest, if I were black here, I would be very, very scared. Also, we don't know if Krasenkov actually has 5.5 minutes. Very likely he has less, because we saw in the other games both players are down to a minute roughly. So I don't think we can see. We see the side of the players from the other side of the clock, but definitely a dangerous spot here for Krasenkov, and I think he's going to have to find a few precise moves.
Yes, Fiona, and it's not just with you. I think any human player would be scared with the black pieces here, and with limited time, it's a big challenge for a player of any skill to be able to hold together and defend such a position. Of course, the higher the skill, the better the defense would be. But against with two equal players, I think white would be a big favorite here in a practical rapid game.
And Michel decides to bring the queen back to d5, and suddenly we see the bar jumping immediately. So, is there something already concrete? Is it just uh, knight g5? Is there a pawn push? What do you think?
I like your suggestion, knight to g5, and queen h5 is incoming, e6 is incoming. If black plays something like h6 here, then something like I was thinking f6 here, e6 looks tempting, queen h5 looks tempting. It's
Sorry,
it's a
Srinet,
proper.
to interrupt you, but I actually jumped into f4. Hitting the queen, but I like knight g5, yeah, with those threats as well. But is this No, it's not as
This I
good,
like a
maybe.
lot lesser. Intuitively, this feels like the wrong direction to go with the knight. And after queen c5, now black has threats of his own. Rook into e5, d3 check, and knight h5 is defended by g8, rook g8. Now the point of knight g5, why it was so effective, with f6 you are targeting the g7 point, and the knight on g5 it was targeting both f7 and h7 simultaneously. So white was attacking in multiple fronts, and black had very few resources to defend. But here all of white's energy is exerted towards the g7 point, and that's a lot easier to defend as black.
Indeed, and now suddenly, I mean, this is absolutely a game for three results. I'm just having, I think we'll stay here because it's one of the more interesting games. Moti left, that game is still going, but he's completely winning. So I think this is probably the most interesting game that we have going on right now. So I suggest we stick around here. Oh, and we had a result in the game: Andrei Sumats against Toivo Keinanen. And I think that ended in a draw.
That would be a fair
And we
result,
see the
looking at the position we had.
Yes, indeed. We see the players there discussing briefly the game, and they are now off on a well-deserved lunch break. Round 10 will resume at 3 p.m. local time, which is Central European time. So just under 2 hours now, and I'm sure the players will be very happy to get that break, get some food, and replenish the energy levels.
Yes, Fiona. Replenish the energy levels and come with everything for the last two games. Yes, that's how I'd be thinking as well. I remember there was one of my coaches told me that I should have myself in situations where if I win the last round, then I achieve my goal. And if I get into such situations, then out of six tournaments, I would get there in at least three tournaments. And that stood with me for a long time
Sorry, Srinit, can we just
because,
update the game because I think we don't have the live position on the, if we just
oh,
update the board.
oh yes, I'm really sorry about that. I should click on this reload board. Yeah, now we have it.
No worries. It's just because a lot of things are happening. So I'm happy to hear the story, but we should at least keep the live game on the board because it looks like Michal Kresenkov has pushed that pawn almost all the way. And is there still some danger to the Black King?
No, there's absolutely no danger anymore to the Black King because Black can even take Queen into f5, and this d2 pawn is oops. This d2 pawn is taking the Queen all the. It's just taking Black all the way home with a back rank uh,
Yeah, and we
with the
see
back rank threats.
the background threats indeed, and we see a very
Hey,
nervous Emil.
okay. He went d1 queen, but this also works. There's no perpetual.
And I think we just saw a handshake, and it's a resignation by Emil Mirzoev. And what a result for Michal Krasenkov, who gets another win. And he is now on 8 out of 9. Let's go back and catch the final moments. Now, Motilev has won his game. Let's go maybe to Kozakovsky against Imre Balog. And that has
Oh,
also,
black is
sorry,
winning in this
Srinath.
game, Fiona.
Yeah, and actually the camera, we see White has just resigned, so let's move on from here. We can go to Bernatsky against Brodowski, which is still going on in the Pursuers group.
This is interesting. This is interesting. There is an all-out assault towards the G2 point, but Bernardsky has his defenses tight for the moment. Black is down by 2 points, but he has full compensation because of the superior control of his pieces. But it's not easy to break through with Black, so maybe they are going to repeat and make a draw, or maybe not.
Yeah,
I would.
Black,
Okay, I think the
they didn't
live
repeat,
camera is
no.
several moves ahead. Yes.
Yeah, let's maybe try just to get the full screen, this camera view on the full board, and we'll try and understand what's happening, what's going on here, because a few moves have been played and the players did indeed not repeat.
Yes, and Bernatsky, he has broken through Fiona. He plays bishop c4 check, knight to d3, and the b8 bishop has been kind of defanged, and I think black has just lost here. He has completely lost the thread. Rook e4 is upcoming. The knight will take the pawn on f4 and defend the pawn on g2 from there. Uh, it's turned around completely. White for the win now.
Yeah, and with this win, this is also a big game. Bernatsky looking to join the leader group. I'm not sure it was such a crazy round. I think for sure Motilev and Krasankov sharing the lead with 8 out of 9. And there we see the disappointment from Brodowski. Although the game is still going, he understands that he has messed this one up. Of course, he will still try to fight, but that sad bishop you mentioned, and the pawns now also starting to drop.
Yes, and he had such a fine position for a very long time, which adds up to the disappointment. Uh, Now, there are a few practical problems that Bernatsky has to solve now. Black threatens knight d4 check, and there is still that pawn on g3, which can potentially turn into a hero in many situations if it gets the right opportunity. But on the other hand, white has relatively simple threats to deal against.
Yeah, and we see Brodowski leaning back, Bernatsky very focused. So what is the precise way? How do we deal with the fork threat? Do we move the king? Do we move the rook? What do we do?
It depends on where the black king has gone. So he's gone to e8. I think you start by moving the king forward because you want. I would want to get this knight onto d4 before I am forced to move the rook, and I can figure out whether I want to move the rook towards the upper way or the side, depending on what black plays. Rook e4, knight d4 check. It probably transposes and. But this gives an additional option for white to place his king on the third rank. I'm going to the third rank because on the second rank, if I go king d2 and black gets rook h2, then there is the additional option of knight into f3 check for black. So even if you defend the g2 pawn, the f3 pawn falls and then potentially e5 as well. So I think it's so king d3. There is knight into f3 in any case, yeah,
Oh wow, and he
which is
has
what
just
happened in the
played
game.
it. Yeah.
Which is what happened in the game, but I think it maybe it doesn't matter a lot towards the evaluation of this position because maybe white just pushes his pawn.
That is a nice way to deal with knight f3. Just ignore it. Use your own passed pawn. Don't allow black to get the dangerous G passer and receive Bernetsky. I don't know. Maybe we can once again go back to full camera and try and get the view
But
onto the clock
I
times.
don't think he saw knight into f3 because if he had seen it, he would have responded instantly. But he took his
Yes,
time. He dropped down to 19 seconds and 9 seconds and then made his move.
but he did make the move that you were suggesting, e6. And it looks like after the little scare of the unexpected knight takes f3, things are still under control, and that passed e-pawn just seems impossible to deal with.
Yes, he kind of had to. He had to play the pawn to e6 because that pawn was threatened on e5. And after knight e5 check, now black has to try and capture the g2 pawn. But the problem is white just drops rook back to e2 and defends it, which I expect Bernatsky to make. And he just
Oh,
goes for the mate,
he,
rook h4.
so where is that mate? Do we cut the king off now, or what do we do?
Attack the knight. Oh, knight f6 check and yeah, knight f6 check is a threat. Defends it with a check. I'm not really sure if Bernatsky is in control anymore, Fiona. I think he missed bishop e5 check as well.
And now the g2 pawn has dropped, and that's a big pawn because I was saying, well, that e pawn is unstoppable, but suddenly the white pieces are not. The black pieces are suddenly so well placed that they stop all the threats of the knight checks. That bishop on e5 is an absolute beast, and rook h6 played by white.
I'm surprised that the evaluation bar is still like plus 6.9 because as white
Yeah.
I would you can see Bernatsky feels like he has lost some control here, but I think the key factor is after what happened in the game, the position we see after rook h7 check, which is updated in the live board just now. After e7, I'm not sure if the black king has a way to stop the pawn. But now Stockfish is catching up here. I also think the Stockfish evaluation also takes a bit of time to update out here and on the PGNs.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, I still don't even see the correct position. Maybe we switch once again to the full board, as the right rook is on already on h7. Okay, so now I see it also. Okay, now it is white to move, and do we start with? So he played what? Played
Yeah,
bishop?
King
No,
e4 is
sorry, played
good.
king e4.
It makes sense because black does not have a rook e2 check after King e4, and you keep your options open. You can go to you can drop back to f3 if required, or you can go forward if that's the direction you prefer. I think here King f3 is already a very serious move because the g3 pawn is no longer, yes, King f3 played by Bernatsky, and once he has the g3 pawn under lock and key, then he can easily find ways to create his own threats against the black king and advance his e-pawn.
Black is trying to hold on to the pawn for now by playing rook g1, and here comes the bishop, bishop d5. That bishop, well, that's the diagonal it wanted to be on, of course.
Yes, but you also need to be careful with some g2 related stuff. Yeah, there is this trick: g2, king f2, and bishop e3 check, taking the king away from the g2 point and giving a rook e1 check and promoting the queen. So this threat exists, and against g2, white has to be careful not to play the king to f2. I think it still should be okay after bishop e3 check. There is king g3. You have to stay in touch with the g2 pawn so as to not release the rook. But he went for bishop c6 check, king f8, and uh, here also he needs to be careful not to
He
lose
went
touch
king
with the.
g4, I think.
Yeah, that makes sense because you don't allow the rook to move, and the bishop also keeps an eye on g2, and you're attacking this bishop which is defending the e7 point.
The big question is, where does the black bishop go in the position on the board? Because it has to keep looking at the square on e7. Bishop f6 is not possible because of rook f7 check. So is bishop d8 the only move? Oh, bishop
Bishop
e7.
e7, but now rook f7 check wins the bishop, and I think resignation is incoming in a few moves after the inertia passes.
Yeah, and we see there the bishop has dropped. The process you're talking about has settled in, and we should see a resignation here. It's just an extra piece now. The e passer is still alive, and there's the handshake. So a big win for Bernatsky, who also, I think, yeah, he also joins the leader group on 8 out of 9. And Srinat, what a round we have just witnessed. A lot of changes in the leaderboard. But we are going to go back now to the studio, back to Fyodor, who I'm sure can tell us a bit more about what we missed, because there was so much happening. And Srinat, only 2 rounds to go. There is a lunch break coming up now. You and I will be back. You don't You and I will be back at 3 p.m. Central European time, so in just over an hour and a half. And now back to you, Piotr and Katy, in the studio in Katowice.
Over half of the world's population lives in cities. While each city is unique, they face similar challenges, including pollution, the climate crisis, and the COVID-19 pandemic. The exchange of ideas to address urban challenges, such as improved housing, basic services, and green spaces, is critical. The World Urban Forum, known as WUF, is the largest global gathering on sustainable urbanization. The forum is convened by UN Habitat every 2 years. In 2022, WUF 11 will be the city of Katowice in Poland with the theme Transforming Our Cities for a Better Urban Future. WUF 11 in 2022 will explore solutions to make cities safer, greener, and a better place to live. This is a transformation that Katowice itself has experienced. WUF 11 is organised by UN Habitat, Poland's Ministry of Development Funds and Regional Policy, and the city of Katowice. We are building the cities of the future today. Join us in 2022 and be at the heart of this change. Over half of the world's population lives in cities. While each city is unique, they face similar challenges, including pollution, the climate crisis, and the COVID-19 pandemic. The exchange of ideas to address urban challenges, such as improved housing, basic services, and green spaces, is critical. The World Urban Forum, known as WUF, is the largest global gathering on sustainable urbanization. The forum is convened by UN Habitat every 2 years. In 2022, WUF 11 will be the city of Katowice in Poland with the theme Transforming Our Cities for a Better Urban Future. WUF 11 in 2022 will explore solutions to make cities safer, greener, and a better place to live. This is a transformation that Katowice itself has experienced. WUF 11 is organised by UN Habitat, Poland's Ministry of Development Funds and Regional Policy, and the city of Katowice. We are building the cities of the future today. Join us in 2022 and be at the heart of this change.
We're back from almost the empty Spodek stadium because most of the games have been ended. I think every game except one board, which is going on right now. This might last longer, so we will let them play. For now, we cannot tell the final standings because it's not updated yet, but we will come back for the after the break, which gonna be very long break, 1 hour and 30 minutes. We're going
Yeah,
to.
but there are so many people, and I guess it's not easy like for everyone to order the food, or I mean, the restaurant cannot easily host that many people, so that's why the break needs to be that long. But yeah, but that's not a problem, I guess. We will be back, after the break,
Yeah,
and
plus
before the
two-
break, we will also announce the standings and so on.
So after the break, we have last 2 rounds, and we will know the champion of 2021. So that's it. See you after a very long break.
Over half of the world's population lives in cities. While each city is unique, they face similar challenges, including pollution, the climate crisis, and the COVID-19 pandemic. The exchange of ideas to address urban challenges, such as improved housing, based
Hello, welcome back, everyone. We just came from the long break, and now we have last two rounds going on. Before we know the champion of the event, the players are gathering already, and you might see also some funny mascot here in the playing venue. That's the mascot of the Ustron Chess Festival,
It's
which is
called
happening.
Ustroniaczek.
It's a funny name. This tournament happens here every year, and for last 2 years, the guests were Anatoly Karpov and Gary Kasparov for that festival. So let's see who will be the special guest this year at the Eastern Chess Festival. The games will start very soon in few minutes, but before that we should know who are the leaders for now after round 9.
Okay, so Alexander Motyliov, Michał Krasenkov, Imre Balog, Vitaly Biernacki. Those 4 players have 8 points out of 9 rounds. And then we've got Alexander Donchenko, Toivo Keinanen, Andrzej Sumet, Paulius Pulcinevicius, Volodymyr Vetoshko, and Jerzy Kyć with 7.5. And I would like to put attention to Jerzy Kyć, who does not even have any international title, but before the event, before the Blitz event, I actually told about him that he's very good in some speed chess, and I expected him to see being on some top boards despite a huge rating gap. So
The players are gathering right now. We do have 4 boards on the stage. We also have the rest of the leaders boards over here. So the moment they start to play, we have to go to Fiona and Sri. And here you guys have the first board and legendary player Michal Kristenko with white.
that's actually the
Second board. All right. The floor is for Sri and Fiona. You guys can now dive into chess.
Thank you so much, Katie and Piotr. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch break. And Sri, we are back for the all-decisive last 2 rounds. Round 10 has just started, and as Piotr just told us, there is a 4-way tie at the top with Motylev, Krasenkov, Balog, and Bernardsky. So who is your money on, Sri? Who is your favorite to win this European Rapid Championship? I think you're muted.
It's my money is on Alexander Motylev. How about you, Fiona?
I mean, it's hard to bet against the rating favorite, of course. You know what? Just to say something different, I don't know any of the players too. I'm gonna go with Balog. Why not? Just to say something different to you. And maybe, well, since our 2 picks are playing each other on the top board, maybe we can start there. Balog Imre has the white pieces in this huge game against Alexander Motylev. I think for all these players, a loss means that they are out of contention for the title.
Yes, I think we have virtually reached almost the knockout point. Although this is a Swiss event, from here on, all the games are basically something of a sudden death game. One loss and you're out. It's going to be very interesting to see how the players are going to approach these last two rounds. There's going to be a lot of stress, a lot of tension involved, and it's not going to be easy for them to play their best chess in the last two games. There is also the factor of fatigue, which we saw played a very, very important role in the Blitz Championship, even for someone in the elite, even for someone as young as Jan Christoph Duda. So, looking forward and excited.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. It will be interesting to see also the players. Can we tell a difference after the break? They had some time to rest, to get some food, and hopefully they will can gather their energy for these last two games. So let's start at the top with Balog against Motilev.
And then we have the boats. It started with a very solid Slav defense from Alexander Motilev. D4, D5, knight f3, knight f6, c4, c6. And this is actually quite typical with the classical Russian players. They were very good at studying chess based on the structures, the pawn structures from the opening. So a lot of players typically had the Karakan defense as black, 1 e4 c6, and the Slav defense against 1 d4. And this would invariably lead to having games with the same pawn structure, making things a lot easier for them. Here, Balog went for a slightly lesser known variation with Queen b3, and this can also come from Queen c2. One of the most popular variations here is to take d into c4, queen into c4, and go into this position. But Motilev goes into the semi-Slav structure with e6, and this goes into a very interesting position. To be honest, I'm not too familiar with this structure and this variation. I don't play this with either colors, but from what I know, after knight c3, h6, white can take the knight on f6, or white can go bishop h4. In the systems without the queen on b3, black would have the option to take d into c4 against the bishop h4 move, after which white would get a strong center, black would get a very strong queen side, and it would lead to a very complex play. But bishop h4, g5, bishop g3, knight h5, and we have a structure where black wins the pair of bishops after knight into g3 in the next move. But on the other hand, white has a very solid position, a very solid center. He has a good pawn structure. Black has this bishop on c8, which is impeded by his own pawns for the moment. I think it's just a normal, typical position. It's a bit hard to say, it's a bit hard to evaluate it in a very clear cut way, like saying something like white is better or black is equal. Um, because it's a position with mutual chances and imbalances, strategical imbalances. So I think we just have a normal, typical position for this structure. And I'm
Yes,
thinking
indeed. And probably. Mhm.
if I was white,
I
I
was
would probably aim for the e4 break. I think that's what you're going to ask me, right? Oh, so my
well.
mind
That's
reading
also. I
skills.
was No, actually, I wasn't. I was just gonna say that I agree with you. I think it's too early to make a verdict on the outcome of the opening. I think both players are probably in a position that they are still familiar with, even if not this exact position, but even likely that at least one of the players is still familiar. So my expectation is that both players got more or less what they wanted from the opening. And now we will start to see who will handle the position that we got better.
Yes, it's going to be very interesting to observe that whose strategy triumphs. And Black has just played short castle. He has now this would, I think, break a lot of principles that we were taught when we were learning to play chess. The H file is open. The Black King's pawns have been pushed in front of the king. But on the other hand, it's not really easy for White to take advantage of this. White doesn't have any square from which he can pose problems to the Black King for the moment. There's no way to break open the files. this knight on f3 stands in the way, so something like f4 is not possible right now. Knight h2 would be met by f5, and the knight cannot get onto g4. So, due to all these reasons, due to practical considerations, short castle is perfectly safe. And for white, I think I'd still try to, but maybe he castles also. I think I'd still
I
try
think
to
he,
make some break in the center.
yeah, so he took
Ah,
first on d5.
I
And
think
I guess
this
he's keeping his options open.
indeed, Fiona. It makes a lot of sense for white to try and open up the position as much as possible. So, taking c into d5, it opens the c line. And if black takes back with the c pawn, then this gives white a lot of play on the c file. It gives a potential opening. It allows options like knight b5, queen a3. And in these types of situations, something like g4 can be quite a strong move, preventing black from playing f5 and allowing a future knight e5, black goes knight f6. So c into d5, I think Motilov is going to take with the e pawn. That's what he just did. He takes with the e pawn, and here white probably castles short. He can try to get some play on this diagonal, and in the future, if his pieces are better prepared, which they probably are, like with the rook on e1 and stuff, then breaking open with e4 is also a very tempting option for white.
So we will see what approach the players will take. Let's move on for now to board 2, where the other two co-leaders are playing, and that's the Polish legend, Michal Krasenkov, with the white pieces, taking on Vitaly Bernardsky.
Yeah, there we have it. There we have it, and oh wow, the bar is already loaded in favor of Krasenko.
I mean,
It started
imagine,
with
it would be such a sorry, I was just gonna say it would be such a special moment if it was Jan Krzysztof Duda, the new blood, the new Polish hero who won the Blitz, and if the Rapid was won by one of the most legendary Polish players, Michal Krasenkov. So I'm sure a lot of fans will be rooting for him. And yeah, indeed. Uh, Tell us what went wrong here for Black.
It's not totally clear for me instantly, Fiona. But again, what stands out is his queen side has been left undeveloped for the moment, and it's not easy to get this out because bishop d7 would be met by rook d1. So if white can get the pawn to e5 and get his for which he needs a bit more of support, then black is going to have problems developing the queen side because then the g2 bishop will also be opened up. But at first sight, if I did not have Stockfish's evaluation bar, I would be thinking, oh my god, white has these two pawns attacked. It looks like black is threatening something. It looks like black is about to win a pawn. But with Stockfish's evaluation, it then prompts me to think what could be the advantage in White's position, and it's again still not totally clear to me why it's such a big +1. So maybe it's also not totally clear to the players. And if we look at their expressions, I don't think they have any indication of anyone being necessarily better. It looks like business as usual.
Yeah, Bernardsky doesn't look too concerned, and Krasenkov deep in thought. I've been once again carried away when I always look at all the small boards in the overview on the Chess.com events page. All I notice at first before going into the game is the bar. And now that you've pointed out, these hanging pawns to me, and I'm like, what would I even play here as white? And yeah, it's far, far, far from obvious.
Yes, far from obvious. Although, to be fair, we should also mention that although these pawns are hanging, even if I play a simple move defending the c3 pawn, I think the e4 pawn isn't really vulnerable because after queen into e4, oh, it is. Yeah, because after knight d4, which was my initial intention, black can take the d4 knight with the tempo. The white queen is
Oh,
hanging.
very nice.
So
Very nice
white's
little tactical
compensation
shot.
is yes. White's
And
compensation
actually,
seems to be
Krasenkov,
of oh, okay.
sorry, he has played bishop b2, and I'm curious, will black take that pawn on e4?
He did. He did take the pawn on e4. He took it almost instantly, and and Stockfish doesn't like it, Fiona. But Stockfish is it's seeing something that's not totally apparent for the players nor to us, I think. But as I was saying, I think the compensation should be of a strategic nature. It doesn't look like something immediate is happening, but the strategic problem for Black is to bring his last piece out. It's not so easy to get this bishop out. And if you play something like b6, then there would be potential discovered attack on the c6 knight. And without being able to get this bishop out, it's going to be very difficult for Black to complete his development. So there is definite strategic compensation.
So nothing is going to happen here in the immediate future. There are no crushing tactics or anything like that. So we will come back here. So we've seen the top 2 games, and then behind, I think we're going to focus mostly on the top 5 games. Behind that, we have 6 players on 7.5. So let's have a look at some of those clashes. And I would like to start with one player who we haven't seen a single game of, and I'm going to butcher his name. His name is Jerry Kitsch, and he's playing white against Andrei Sumets from Ukraine. And Jerry, he is untitled, and he is on 7.5 out of 10. So this might be 7.5 out of 9. Sorry, he must be having one of the best events of his life. And I'm curious if our cameraman, if we will get the image on him and see, is he a young player? Who is he? Because I've never heard of him.
Yeah, it reminds me to when you have to open a bank account or anything financial in India, there is a know your customer form, and looking at his name, it reminds me that I need to fill up mine. I've been having reminders the last few days.
So good
But
thing that he has made his way up to the standings, and even more good news, Fiona is happy because FO has just appeared on the board, and there we see him. He looks quite young. Let me actually Google, find out how old he is while I let you take a look at the position.
yes, I mean, I was about to point out that we are exactly getting to know him, and his position looks very nice, Fiona. It's a typical French position where the c8 bishop is a bad bishop. It's impeded by its own pawns. A very thematic French position. But this is a big problem for Black, that the bishop is behind all these pawns. It's not so easy to release this, because if you play d4, then it gets captured immediately. If you try and bring in pieces to support d4 and try to open up the bishop, even then the pawn would be quite weak. White would have something like knight f3, and the pawn is bound to fall. So this is one problem. And the second problem is the initiative on the king side. White gets these moves like rook f3, rook h3 pretty quickly. And for Black, it's not so easy to defend, because if you play something like f5, which Black might need to, then after e into f6, there are all these weak squares on e5, and d4, and all these central dark squares.
A promising position indeed. I just looked Jerry up. I will just call him Jerry for now. I hope during the break Piotr can teach us how to pronounce his name, especially if he were to get an upset here against Andrei Zumet. So I looked him up. He's super young. He's 24 years old. Untitled, as I mentioned, his classic rating is 2250 and rapid, as we can see on screen, 2308. So he is definitely having an incredible tournament, and he doesn't seem too flustered by facing a top GM. And yeah, as you said, Srinet, I think we're liking his position for now.
Yes, we are liking his position, and someone in the chat pointed out that knight c4 seems critical. The move has appeared on the board as well, but white need not really take this knight, and allow black to. In this case, there is been to c4, which traps the bishop. But white need not also allow something like d to c4, bishop e4, queen b6 check, opening up the bishop. Instead, white can just move this bishop away, which is attacked to d4, for example, and after a5, white can follow it up with c3, keeping this b4 pawn, keeping all these light square pawns fixed and not allowing black any respite, any way to free his position.
By the way, Srinat, I think we will move on from here, but just before we go to the next game, I see that Piotr has actually joined us in the YouTube chat, and he can tell us that Jerry is actually very well known to be a strong rapid and blitz player, and if he recalls correctly, he beat Zhigalko 2-0 in the European Blitz Championships in 2017, so that's quite impressive. And we will definitely come back here. For now, let's go to Alexander Donchenko, who's playing with the white against Toivo Kainanen.
Just give me a moment to find this game.
Yes, no problem.
Oh yeah, that's it. There we have it, and wow, Donchenko has played so fast. He's seems to be still preparation, maybe not as concrete preparation, but in terms of understanding, the pawn structure is a reverse hedgehog. All the pawns quite solid, not allowing black any inch, and pawns on the dark side bishop. In diagonal, it's not really anything threatening or relevant later. So I think it's a slight edge for white, despite the 0.00 stockfish evaluation, and probably one a bit in.
Sorry, Sri. Unfortunately, we have lost you a little bit to the rods again. But if I heard you correctly, you're saying despite the stockfish evaluation, you would much rather play this position as white. I think Alexander has great chances here, being the much higher rated player, having a big time edge, and I see him as a big favorite to win this game. So let's move on from here and let's have a look at the last game of the pursuers that we haven't seen, and that's Volodymyr Vitoshko against Paulius Pultinevicius.
Yeah, this game is so easy to get because of the two different flags, Ukraine and
the
Lithuania.
flag. Although having said that, unfortunately for the Polish fans, right now in the top 10 going into the last round, we actually only have Polish players. Mikhail Krasenkov, of course, who seems super well in his game, and the other is Jerry Kitsch, who's the surprise up there.
Yes, after the unfortunate loss in the previous round for Brodowski, I think he has gone down the standings a bit, and it's not even like he gets an easy opponent after losing at the top. So it's not going to be easy for those with 7 out of 9 either to make a very strong finish, because the opponents are not getting any easier anymore. Every round seems to be a strong opposition from 7 out of 9 onwards. So having a good platform really helps, being at 8 out of 9.
For sure. And if we look at this position now, while you were telling us, I was counting the pawns, which is quite easy to do in the symmetrical pawn structures. They are even. So what are the factors that make the bar tip slightly in black's favor? Is it to do with this bishop on h2, which is sort of blocked by its own pawn, and could this pawn on e5 potentially be a weakness, or what is going on here?
I think you really pointed out the exact thing right at the beginning, Fiona. It is the bishop on h2. It's a bad bishop, and it's not really contributing to white's position much in any way. Black's knights, on the other hand, they're actually superior to this bishop right now because the bishop only controls two squares from here, and that's a big limitation for the bishop. The knights, on the other hand, they have access to good squares like d4, e6. They can even trade a knight from f5, and black has all these attractive options. The way to free this bishop, it would be to, if white has to play e6, then he loses one pawn, which can be very expensive in a symmetrical position like this. The another way to get this bishop out in such situations is to try and bring it like this. But in this case, it severely weakens white's king, and it's a very inconvenient way to extricate it. So it's practically very difficult to solve this problem for white, and it's a pleasant position for black. It's something like I think I completely agree with Stockfish's evaluation here.
Okay, so we will come back here later. For now, let's go back to board two, Mikhail Krasenkov against Bernardsky, because the position, the character of the position is changing quite a bit.
Yes, the character of position has changed quite a bit, and the fundamental problem that black had, which we were discussing earlier, it has been solved by Bernardsky. He has managed to bring his bishop out, and he has managed to develop his knight as well, at the cost of losing control over the dark squares. And right now, the b7 pawn is also hanging. It's also vulnerable. So white still retains an edge. White is still exerting pressure against black, but through concrete means, black is fighting back here. Having said that, it's not really easy for us to suggest a move for black here. If you try to defend the now, first of all, I don't think there will be many people in the world who would even consider playing a move like rook fb8 and keeping these two rooks here. It's but it turns out that this is the only way for black to retain the pawn, to keep the pawn. Me, I would probably lose the b7 pawn and go for something like knight b6, which is what I expect from Bernardsky as well. Give up this pawn and try to get this knight onto c4, from where it would impede the b2 bishop and even threaten to take it. And bishop is for white. So knight b6, and if white takes bishop into b7, then rook b8, followed by something like knight c4. This keeps black in the game.
I have to say, I really like this suggestion, but Bernardsky has decided to go a more passive route and defend the pawn on b7 by playing rook a to b8.
This is interesting. So this so rook into a7, his point is to play queen b1 check, bishop f1, and if white has to play bishop f1, it's already some problems, and black can continue with bishop h3, exerting more pressure and having practical problems for. So there is rook a1 here. So queen b1 check, bishop f1, and here black has to play something, but it's still a huge inconvenience for white to have the bishop to f1. It messes up the coordination of white's pieces. So rook a8 is intention to do, and which is why Krasenko responded with bishop e4, attacking queen first, preventing any queen b1 check related ideas, and then going for rook into a7 over the next move. If black plays f5, then white has bishop d5.
Very interesting position, actually. I have to say I still like white quite a bit, because somehow to my naked eye, the black pieces look a little bit loose. Like, at least now the black king has stepped out, has left this pin, but somehow this bishop was defending the knight, and the bishop was pinned to the queen. But now, okay, again, things are changing. White has taken on a7. White is, and black is activating the knight now with knight f6.
Yes, actually, Black's pieces are really coming into the game, and I sense that the momentum is shifting in this game. This is also very typical in the style of Bernatsky. He tends to play these risky setups as Black, and they are usually objectively not the best way, but they offer a lot of practical chances. And with Knight f6, there are two elements. One is now White has to watch out for some threats on the king side after something like knight g4 or something like queen h3 knight g4, and of course knight into e4 is a direct threat that white has to take care of. And the second aspect is the play on the d file. So after knight f6, black will bring the rook to d8 and start creating threats on the d file if white trades the rooks. So white no longer enjoys a comfortable he had at the beginning, and it looks like white has lost some of the control.
For sure. And I also think that this is the kind of position that as time ticks down, it will be easier to play for black, because now black is the one with the active chances. The white king is could end up having some questions asked, could end up in a little bit of trouble. So I completely agree with you that the momentum is shifting here, and for me, Bernardsky here the favorite at the moment. But we will see what happens. We'll come back here. Let's go back to board one and check in with Imre Belog and Alexander Motilev.
Things have clarified to a large extent in this game as well, Fiona, and it looked to be nice for black, but after the last move, after rook e8, it looks like things have shifted a bit in terms of stockfish, and I can start to see why. White has this move rook into e8 check, queen into e8, and now I guess there is this option with d6. Normally, this shouldn't really be dangerous. The pawn on d6 is vulnerable and looks set to be taken. And White did not find this, understandably. He did not have the prompt of the stockfish. But the point here is d7 is a threat, and the queen is condemned to the defense of the g6 knight, and an attempt to defend it with king h7 would be met by knight into g5 check. So this was probably really strong, but it's very unnatural to consider d6 in this position because it is a weakening move. So white took d into c6, which I think is natural. And now after b into c6, white has a slightly better pawn structure on the queen side. These pawns on c6 and a7 are not ideally placed. But on the other hand, black has the advantage of a bishop, which is superior in these type of endgames against the knight, and also a lot more space on the king side. And perhaps the most important factor of all, the white queen seems to be a bit misplaced on h5. It should be somewhere on d3 ideally. And all these factors, it adds up to a good endgame for black. So white chooses to refrain from the rook trade, and instead prefers to keep the rook. And this makes the queen on h5 more relevant. I think we have a very complicated middle game at this point. It looks like mutual chances.
Yeah, absolutely. Despite the somewhat reduced material, still a lot of life in this position, and we will come back here as well. It's an interesting round because all the games are so fighting. Let's check in maybe. I know I'm jumping around a lot, but maybe to Donchenko making progress against Toivo Kenan, because these 5 games that we are looking at, they are all of them incredibly closely contested. None of the players has a big advantage anywhere.
Yes, absolutely. And that makes sense because these players are in very, and probably the reason why they are on top in such a strong field. But having said that, I think this game has a clear hunter and the clear hunted. Toivo seems to be under a lot of pressure here. Donchenko seems to be at ease in this position so far. Uh, the advantage is very slight. He has a better pawn structure, slightly better placed pieces, and it's a slight advantage, but it's enough to try and press in this position. Now, if the A pawn and the B pawn were to be traded, if black manages to achieve this, then it would be really equal. Then it would be 4 versus 4. But as long as this A5 pawn remains, and if white manages to pressurize the A pawn and try and capture it, or to tie black down to the defense of A pawn and create chances somewhere else in the board, then white has a real chance of winning. So these are the type of positions where you can play for two results, and if it goes your way, you win. If it doesn't, you make a draw.
Yeah, and I have to say that at the moment I'm quite impressed with with how Toivo is handling the defense of what was always a position where Alexander had some pressure. He is down on the clock by quite a bit, but we've said it so many times already during this event. He's a player who is so used to playing the faster time controls. So let's see if he can hold. But for now, at least, I have to say I'm very impressed. Oh, and let's go. Oh, no, sorry. It was I was looking at the wrong bar. I got so excited. I thought that someone was suddenly winning. Let's go back actually to the surprise player in the top 10, Jerry Kish, who is playing against Andrei Zume, and see how that.
Let me just bring it up in a few seconds. And there we have it. This was where we left at the last, and this is the live position that we have right now. Again, a lot has clarified, Fiona. It has changed completely. White has the open G file, but on the other hand, that white played G4 at some point. I'm not really sure if it was called for or necessary. On the other hand, black's position is a lot more open here. It's not as passive as it was when we left it. White has quite a few moves to try and get something on the G file. White is still, of course, better. You see a very nice pawn structure for white. You compare it with black, the pawns on A4, A6, D5, isolated pawns, not defended by any other pawns. And if it goes into an endgame of any sort, then white has clear superiority. And to be honest, it looks more. Yeah, I think 0.9 is more accurate than something like 0.3, which Stockfish was showing when we got into this position the first time. For white, I think he can just put his king to f2, play the rook to g1, queen to d4, and black tries to trade the queens, then white would welcome it with both hands. And if black prefers to keep the queen and play the middle game, then also it's white who has the initiative. King f2, queen d4, rook g1, and start creating play on the king side. But black does have some counterplay, two counterplays. One, something against the white king. Like for example, when white goes king f2, black does have options like king heads, queen h6, and the second source of counterplay is the weak a3 pawn for white. If black manages to capture this at some point, then the a4 pawn will become a very threatening force.
Yeah, so for now, Kish doing really well. We will see if Black can engineer this kind of counterplay. We will also see what kind of plan does Jerry go for Sunat. I'm confused. I don't know where to take you anymore. Everything is so closely contested. Let's maybe go back to the top board. Imre Balog against Motilev. Where F is still trying to push a tiny advantage in the endgame.
The queens are off here, Fiona. I think black is better here because of the superior bishop. And what it's doing is black's position has been set up and built in such a way that the white knights are dominated. The knight on f3, it's not really performing any useful function. For example, if it's kicked with g4, then after knight d4, there's rook d7. After knight d2, also there is rook d7. Knight d2, rook d7, yes, you can defend it with king e2. But in general, you feel that there are not many squares for the white knights. They are both not really mobilized and active. And the white rook, although it's on the open d file, it doesn't really have any target attack for the moment. So Black has a clear advantage here, and c5 is also a very nice move, taking the d4 square under control. For now, black will try not to allow any trades in this position. He'll try to keep his pieces as much as possible, and try and keep pressing. It's white who is defending here.
Indeed, and it's going to be a tough task to hold. And let's go now to board 2. We will, of course, come back here to board 1, but check in with Krasankov. The last time we left the game, we felt the momentum was shifting in Black's favor, and just as we go there, the rooks have come off the board, and we now have this minor pieces endgame with the bishop pair against the bishop and the knight.
Yes, generally the bishop pair is supposed to be more powerful than a bishop and knight in these type of situations. But here, two things: the bishop on a1 has been permanently out of the game since the beginning, and this hasn't changed. And secondly, black is in a very good situation to trade one of the bishops. He can either do it with knight d6, bishop c4, or knight d6, knight c4, and knight d2 is another place from which he can do it. So I think white would. It's a good idea for white to bail out and make a draw in this position, which he probably can with c4.
He decides to go another route, going bishop g2. I wonder if there's also, of course, if the light squared bishop ever gets to exchange itself against the knight, that would be another way to bail out if we get into an opposite color bishop ending. And I was just thinking, Srinat, that we could potentially either have a sole leader going to the last round if this game were to end in a draw, if Motilev can win, or if Balog wins, or we could potentially have a huge tie, not a huge tie, but a big tie at the top going into the last round. So super close. Let's quickly check in with board 4 with Volodymyr Vetoshko and Paulius Pultenevicius, because we haven't been there in a while, but someone has won a pawn.
Yes, black has won a pawn here, and the bishop, the dark square bishop, still continues to live a lonely existence, still covering only 2 or 3 squares. And for now, black's king has a safe place on g7, and the black knights can get to potentially attacking points against the white king. So I think this is a properly winning position for black. He's really up in this position. The e5 pawn will also be vulnerable if the g3 bishop gets taken by one of black's knights. It looks bad for white, but he might have some kind of tricks, king g7, knight f5 check, some kind of a desperate attack against black's king. These things can work in the shorter formats.
I guess he will have no choice at some point but to try something like that. First, he tries to bring the queen closer to the king, also attacking the pawn on e7, but black defends with queen b4, and now bishop h4. White tries to bring one more attacker, but now it's black who gets there first with the checks against the white king.
Yeah, so with a check, and where the white king goes here, because king g3 there is a knight e2 check, and if king g1 as well, there is a knight there's knight e2 check, and then there are threats related with one. So he goes king h2, and here, first of all, black can probably just take on e5 with a check, and then continue doing the same things. Then black would be up. For white, the bishop would finally get liberated, so he gets some counterplay. But on the other hand, for black, it's 2 pawns up, and usually 2 pawns is quite sufficient to convert in most endgames. And also, the loss of e5 bishop would mean that no longer has any knight f5 check related ideas.
Sorry, I lost you for 1 second, but just to let you and the viewers know that the game between Krasenkov and Bernardsky has ended in a draw.
No surprises there, Fiona.
So that means that actually now the first board game, the between Balog and Motilev, will carry even more weight, and there we see the two players discussing the game briefly, and then I'm sure they will try and take a breather before the last round, which will start in half an hour. And I think very likely that they will still be joint leaders, because it looks like Balog is doing a great job defending, and maybe we can go back to board one and check it with them.
Yes, this actually looks interesting and tense out here, Fiona. I think all three results are possible. For black, the big assets are the bishop and the advanced pawn on e3. And for white, he has a very solid position. So far, he did not have any weaknesses, whereas black's position is filled with weaknesses. He has pawns all around. And knight on a4, it has looked dormant throughout the game, but now it's already doing a useful function, exerting pressure against the c5 pawn. All results are possible, and I think we are set towards a thrilling endgame. I think we have lost
Gonna
Fiona
take you
here.
to top board one final time, because sorry, I had also,
I'm
I think
sorry.
we both lost other. I'm gonna take you away one final time. Yeah.
Yes, I can hear you.
Can you hear me? I was going to take you to Jerry. Game is over. Jerry Kitch has won his game. I wanted to catch the final moments, but it is over, so we can put one. But Jerry Kitch, and I'll have to learn how to pronounce his name before the final round. He has won his game against Andrei Sumets, and might very well be one of the joint leaders going into the last round, which is incredible. And also there we see that Alexander Donch has won his game against Toyo Kainanen. So now all eyes are on this first board clash here between Balog and Motilev. If this game ends in a draw, we'll have a big tie at the top going into the last round.
Yes, Fiona, it looks really exciting. And maybe we can go away one more time to point out the game between Vitoshko and Paulius. Things have changed here a bit, Fiona. It's actually 3 versus 2 now. And the bishop has come off. The bishop has been traded for one of the knights, but here I think the drawing tendency has increased a bit. Stockfish stands at the -2 evaluation, but generally these 2 versus 3 endgames are in most cases quite close to a draw. So why Stockfish shows an advantage here? It's probably because of the immediate threats the White King has. But if White somehow manages to consolidate this, then I think there's a very good chance that White can hold this. So this
The
is
question
still
is how
unclear.
easy. Yeah, the question, of course, is how easy to consolidate. It's always so tricky. The queen and the are well known for being a very powerful attacking combination. They work together very well. And here the problem for white is that black is going to be creating a lot of threats. So we will see if he can keep it together. But my money would be on black to get a full point here. And maybe a quick look back to Balog again, pure rook ending, which is 3 pawns each. Do you think this should just be a draw, or is suddenly maybe Balog the only one who can press?
That's a very good question, Fiona. My initial impression was this is probably going to be a draw, but if anyone can press, it's white. Black has no chance. His pawns are a bit too disorganized. His king is not active anymore. The white rook is the more active one comparatively. So if white gets his f pawn going, then he might have some chances. But for black also, it shouldn't be too difficult to organize a defense here. It essentially involves not allowing white a free pass and to try and keep the king limited to the third rank. And he does this by threatening these checks. And if the white king advances, then black can already start attacking the undefended pawns on the queen side. And if white stays here, then he keeps an eye on the f3 pawn. So I think this defensive construction should work here for black.
Yeah, and we
And there
see
we
a
have it.
few
We have a
people are
repetition
getting
once.
together once, and very likely, I think, that we will see a handshake here shortly. Although,
Oh, white tries to keep the game going. He defends the f3 pawn with his rook instead of waiting for. And now Alexander brings his king forward. So I expect rook h5 check back, and after king c6, no, a draw. Okay, white wants to go for it. White is going for
interesting.
it.
I mean, very interesting. I think we have to applaud the decision by white. He probably thinks that there are very few chances he's going to lose this endgame, and why not? This is the ultimate round. He might be aware that it ended in a draw, so these players should be aware. If they can get a win somehow in the game, they will enter the last round as the sole leaders.
Yes, and now the game gets very interesting. It is taking a while to update on the 2D board we have here. But what has essentially
maybe we can
happened
go
is
to the full. Maybe we can just go to the camera.
and now things have become less straightforward than before because white pawns are also not the healthiest anymore. Black has these disconnected pawns on c5 and a9, and white has disconnected pawns on f3 and b3. And if the b3 pawn falls, which is undefended and in the vicinity of the black rook, then it gets dangerous for white. So white goes with the king to the defense of the b3 pawn and assigns the task of defending the f3 pawn to the rook. But here it's very difficult to make progress for white because if he pushes the f pawn, then white plays rook f3 check and starts bringing his king towards b4 and attacking the b3 pawn. And if white does not play f4, then there's no way to make progress.
Yeah, so a bit of a... Oh, we had a result here. What happened? Pultevicius, I think he won his... Yeah, we see the kings on the dark squares. A huge win for the Lithuanian grandmaster, who, if the game one, the first board game, ends in a draw, as it probably should, then he will also be joining the lead, and everything will be decided in the last round, which promises to be very exciting. I don't see anything happening here, Srinath, because of the reasons you just highlighted. It just doesn't seem to be any way for either player to make progress. For white anyway.
Yes,
Black
Fiona,
was already
I
more stuck.
completely agree.
There's a question
Yeah, I
from the chat.
completely
Let's
agree.
maybe go there. Sorry, I don't know if we should stay here. Maybe let's stay. Sorry, Srinath.
I didn't hear you there, Fiona.
Yeah, sorry, I was getting a request in the chat, but then I thought, no, let's end game because the other thing with Mats Anderson if we get a chance. But this is the first board. It is the last top board to still be ongoing, so we'll stick here till the end. Sorry for the confusion.
Yes, again, I heard you through bits and pieces, but I understood what you were saying. Yes, it's going to be a very interesting last round with 5 players with 8.5 points. How would you feel if you are in a situation like that?
I think it will be a lot than 5 players. 6,
I lost your voice.
7. Sorry, I don't know if can you hear me now? I don't
Yes,
even
now
know.
I can hear you.
Okay, so I think it's going to be 7 players tied for the lead because it will be the 4 players who drew on the top 2 boards, and 3 players decided the games in their favor: Donchenko, Pultevicius, and Kuch. So I think we'll have 7 players tied at the top, where everything can happen. A lot, of course, will depend on the tiebreak, but we'll see some very, very exciting games.
Yes, and I personally hate to be in situations such as this, when you have everything to play for and you gain a lot if you win, but you end up with absolutely nothing if you lose. And it's a very stressful situation, to be honest. And it's the story of every chess professional in almost every open.
Yeah, indeed. And I think a lot of it in those last round games comes down to nerves. Of course, playing good chess helps, but keeping a cool head, trying to keep the emotions in check, also experience, I think, will help a lot. Also freshness, who still has some energy in them. It's going to be the very last game of three intense days of chess. So I really don't know what's going to happen, but I know that we're in for a treat. For now, let's not call it over just yet. This rook ending is still going. The players are still trying, but no progress is being made on either side.
Yes, they have actually been playing for a long time with almost the same position, but that's how you play. That's what you need to do in chess these days, because play so people play so strong, and you have something out of something very small. And I think people continue to play a lot in these types of positions due to the influence of Magnus. Before that, people would make a lot of draws much earlier. But after Magnus, we know that it's possible to win from a lot of positions that we thought it wouldn't be.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. And I actually think that it's a great development for the game, especially at a time when there's a lot of new people coming to chess through the Queen's Gambit, and there we see the handshake, draw, agreed. There's so many people coming to chess, and it's so hard sometimes, even for us as commentators, to explain to these new viewers, why is this game a draw? Why was draw agreed? It's already a tough concept to grasp of what, because so many sports don't have it, or at least not in positions where there's still so I'm very happy to see longer games, more fighting games, and I think Magnus has definitely led the way. And Srinat, that is one of the last games here, which has just ended, which means that if I have not miscounted, it's a 7-way tie at the top. The last round will start in just 20 minutes. Before we go back to Katie and Piotr at the Spodek, Srinat, tell me, what are your expectations for the last
My expectations for the last round?
round?
Was that your question? I stick to my
Yes.
I stick to my gun, Fiona. I still go for Alexander, and regardless of the result, what I really like about his play so far is the quality. He has played some really nice classical chess, good openings, good strategy, and he lost one game due to an unfortunate blunder. But apart from that, some very nice wins, and even this draw was the result of a high quality game.
Well, we're about to find out what happens in just under minutes. For now. Back to Piotr and to Katy, who is with a guest for an interview at the Spodek in Katowice.
Thank you, Fiona and Srinat, for the amazing commentary. We are going to have one last round here at the European Championship, but before that, we have a we have a guest in studio. I wanted to say we have a studio in guest, but it's not really suiting well. So we have Magda in here, who is Polish Championship under 18 and who is also performing here at European Championship. And Magda, we saw you at the top boards, I think one of the first rounds. So tell us how the tournament is going for you.
So I think it's not my tournament. I have 5 points, so it's not too good, but it's not too bad. So I think it's kind of optional. Yeah.
You had Blitz tournament before, and now it's Rapid. Which one do you like the most, Blitz or Rapid?
I think I prefer Blitz because it's a lot of fun and everything can be done in the chessboard. So I think it's a very funny. So I prefer Blitz. Yeah.
And what was the what happened in your game when you played on the top boards? Who was your opponent and how that ended for you?
I played with, sorry if I said the wrong name, but Domchenko Anton is a Russian grandmaster. What happened? Firstly, I played a good opening, but after I think that the skills the grandmaster was better, so I just lost.
Okay, right. Tell us about your experience at Polish Championship, because it's pandemic now, not many over the board tournaments. Was that championship which you won over the board, or it was internet competition?
It was over the board. Yeah, I prepared for this tournament when was quarantine, so I had much time to prepare for it. So I think it helped me to achieve this success.
Are you going to take a part in the Blitz and Rapid Championship in Warsaw, which will be in just like 1 week?
I hope so, but it depends if I take a white card. But we will see. If I take these cards, I would be very happy if I could take part in this tournament, and it's my complete dream. So I think it would be awesome if I can go there.
Yeah, so one wild card for Magda, please. It's going to be a huge competition. I think you have not played at World Rapid and Blitz before, so it might be. Do you have any kind of idea if you're going to play there, like some goal maybe? What will be the best plan for you to at World Rapid and Blitz Championship?
The same, taking part in this tournament, it would be a great achievement for me, and not so many players can have this opportunity. But I really want to not lose every game, but maybe one something. It would be nice.
Our chat, now I have opened the chat and they said that I brought my sibling, my sister. You look like my sister. Yeah, my young sister. Besides chess, what you do, or chess is your profession, you're taking this seriously, or how, are you at school, university? Tell us more about you.
Okay, so I'm now in the high school, and before in the May I will have a Matura final exam. So it's very important exam that if I pass it well, I can go to the university. But I have some. I'm really confused about it because I don't know what I prefer to do in my future. But because it's a very important decision for me, because I don't want to quit chess, but this is of course. So I will pass that exam and we will see. We will see.
We hope that we will have you more in chess tournaments. And with a few words, tell us which city you're from, Poland, and how do you like here the tournament in Katowice?
So first of all, I think that the Katowice, this tournament is very awesome. This is a very great event. Everything is on time. Everything is very well organized. So it's a very good. I'm from let's say Krakow. I live in the small city, in the small village near Krakow, and I go there to school. Yeah.
Thank you so much for coming and tell us more about you. We do like to see more female chess players in chess being very active, and good luck at your exams as well. But first of all, good luck in here, and then also maybe in Warsaw World Rapid and Blitz Championship.
Thanks a lot. Thanks, you guys.
All right, now it's time to go on the big screen with the Peter. I think he has some very interesting positions for you.
Hello, as usual, I'm bringing you some interesting positions. So now I will show you some blunders or combinations made in some previous rounds. But this was actually not the previous rounds. The round just finished now. The game between Wojciech Śmieszek and Arkadiusz Skawiński. Yeah, White was pressing, but now White played very nice combination. There is only one move which is winning, so you can try to solve it. Will give you some seconds. You can see White's pieces are very active, and I was telling you in some, when I was previously talking about some other positions, that you should look at some pieces which are not protected. You should also look at checks, captures, and attacks. So here we don't have checks. I mean, rook e8 just does not work. Not that many captures, but we have some nice attack. So if you haven't spotted it, I will show you. Very nice move from Wojciech Śmieszek, who managed to underline that black is still not developed. And what are the unprotected pieces? You see the queen on b2 is a little bit shaky, and the rook on d8 is not protected because black still hasn't fully developed. So there came bishop a3, and that's beautiful move, because now the queen is under attack and the rook is under attack. And in the game, after queen b6, the queen runs out from the attack of the bishop and protects the rook. But now came knight a4, and actually queen b6 was not played immediately. I mean, if the queen b6 was played, then knight a4 would follow. Actually, in the game, black played first rook d1, which is probably okay. It doesn't really change the evaluation, because one way or the other, even though the rook is not hanging on d8, the d8 square is essential, because if our queen enters d8, that would be mate. So one way or the other, black's queen has to go to b6 to cover d8. Whether there is a rook or not, it needs to be covered. But now, after the move knight a4, attacking the queen on b6, yeah, black resigned, because okay, he could have made one more move, just so everybody would see this beautiful move, bishop b4 deflection. This wasn't played in the game, but like both players must have seen it, and yeah, Arkadiusz Skawiński had to resign. So very nice combination by Wojciech Śmieszek. Yeah, and it underlines the unprotected pieces and lack of development. So I really like this one. I will show you some more positions that these are from other rounds. And in this position, okay, the engine says it's 0.00, whatever that means. Well, we can see that there is an equal material. White has very nice knight on d6. It can be exchanged, but the other knight might come. So it feels like maybe white is having a pull. However, had black played something like g6, I mean, also it's not like the knight on d6 is killing. I mean, it's nice, but there's also maybe e5 pawn hanging and so on. So Maybe for me that wouldn't be easy to evaluate this, that this is equal, but objectively this is equal. The engine says it's okay. But why I've shown g6? Now maybe you can guess that there was a threat, and after black played a6, which was a big blunder, white played knight into f5, using the fact that, you know, if g6 was played, the knight f5 wouldn't be possible. So knight f5 came in, and you see, even though the rook on d8 is not an unprotected piece, it's protected only by the queen. So if the queen has to move, the rook will be hanging, and that's the big issue, because now where the queen can go, if it goes to c7, it can be just captured, right? So that's not something to talk about. d7 is also covered by the rook, so where the queen can go to protect the rook on d8. g5, but you know, queen on g5 can be easily pushed away with the move h4. And now the queen doesn't have any square to protect the rook on d8, so black's best was to take on d1, but then we just take the queen. And even though for the moment black gets 2 rooks for the queen, it's not clear if it's enough or not, because it depends on the position. Here it's just not enough. Knight bd6 maybe was better, but knight fd6 is nice. The point is that sometimes 2 rooks might be stronger than the queen, but these are the positions where 2 rooks can cooperate well. Here you see both rooks are just not cooperating. So knight f to d6, you see the pawn on f7 being under attack. So rook e7 came, but then okay, let's just trade rooks. Knight comes to d6. So that wasn't maybe the most accurate here to trade. Actually queen a8 might have been just killing to underline the back rank issues. But also the knight b to d6 was a bit more precise than f to d6, because why to leave the knights under attack? But still, anyway, in the game, knight e8, rook e8, knight d6, rook f8 was played, so white keeps still some pressure, and after queen c3, rook e2, knight f5, black played knight d5, and it was a little bit more messy than it should have been, because white was just completely winning. But you saw that combination, so sometimes it's not followed perfectly, but here that was the point, that knight f5 was a great move just to attack the queen, which protects the rook, and to win some material. But it had to be followed more vigorously here, and to bring the full point home. Okay, some other position. Szymon Walter playing against Henryk Samborski. This looks like some kind of Grand Prix Sicilian, and actually it is Grand Prix Sicilian. And black could play some b5 or castle, just a normal position. But black played bishop g4, which also looks natural. Black may want to take on f3, even though the bishop sometimes stronger than the knight, but here position is kind of closed. And the bishop maybe did not find other squares to go to, so bishop g4 looks nice. But you need to realize that there might be some issue with this bishop here. And white played sneaky move knight d2 after castle, which was not best, because black should have probably returned with the bishop d7. But the point is, what black did not realize, and what I wanted to highlight here, that you not only look at unprotected pieces, but you also look if you can trap some pieces. And this is a good example of this. Szymon played f5, and I think it's a very good move, because the bishop on g4, this bishop has huge problems to get activated, to get back into the game. The engine says still after e6 white is better, but black might survive, but in the game, g takes f5 was played, but then h3, very nice move, kicking this bishop out, bishop h5, and e takes f5. This bishop is completely shut, of the game, and there is a threat of g4. So after d5, g4 was played, and yeah, you can see the bishop has nowhere to go, and black's best is to give a piece for at least some pawns, but it's not enough. I mean, okay, hg, knight takes g4, queen g3. So as I said, white won a piece for 2 pawns, but the pawns are not that important here. White is also pressing down the g line here, because actually he has to give up the piece like kind of immediately. Okay, maybe h5 would have been at least practical choice, because in the game king h8 was played, giving up this knight. Okay, there was some combination, bishop takes c3 to have some rook g8, but either way you don't want to trade pieces, because after king h1, okay, we traded some pieces, and white is a piece up. If white is a piece up, you don't want to trade pieces. So maybe one way or the other it was just a bad position, and he couldn't retreat. I mean, he could, but then knight f3 and the bishop h6 would be a huge threat. So one way or the other, that was just a too big attack for white, and it all started with the sneaky knight d2, castle, which was wrong, and then f5, trapping this bishop on g4. Okay, some other position that comes from the game Wieczorek-Koziorowicz. Oskar Wieczorek is a grandmaster, my friend, so I hope he will not be angry on me for showing his mistake, but that's my job, to bring you some big mistakes made even by some nice grandmasters. So here he was having a good position, better position, because he's got more space. Well, black's pieces look a little bit active, this knight on g4 and so on, but they are not actually doing anything. They're kind of boxed in, you can see. The white's knight on d5 looks beautiful, and he could have played bishop c3, maybe hinting at some b4 in some future. Maybe he can sometimes play queen b2 to fight for that long diagonal and so on. He also doesn't need to rush, he just has some space and so on, so that's just a good position. But he played knight b5, and it looked nice, because first of all, he's just attacking the pawn c7, and c6 is not possible because of knight takes d6, so that's nice. And if bishop takes b5, c takes b5, yeah, this improves white's position, because now white has pressure down the c file, and then maybe b4 would be more threatening. So I guess that's something he calculated, but he missed that, yeah, black also has some counterplay, and the bishop f5 came in, and all of a sudden his queen was under a huge attack. And yeah, where this queen can go to? If this queen goes to d2, well, first of all, the queen needs to protect the bishop on b2. So if the queen goes to d2, there would be knight takes b3, and that's all she wrote. There goes a pawn attacking the queen, and that's not playable. So he played e4, but yeah, now black just took the pawn on e4. Now suddenly all black's pieces, well, are placed where they should be placed. Like everything is playing here. The bishop still is kind of looking at the queen. Pawn on f2 is under attack. Yeah, that's just a very, very bad position. Yeah, he just took on g7, but now knight takes g3. Very nice move, attacking the queen. And after queen b2, yeah, knight e2, check. Very precise play, not to leave the knight on pre, just to give a check. And yeah, just Michał Koziorowicz won a very nice game against Grandmaster Oskar Wieczorek. And yeah, I see people are gathering in the playing hall, sitting already, so it seems like the next round is about to start very shortly. So, yeah, I think it's all from me, and now we will get back to Katie to say who's playing against whom, because the last round is coming now.
What a moment, last round, and now right after the end of this round we will know the champion. 500 participants, just one champion, just one cup and one title. So the games are about to start, and now it's time to welcome Fiona and Sri once again to take us to the final round of the event. And then I'll come back with the winner and with the interview. See you shortly.
Thank you so much, Katy and Piotr as well. Srinat, welcome back for this final round of the European Rapid Championship 2021. So 7 players in the lead. The title will be decided between them. And your favorite, you were saying, is Motilev. I had gone with Balog before the round, so I'll stick with my guns as well. But I am not yet actually seeing the pairings. Are you?
Yes, I saw the pairings, and I was happy to note that Alexander Motilev, the first seed, is playing against the lowest rated opponent in the 8.5 points group. Did you learn the
No,
pronunciation?
I didn't. No.
But I don't think it's such a unusual name, because my the only book I read about the Polish characters was a book called Cain and Abel by Jeffrey Archer, and it was the main character was a Polish immigrant who goes to USA and becomes a very successful businessman. So his name was Abel, and then his best friend, his name was Jerry Novak, who changed his name to George Novak when he went to USA. So uh, I guess it's not an extremely unusual name either.
Probably not. Yeah. Well, we'll find out. Maybe Piotr and Katy can tell us at the end of the day, especially if he were to win what must be maybe the biggest game of his life. He's playing. He's the only untitled player. He's only, let's say, 2300 rated in a field of only GMs, pretty much. And he's playing against Alexander Motilev, the legendary Russian grandmaster. So let's see how the opening has gone.
I would love to show you that, Fiona, but I cannot find the PG game out here. I
I
think
will
it's
send
still
it.
loading. Oh yes,
I
I
can
found it. I found
see
it.
it. Yeah.
I found it just now. And Alexander, he sticks to his opening bishop b5 check on the third move, the Moscow variation. And after bishop d7, takes, short castle, knight f6, queen e2, knight c6, c3. Till now, it's the same as the game, exact same thing. And here Donchenko played e6 and d5 to challenge white's center. And in this game, black goes for a slightly different approach. He goes for e5 with the same idea to challenge white's dominance in the center. But this can turn out to be quite risky for black if white manages to get the pawn to d4. Because what happens is these two pawns get traded to these two pawns. And in the end, we are left with the black d6 pawn and the white e4 pawn. The white e4 pawn is clearly superior to black's d6 pawn in a situation like that. So this can turn out to be potentially dangerous for black. And I'm not really sure if black was well prepared and played e5, or he just played it over the board just to try and get out of Motilev's preparation. But you can't just get out of opponent's preparation like that. You can get out of the concrete preparation, but that's just only one factor. Another side effect of studying openings deeply is that you also develop a very strong in-depth understanding of the strategic nuances related to that opening and that position. So if you get into a worse position like this, it can get very dangerous against such a strong player.
Indeed. So, well, we will see what happens here, but I think Motilev, first of all, I think he will be happy with the pairings to be the highest rated in the group, play against the lowest rated. I think he's also played quite a few of the other players, but not all of them. So he'll be happy with the pairing, and I think he'll also be happy with the position. Let's see maybe the other Polish player who's still in contention for the title. It's, of course, Michael Krasenkov, who's playing black against Daniel Friedman.
We were talking about the modern defense, but today for solid Grun, and the position has got after 9 moves completely equal. Deep the 6 points remaining, and Castle, it should be not so difficult to get this knight. Black should be satisfied with out of the opening.
Unfortunately, Sri, I cannot hear you at all. I can't tell. Well, I can hear a few words here and there. Maybe the viewers can let us know. I hope the viewers can hear you, and that, yeah, no, unfortunately, we're having some
They
connection.
can't
Can you hear me? And now it's perfect.
I
Now
can
it's good
hear
again.
you.
Okay,
Yeah,
I think you
yeah.
might have to repeat almost everything you said because we could barely hear a word, unfortunately.
That's convenient. I've already practiced what I wanted to say. No, what I was saying is yesterday we were having a brief discussion about Krasenko's opening choices with the black, the modern defense and one d4, d6 and stuff. But for this game, he goes for this extremely solid Grunfeld defense, and which has the reputation of being one of the most solid ways to respond against one d4. And the position that he has got out of the opening is completely equal. We have symmetrical pawns all around. The 2 pawns have come off, but apart from that, it's completely symmetrical. White has the pair of bishops now, so that has changed a bit, but black can easily neutralize it by placing his pawns on the dark squares for the moment. The c3 pawn is a weakness for white, which can be exploited by black with something like bishop a6 and knight c4. So I think black would be very pleased with the position that he has got out of the opening. And he's clearly looking to stay solid and wouldn't mind a draw in this game.
I'm curious. I guess I agree with you, but I also think a draw means that your destiny is out of your hands. So I don't know what the player's approach will be. They will secure some prize money, but if they want the gold medal, they will have to fight for the full point. And well, we will come back here later. Let's jump around now and let's go check Alexander Donchenko, who, according to the standings that I'm seeing after 10 rounds, had the best tiebreak after 10 rounds. So maybe, I don't know, it's always so tricky with the tiebreaks, but he is definitely one of the favorites in case he can get a win against Vitaly Bernardsky.
Yes, and the position that he has got out of the opening is it's a typical position in the Pano-Botvinnik variation in the Caro-Kann. It started as the Caro-Kann defense, and after 4c4, it goes into the Pano-Botvinnik, which typically leads into positions with the isolated queen pawn for the white, but white gets a lot of activity and counterplay against the isolated pawn. And in this case, after knight f6, knight c3, knight c6, knight f3, here black has a number of different options to try and equalize here and to decide how he wants to develop his bishop. He can play the pawn to g6, he can do it with e6, he can do it with bishop e6, and there are some more concrete options as well. In this game, black chose to go with a6, and after knight e5, e6, bishop e2, we are just still out in the opening. And objectively, I think black is doing quite okay. But in terms of game, we have a full fighting game going on. and it's going to be very interesting to see how this goes on. We have a couple more moves played: bishop d6, knight into c6, b into c6, and short castle. This is our present position. I um, I think black would be quite happy with the position that he has got out of the opening, and this game could go any three ways in my from what I understand about the position as well as the players.
I agree with you, and I think actually that both players here will be happy with this sort of position. Like there is a lot of life, a lot of pieces left on the board. They're both very fighting players, so I think in a way both players will be happy here, and I
Uh,
expect that we will see a big fight.
Also, Fiona, I'm sorry, but a game really caught my attention, and I just wanted to go there and show you what's going
Sure.
on. It's the game between Klekowski against Brodowski. It's not really relevant to the championship, but what happened here is at this point with Bean to C3, and I'm sorry, Piotr, I'm kind of uh, taking an example away from you, but at this point, Black probably should have played C6. Instead, he played B6, and this allured White this very nice shot with knight E6, attacking the queen, and the only square that the queen has on E7 loses the defense of the C7 pawn, and the C7 pawn gets hit with a check and a devastating fork, which loses the rook. So it's a disaster for black. Oh, black is Klekowski, yes, the hero of
Yes, I
the
was gonna
European
say
chess
you were
today.
apologizing to the wrong player.
No, I was apologizing to Piotr, uh, who not the player, the person from the commentary team who shows the blenders.
Ah. Oh, I thought you were apologizing to make an example of the player who blundered with V6. Okay, it all makes sense now. And yeah, I mean, Klekowski, who did so fantastically in the Blitz. Of course, this is a really sad way for him to end the tournament, but I think this element of fatigue, and then we see the blunders creep in even as early as just the opening stages.
Yes, Fiona. A very common aspect, a very fallible aspect happens to, I think, the most experienced people, and even in the World Championship matches.
Indeed. Let's go back, Srinath, to the top four boards. I think the only game we haven't seen yet is Pultenevicius against Balog. So let's catch up with that.
This game has once again it started out with a very solid Slav defense, and in the Slav defense after Queen C2, when Black goes G6, this structure in general is very solid for Black. And modern engines, they like to show a very slight advantage for White. They have numbers at around 0.5, 0.6. But again, practically, Black is very comfortable. I wouldn't say Black is very comfortable, but Black is very solid in these types of structures and positions. And what Black has got out of the opening is something I don't think he wouldn't mind at all. White has the pair of bishops, but Black is in his position. White can always keep pressing on a bit. So I would at around zero point 0.2, zero point 0.3 if I had to assign evaluation number. But it looks very solid for Black.
Yeah, so at the moment we see the top boards. Well, it's only started 15 minutes ago, but all very closely contested, except for the game maybe. And let's go back there. Alexander Motilev seems to be, his advantage seems to be growing already against Jerry Kitch.
Yes, Fiona. This is the present position that we have right now, and the position that Motilev got out of the opening. It was an absolute gift from his opponent, because this pawn on e4 against the pawn on d6, and the kind of pieces that White has on the d file, it's like the dream position. It's like the model game you want to show on what can happen if Black doesn't treat this opening the right way, and. it's a success for Motilev's opening strategy in this tournament. He stuck to his guns. He stuck to one opening, which is usually a good idea in the rapid format because your opponents cannot really prepare in between the games. And although in classical chess we are compelled to keep changing our openings almost every game, in the rapid and blitz we still have the luxury to stick to our guns and play a fixed opening throughout the tournament. And it seems to be working well for Motilev right now. And so far, this is the only game which has a clear advantage for one of the players in all the games at the top boards.
And it's an advantage that is a very nice advantage because it's an advantage that is not going away, that d6 weakness, the only way it's going to disappear is if it falls. And there is not really any tricks or even threats to watch out for now. Of course, black is going to keep fighting, but I would almost bet my house if I had one that Motilev is going to convert from here. I think he's just too strong and too experienced to let this advantage slip.
Yes, I think that's a very fair expectation. And anything can happen in these types of situations. Again, humans under pressure, we make mistakes all the time. But let's see.
Shall we come back here later? Which of the games do you want to go back to? Maybe Bernardsky against Donchenko? Or?
Yeah, I think we can do a roundup of all the other games and keep going round. Now, the Bernatsky against Donchenko game, they are out of the opening quite early. So we have, I think, 4 critical games right now, and in these types of situations, you ideally don't want to take too many chances. You don't want to burn your house while trying to burn your opponents. You don't want to take too many risks, and you know that people are going to make mistakes under pressure, so you try to be as solid as possible and let your opponent make mistakes, or at least you keep the margin of risk at an acceptable level, unless it's a must-win situation, which is why it's a bit tricky to have these situations as black, because as black you're essentially at white's mercy to decide how the game goes. But I think Donchenko would be quite happy with the position that he has got with black here, because there is some fight here. It's not, the position is not simplified, it's not dead, the pawn structure is not too symmetrical, and with bishop a6 he is exerting some pressure on the c4 and d4 points. Black will eventually look to create. I don't think black can do a lot at this point, because any pawn move he makes, white will capture c into d5. There is this pin against the knight, but black is in the proper place to react to anything that white does.
Indeed, and I actually just, now that we're still not in the final stages of the game, I just wanted, excuse me, to remind everyone that the players are not just, of course, fighting for the title of European champion. There's also a lot of prize money. I'm already losing my voice. A lot of prize money at stake, with 4,000 euros for the winner, then 2,500, and so on and so forth. 24 prizes in total, but the high prizes are the ones, of course, that the players are aiming for and fighting for. And here we see Bernardsky deciding to go for c5.
So this is a very committal decision by Bernatsky. Now the game becomes quite straightforward in terms of the strategy. The light square bishops comes off, and the way the pawn structure is, white has to make use of his queen side majority. He has more pawns on that side. So a3, b4, and b5, and try and create a c passer. And for black, it's pretty straightforward. After moving the bishop, he has to try and break with e5. He has to break the chain, the base of this pawn chain. And once he breaks the d4 pawn, then the c5 pawn becomes vulnerable. And now it's a question of time. Who gets there faster? Who wins their strategic goals faster? The game goes. I think Donchenko is a slight favorite in this matchup, but let's see how this goes.
Yeah, very exciting stuff. Very fighting game with very chances for both sides. Let's maybe check back in with Daniel Friedman and Michal Krasenkov because they are already well into the end game.
Yes, they are well into the end game, and Krasenko has, to me, it looks like he has played at a very fast pace here. We don't have the present. The game has not updated here.
Somehow, I see the updated position with some opposite color bishops.
Yes. Yes, I also think moves from what the king, and I'll just quickly bring up whatever updates I have. B into c6, e4, bishop e6. Now we see the advantage of the dark square bishop. White went a4. Sorry, white went king c2.
King c2. If you want, I can read out the moves after king c2, knight c4,
Yes.
a4, rook b8, bishop takes c4, bishop takes c4, rook a b1, king d7, bishop f4, rook takes b1, rook takes b1, bishop a6, and bishop b8 is the position on the board right now.
And after that good old hard work, white is just winning a pawn here, Fiona. White is just winning a pawn, and it's going to be a game of two results. And also, going back to the time where I mentioned that black would be happy with a draw here, I think there is a legitimate reason for that, and it's incredibly hard to defeat a player like Daniel Friedman with the black pieces. He has a very solid style. He has a compact opening repertoire, which is very characteristic of all the German players. They are very organized in their opening preparation. They usually know what is going on. They are updated, and they don't have any. It's not easy to get something against them with the black pieces, especially. And this kind of a situation is maybe the worst nightmare that's possible, because with black you have no hope of winning, and you're basically just trying to make a draw. Something has gone wrong for black in this game. I'm not sure exactly at what point things began to fall apart, but I think about this point, a4, rook b8, and then after the bishop into c4, bishop into c4, rook a b1. At this point, it became clear that black is facing problems, because this bishop comes to f4, and there's no way to challenge the b file for black. White kind of takes the b file by force, and this is the only entry point that both sides have in this position. So once white won this control fight for the control over the b file, rook a b1, king d7, and now bishop f4, an important move. If black had only one tempo, he could have neutralized it with f6 and e5, but he did not have that. And now after rook into b1, rook into b1, it's already a very dangerous position for black, because white threatens rook b7 check. Black cannot bring his rook to defend it. He cannot do it with his king because there is rook b8 check, and bishop a6 was the only move to prevent. But after bishop b8 and bishop into a7, white will not just be a pawn up, but he's going to have a very dangerous outside passed pawn, and it's not going to be easy for black to organize any counter play.
Some chances, of course, always to hold me with the opposite colored bishops, but it's gonna be a struggle. And white, of course, in the driver's seat. Motilev seems to be getting closer and closer. Let's have a quick look there before we go back to Imre Balog.
Oh my God, Fiona! It's a lot bigger advantage than I expected for white. It looks like something is losing for black. It looks like he's this arrangement that he has, and with the rook on b8, it looks like something is falling. It's black to move here, but queen b5 is a very straightforward threat. And apart from this, if white manages to attack the black queen, then the e8 knight is also hanging. It's just too many concrete problems, and not enough resources to defend. It looks like Motilev is going to be the first player. to
Indeed, the
reach
first player
9.5.
of the the leading group to get there, as you said, to 9.5. Nevertheless, a huge kudos to Jerry Luch, who's had such a brilliant event. I hope maybe even that we can hear from him after this round, hear his thoughts, how his tournament went. We didn't see so much of him, although the last round is not going to go his way. Huge credit to him on a fantastic performance. Motilev is one of the players with the better tiebreak. Donchenko is just behind. Let's go to Donchenko because there has just been a big change in the structure.
Yes, here we have the Donchenko game, and there has been a big change in the structure. You are completely right, Fiona, and it looks like a favorable change for white at first sight. If black takes a pawn with bishop into f4, then I suspect there is a tactic with queen g4 check and h4 pinning the bishop. I'm not sure if that works though, because after queen g4 check, bishop g5, h4, black has the move f5, and white doesn't have this retreating square on g3 because the queen covers it. So I think black is okay here. But the problem with bishop into f4 should be something more long term, something like knight e2, for example, or rook f3. And the black king is very weak, and also the pawns are very vulnerable, the pawns on the king side. So black will not be able to sustain here for too long, and his position is going to fall apart. But if he doesn't take bishop into f4, which he probably won't, in that case, black has to defend the h6 pawn with something like king g7, go rook h8, and start evacuating his king towards the center. That I think that still keeps black's position intact after rook f3, rook h8, because white doesn't have a raging attack on this side. But it's still a very pleasant position for white practically.
Yeah, I have to say that when we first got here, I was surprised to see the bar somewhere in the middle, because I would definitely choose white here. Would not want to be in Alexander's shoes, but we have seen him throughout the tournament. He is so resourceful, so we will see what ideas he comes up with here. Let's quickly check in with Putinevicius and Balog.
There has been quite a few changes in this game as well. Where we last left, it was a solid position, but it looked like white had a slight edge. But things have become a lot more concrete and complex here. The first thing that comes to my mind is black can take queen into b2, take back the pawn. He's a pawn down. But here white has this move short castle. I guess the king hasn't moved. And now black has this tactic with knight into f2, because white cannot take rook into f2. The c1 rook would hang. But probably this shouldn't work. And because of knight d4 with rook c2 and problems on f7. But fundamentally, there are problems on f7, and there seems to be some tactic here which
There seems to
doesn't
be
come to my mind.
something, yeah.
But knight g5, yeah, it should be knight g5. It has to be f7 related, and knight g5 attacks the f7 pawn and opens the f1 rook as well.
Indeed.
Yeah,
So
it is
that
knight g4.
so yeah, this doesn't work in this moment to take on f2.
Yes, so instead of taking on f2, black has gone rook a to e8, and after rook a e8, he for the moment he defends the e4 knight, but I think white still has a very dangerous attack on the f7 point. Very dangerous pressure here. The queen just moves away, probably towards somewhere on the 7th rank, queen c7 or queen d7. The black rook cannot follow this queen, because then bishop into f7 check would be a real threat. And white has this pressure against the f7 point, which is very dangerous for black.
Indeed. Srinat, let's come back here. I want to get your opinion on the Friedman-Krasenkov game because the rooks have come off the board, so it's now an opposite color bishop ending with the outside pass pawn. Well, two outside pass pawns for white, but is it enough to win?
It's a bit tricky to evaluate this, Fiona. This is very close to being a draw, but the only thing that makes me a bit skeptical about the evaluation is that sometimes the A pawns can be quite dangerous because they are hard to catch. They are at the end of the board, but it's just one pawn advantage for white. And if all the pawns get traded and only the A7 pawn remains, even then black should have no problem holding this. So I think black is in a relatively safe zone here at this point, and has a very good chance of making a draw because the A pawn and the C pawn, they are quite close to each other, and when they're close to each other, it's kind of easy to set up a defense which holds both the pawns.
Yeah, and with a draw, these players would be out of the fight for goal. Of course, is based on the assumption that Motilev is going to win his game, but he is making more and more progress. In fact, maybe we go back there one last time because I think this game is not far from being over. So maybe we can catch the end even on the camera.
Oh no. Oh no. I went to the live position and this is what it shows me. But yeah, thankfully
maybe we can just go to Motilev on the camera for now.
this is a very weird glitch in yeah, I refreshed it and it works.
Okay, perfect. So then we can bring up the game between Motilev and Kuch, where, as I said, oh, and there he goes. Rook takes h6, a beautiful move on the board. And I think if Rook h6 was played, it probably signifies that there is some mate, or is it just a fork? Or is
I
there
think there's
more?
some mate here, Fiona.
Yeah,
G
mate
into
should
h6,
be.
queen g8 check, king f5, queen h7, king e6, queen e4 is checkmate. And if you take the king to, okay, so I'll just put it on the board. King f5, queen h7, king e6, queen e4 is checkmate. The king has nowhere to go. And if you go to the other side to h5, then knight f6 check, king h4, and here any piece to g3 is checkmate.
Pawn is nice.
I felt that.
So yeah, here after rook takes, well, the only other move is to go king f5, but surely that's not
King
gonna
f5, queen
work. Oh,
h7
and
is on the board,
actually,
and it's going to be a checkmate.
and there is the handshake, and Alexander Motilev is the first player of the leading group to get to 9.5. And now the onus is on the other three games for those players to win. If all those three games end in a draw, then we know who the new European champion is. It would be Motilev. So let's go back to Bernardsky because I see the bar has just absolutely skyrocketed.
Oh, this reminds us of the earlier game of Donchenko, yes, in that London system against against Felix. And now what's going on? The bar has come all the way down to.
Well, okay, what
I think
is
knight
going
e2 was
on
a
here?
miss.
If we,
Knight e2 was probably a mistake because it allowed this queen to d2, and white had to start with rook d1. He had to defend the pawn with rook d1 and then go knight e2 next. So in this case, the queen doesn't come to d2, and black's counterplay is stopped. So I think this was a pretty big miss by Bernatsky because
and
after
now
rook d1, it looks very bad.
Yeah, indeed. But now, if we go back to the live position, black is still alive, right?
Yes, black is still alive. The biggest problem that black had in this position is that he cannot bring his rook to the defense, because the moment he moves his rook, white has queen into f7 check, and then all these pawns fall. Now, if you cannot bring this rook, then after white gets rook to h3, there is no way to defend the h6 point. But now, after queen to d2, after rook h3, there is usually bishop into f4 whenever, and this counterplay kind of saves black from immediate problems. Right now, rook h3 is not a threat, and white does not have a threat. So I'm thinking maybe something like a4 here.
And yeah, so Alexander is still thinking. I like the suggestion, and I think he has just gone for a4. So trying to create something now on the queen side, some counter chances.
Yes, it's very expected, I think, from this matchup, because Bernatsky tries to create something complex in almost every game that he plays with either color, and that's a good thing when you're facing him with black and you have to win, because you know that the game is not going to be killed. You're going to get an interesting position on the board, and it is going to be double-edged, but that's exactly what you want as black if you want to try to win.
Exactly. And I think here, once again, I think very soon the time factor. So what happened here? After b4, Alexander played a3, and that's the position on the board right now. Both players, at some point, I would love to zoom in with the camera just to see if our clock times are correct according to the clocks that we see on the chess.com board. They have about 2.5 minutes, but apparently it's even less. I see white is even under 2 minutes, and is Alexander under 1 minute? Or let's see, we're about to zoom in.
Yeah, it's under 1 minute, Fiona. You're right.
Wow.
If Bernatsky had played Rook D1 at that point, I don't think Alexander would have been able to come back into this game. But now it's very tricky. Because you create threats against the Black's king. White's pieces are stuck. There's no way to. It's very hard to find a way to bring them out.
And we were talking about the body language. I think here we really see the tension. At least Alexander Donchenko, as I said, I know him quite well. I don't think I've rarely seen him like this, because I think he knows he has a good tiebreak, but he needs a win. A draw is not enough. Both the players know that Motilev won the game, so we're gonna get such an exciting finish because both players here, I think, are fighting for the win.
I don't understand. This seems to be a huge gamble by Bernatsky. What if Black just takes the pawn on a2? Take the pawn on a2, because after rook h3 there's queen into b1 check and queen g6. Yes, he takes it,
And he
and
goes
it
for it.
seems I'm not sure if Bernatsky saw this. It seems like he has missed something, Fiona. And this is going to be game over, because now black just moves the queen and promotes that a pawn. And Donchenko is also kind of baffled. He's like, what? What did I miss? Am I missing something? And Bernatsky
I know.
he's looking for a way to stay in the game. Rook b3 is the only way to stay in the game. Now, if the queen moves, then he can capture the a3 pawn. But it is the black who's firmly in the driver's seat now. Even something like queen c2 would be very strong. Give up the a3 pawn, yes, and then start pushing
He's
your
just
b
making
pawn.
all the moves you're calling out. And yeah, as you say, the situation has turned around completely. I think the live board is struggling to catch up, but here we are, and look at that bar. When we joined the game, it was all the way in Black's camp. Now it has dropped all the way the other way. And this is actually fantastic news for Alexander Donchenko. I think it will be incredibly close on the tiebreak between him and Motilev. But first, he has to win this game, which is still far from over.
Indeed, Fiona. There are still some practical problems to solve, because after rook into a3, the f7 pawn still remains a concern for black. So rook into a3, rook into a3, rook into a3, b4, and now after rook a7, white has threats against the f7 pawn. So this is one thing that black has to watch out for, and if it's actually not that straightforward.
Very true. Especially once again, as we said, with the clock situation, and we see there the exchanges on a3 happening, and now Alexander has snatched the pawn on f4.
Yes, it's a very practical decision to take this pawn and go 2 pawns up. But it also means that the b pawn is not running, which was probably his initial intention when he played queen c2. Now, Bernatsky probably goes rook a7 first without taking the pawn on f4 and tries to create threats on f7. This is his only counterplay. And he probably needs to play this quickly. Yeah, he goes rook a7. Now I'm curious what Donchenko has in mind. He probably needs to play. Does something like king g7 work? Because then there's queen g4 check, bishop
I
g5,
think
h4.
bishop e3 he played.
What?
Rook
Rook f7, king
f7,
g8. Rook f7,
king
king g8.
g8.
This
Wow,
makes a lot
and
of
the
sense. King
black
g8 is a very nice move.
and the black queen from c2 is covering the whole diagonal.
And also threatening a mate in one.
Also, on a side note.
This looks over for
Wow,
white now.
what
I think
a
even
tournament.
something like queen f5 check. But okay, this is the way to spoil a winning position. You try to simplify it too much, and then you lose all your advantage. But just push this pawn, I guess.
I think Alexander yesterday, which game was it where he played this move knight somewhere, which we thought he was gonna simplify, but he's not a man to simplify. He's gonna look for the most crushing, the most clean cut win here. I don't think he's interested right now in swapping those queens on f5.
Yes, but now exchanging the queens would win the game if it goes into a pawn end game. Bishop into f4, g into f4, queen into f4 check, king to e2. Now he'll probably take the d4 pawn with a check as well, and everything falls. The c5 pawn also falls.
And it's just gonna
It's too
be too
much.
many pawns. Yeah. Sometimes with the queens are of course very strong and resourceful pieces. I mean, also the black pawns will help to shield the black king from the checks. And
He goes
also
king
another
f1, and I think
element.
queen f5 check wins here.
Oh, just wins on the spot.
Yes, it
And
wins on
yeah,
the spot,
he goes
and
for
he
it.
goes.
And that's gonna be that. We see Bernardsky, the heartbreak of that moment. I mean, chess is such a cruel game, and I think he just resigned. We saw the handshake there, and he's immediately leaving. And the smile on the face of Alexander Donchenko, who has played a fantastic tournament. We are not sure who the winner is, but for now, let's go. There's still the other two games are still going. Let's first check in with Daniel Friedman and Michal Krasenkov in the end game.
Oh, there's some. It looked like there was some progress here, but yeah, there is some progress here for white Fiona. So bishop comes to d6 is a check. At the moment, it looks like the black king is holding the white king, but bishop to d6 check. If the black king goes to e8, then the white king comes out like this and then tries to push the pawns. If the black king goes to e6, then king goes to f8. Black is under a lot of pressure here. I think this is probably still objectively a draw. This should be defensible, but with seconds on the clock, it can be extremely tricky. It will pawn, it's quite tricky. So with 2 pawns up and in this position where Zugzwang plays an important role, it looks like Friedman has made some real progress. Now the pawn goes to a7, and then there will be a situation when there will be a Zugzwang, and the white king kind of.
Sorry, yeah, the white king will approach. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut in. I was gonna say maybe we can zoom in on the get the full board camera one more time to see if Friedman really still has 4 minutes on the clock. It's not 4, but it is 3 minutes, which is plenty of time. It's also a position where it's quite easy to build up time if he needs more time. And unfortunately, it looks like it's going to be a tough last round loss here for Krasenkov. But of course, there's always like these opposite color bishops ending are so tough. You think you're holding on, but that white is so tricky, and there's always more questions to ask. And it's just, unfortunately, we are no computers. It's easier to defend for a computer. For humans, especially at fast time controls, it's really tough.
Yes, and I think after he allowed this pawn to a7, I'm not sure if it objectively holds even for a standard game, but also the way for white is not at all straightforward, I think. Also, the way for white, it's not so easy here.
True. Very true.
So I think the
And
main fact,
sorry.
yes, the main factor for white, whenever white plays king e5, black plays king d7. So this is setup here. He's just going to hold it like this, and this is what they played on the board as well, by the way. So after king e5, king d4, black can defend with bishop e2, stopping the a6 pawn, and there's no way for the white king to get to b6 towards this side to support his a7 pawn. And a winning plan for white, it doesn't look apparent to me, concrete winning plan. And at the moment, it looks like Krasenko is confident with his defensive setup.
Yeah, maybe actually this wasn't. I thought there was a way through, but apparently not. Maybe we have time to quickly go to Poltenevicius and Balog, the other two co-leaders that are still playing, with also a weird position with the white king that has found its way all the way to h7.
Hiding behind the opposition's pawns. And it's actually white who is a pawn down here, but computer was initially showing something like 0.2, which is a bit baffling because I would think it's black who's trying to win here. It's not easy for black because whenever he tries to attack one of white's pawns, I would expect the defense of something like rook a6. He attacks the knight, and rook d7, there's king e8, but he can go rook a6. But white is the one who is trying to win. That much is clear.
Sorry, you cut out there for a few seconds. You were saying that black is the only one here who's trying to play for a win, yeah?
Yeah, black is the one who's trying to play for win. That
maybe we can
effectively sums it up.
Zoom in quickly again on the board to get a better idea of the clock situation. And also here we can see the players very tense the last moments of this European Rapid Championship. And what is that? It's 22 seconds for white and a minute and something for black. So black we just saw go over 2 minutes. So Balog actually still has quite a bit of time, and I think it's not an easy defensive task ahead for white here.
Yes, it's not an easy defensive task for white here, Fiona. Once black manages to get he has managed to get his king out already, and the tricky part for black is that there's always a bishop b1 check if white wants to advance his king further, and knight e4 is always met by a capture on the f7 point. But it's only 16 seconds left for white from what I can see, and it only takes one difficult move for black to pull this off.
So h4 has just been played by black. Both these players are absolutely also still in contention, by the way, for the gold medal. I'm very curious to know. We'll find out, not with us. We won't be able, I think, to tell you who the new European champion is, but Katie and Piotr should be able from the studio once these games have concluded, but these two players still in the running. Also, Friedman still pressing against Krasenkov and Swinat. We couldn't have hoped for a more fighting final round.
Absolutely. We couldn't have hoped for a more fighting final round. And white is pressing in one game, black is pressing in the other game. So it also feels equal in that sense.
Absolutely.
But it
And
looks like
you got a few.
it's going to be held. And Fiora, look at this. There's a bishop d7 mate incoming. Bishop d7 mate. How does black prevent this? Oh my god. Is
Oh
this
my
going to be a
God.
turn around here?
Wait,
He's
king
lost the exchange
e6?
and now it's black who's fighting for a draw.
Oh my goodness. That is
Rook a6
incredible.
check. I
What
think
a
black is
move.
losing here, Fiona.
Wow, what a turnaround. Black was the one pressing, but Bishop c6 it's an easy move to miss, and that king that was so nice and active on f5 suddenly just being threatened with checkmate. And Balog, I'm impressed with how little he's giving away on the body language, but he understands he can't lose. Oh, and the other game has finished. Friedman against Krasenkov. Friedman, I think, has won the game, but I'm not completely sure. I'm not completely sure actually what happened there. The pawn found its way to a7 in the end. We see the players analyzing, and this one should just be winning
I
now,
don't
or what?
think they agreed a draw here. Uh, it feels like it has to be a white win.
So yeah, we think that Friedman has won the last round game against Krasenkov, and actually Pultevicius, while we went away, has also finished in a win for Pultevicius after this incredible bishop c6 move. And that means, Renat, that in the last round, the top four games, top four
This is
boards
a
all
draw. This is a
ended
draw, Fiona.
decisively.
They
Oh,
drew.
it's a draw.
Oh my
Oh
god,
my
Friedman is
God.
not going to be happy. This is a +7.
But I
This is a
still
+7,
struck.
and I think it's incredibly tricky the way the stockfish line goes here.
Oh my God. Do you see the line?
Yes, I see the line, but I wouldn't have found it if I had to calculate on my own. It was all. So the winning idea is h5, and again, all credits to Stockfish here. G into h5, and then you have to get this bishop onto h4. Now this is the first part of this winning construction. You get this you get this bishop to h4, and here the reason why this wins is because when the bishop moves from c6, then white just goes g6, opens up the e6 square, and from here it goes and reaches
Oh
c6,
my
and
God.
the black king cannot keep up.
That's incredible.
I
What a
know, right?
fantastic
It's not
winning
at all
idea.
common.
It's, almost impossible to find over the board. Our cameraman has found a game that is still going on. Let's try and bring that up. Who is that? Is that... I feel like I at least recognize one
It's
of the
Vetoshko,
players.
yes?
Yes, I think so, yes. And he's playing black against Miroslav Grabarczyk. But just to let you know, so we have three players, right? At the top of the standings, Donchenko, Motilev, and Pultinevicius. Pultinevicius, sorry. So I think the title will be decided between these three players, but those are the three medalists, and congratulations to them.
Yes. Hearty congratulations to them. Fantastic chess over a period of 11 games in a very tiring schedule. 22 Blitz games and then 11 rapid games the next 2 days. This is probably the last game that is going on in this tournament, right?
I don't know about the last, but at least the last on our live boards, I think.
And yeah, white is winning here. White is a solid extra pawn up, but very tricky endgame. These endgames can be very tricky, Fiona. It's these knights are very tricky, and it's so easy to miss something in these types of positions.
Although here in this case, the pawn on d5 looks quite weak, and the pawns actually on f3, f4, and g4 are doing such a great job of keeping the king out of the white camp. And I think Vitushko is going to show us. Oh no, sorry, he's on the defending side. Oh, it's been a long day for us, Trinette. Well, in that case, he's going to show us how to probably lose from here. I think white is going to convert here.
To win this. Yeah, I agree. It's a very nice position for white. The winning plan is also kind of straightforward here, I think. Take the king here, king h4, and black will probably go king. No, it's actually not that straightforward. Yeah, you have to try and get to this h6 pawn, but I think you have to do it with black to play here. It's not that straightforward because king h4, there's king f6, and what if he keeps the king between these two places, king f6, king g6, f5 check, king f6, and now black will threaten h5. So white will have to respond to h5 with g5 check, but yeah, he
So
does
he
that with
decides
f4.
to go f4, and now king comes to h4.
Knight g7.
And if I give a check, and you take and you go into...
Yeah, giving a check, it kind of, I think, plays into white's hands, black's hands, because then it's one pawn less. But maybe this just breaks through. In the game, black played
Yeah,
knight
maybe
d6,
one pawn
king
less, but
h5.
one queen more.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't know. What's is the position on the board after king h5, yeah? King
King g7.
g7.
Yeah, this seems to be the position on the board. And knight e6 check, king h7, f6. And then I think your idea to have one pawn less but one queen more. So this is his trick. He wants to meet king into h6 with knight f5 check. So these
A
are
nice
the
little
tricks.
trick. Yeah. It's
These are the
never
tricks
over
that make
until
these
it's
endgames
over,
nasty.
and yeah, white spots it and goes back with the knight to defend the pawn on f5. And now he goes g5, so here comes the pawn break.
It takes us longer, Fiona, to realize what you did instantly. This is the way forward.
Well, let's see if it's the right way, but it looks like these two pawns now. I still don't know. It's of course always easier when you're sitting at home rather than in Katowice after three really intense days of chess. But I think white is doing well. He's now played the king back, and that king is gonna look maybe to come forward again. So what happens after knight d3 if I try and keep you out? Okay, now he went to e4.
Knight d3, I think he was intending to just bring the king to e3. So he goes knight e4, king f4, king f7, and now I cannot play king e5 because of knight into g5. So maybe some knight e6 here should be his idea. Knight f3 with the idea of king e5. Okay, he just wants to take this pawn for the moment and then get two connected passes. I mean, it's a connect two pawns up and convert simple old way.
Yes, indeed. And I think, and once again, this will be heartbreaking. It's always, I think, as chess players, we've all been there. A last round loss is always so tough, not only because often, well, you lose prize money, but also from the psychological point of view. Even for players who've had a great tournament, sometimes you lose the last round and it just leaves such a bitter taste in your mouth. And the opposite is true as well. You can have a bad event, but win the last round, and sometimes it saves a lot of that emotion.
Absolutely. All that ends well is well. And here with White can
Exactly.
even, I think White can even take his king forward and take the f8 square under control and promote this pawn. He should be faster. If the knight comes back, then he takes the d5 pawn. If the knight doesn't, he just pushes his pawn forward. Now he takes king into d5. Yeah, now he takes the pawn. And then he just comes back and advances these pawns. So,
I
simple
think
technique.
we'll see a handshake here very soon. There goes
For
the
sure.
king. And unfortunately, the black knight is helpless against the two white pawns. Knight h5 was played. And white is also going to use his own knight to d4.
Knight to d4 and then knight to e6 possibly. He's just methodically taking control of the squares one by one. And I guess it's going to be g6 next, f6, g6. No, you have to still be a bit careful here because, for example, a position with the pawn on g7 and the white king on f7, that could be a potential blockade. And you still have to pay attention in these positions to convert them. It just doesn't happen by itself. Knight f4, nice move. Pushing the knight
And
out of
here
the way, and
comes
now
the
the pawns to
first
f6
pawn.
and g6.
Yeah.
Pawns together.
I like this. And here's the handshake. So congratulations to Grabar. Last round. I think this is the end for us. So we go on until the
I'm sorry, I'm losing you,
Olympics.
Fiona. I'm not sure if the chat is.
Sorry?
I lost you for a few seconds.
Okay, so I'll just say it again. We will be here in the stream. Well, not you and I, but the stream will be here until the very end. Piotr will show us some more games on the big screen. Katy will have some interviews, and we will also be broadcasting the closing ceremony live. So don't go anywhere. But from us, that is it. Congratulations to the three winners. We don't know yet in which order, but Donchenko, Motilev, and Pultinevicius. Swinat, a big thank you to you. It's been so much fun commentating with you. I'd like to think I learned a thing or two along the way as well. A big thank you to our production team. A big shout out to Katy and Piotr in Katowice. A big thank you to you guys out there for watching us. It's been a really fun weekend. And Swinat, I will let you wrap this up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Fiona and Srinat, for great commentary. And now we are back to Katowice, to Spodek. And I will show you some positions, and while we are waiting for some interviews and for all the games to finish, when we will get all the results. So, one of the highlights of this round was the game between Piotr Brodowski and Maciej Klekowski. And just to remind you, Maciej Klekowski finished second at the Blitz tournament, European Championships in Blitz, which was played on Friday. And he's also a very good rapid player. I think he was the highest rated Polish player playing the rapid section. But here playing Piotr Brodowski as black. So this is the position after move 9. It was bishop takes c3, b takes c3. It feels like black is fine. I mean, those doubled pawns are weak. And now Maciej just played very logical move b6. So normally this kind of positions arise from some Nimzo Indian defense. So if black can castle, play maybe bishop a6, this pawn on c4 is terrible. The bishop on g2 is restricted by the pawn on e4. Knight g5 is actually not doing much, but it's not true. The point is that white has now one move which just changes those general assessments I told you. And the move missed by Maciej Klekowski was knight into e6, just making use of the pin. That was so unfortunate, because now all of a sudden Maciej is lost, because, well, the queen is under attack. If the queen moves, then there is knight takes c7, and it's not just a pawn, it's a rook on a8, which is falling. So Maciej tried some tricks with b5, but then knight takes g7 check, king f7, queen takes a5, followed king takes g7, c takes b5. So white did not win any, won 2 pawns, and black's king is very weak, and yeah, that's just a lost position. So very, very unfortunate for Maciek, and very good for Piotr Brodowski. Instead of b6, which, as I said, is normally good move, logical move, black should have played c6. And yeah, there is no knight e6. Now the knight on a5 is some kind of a weakness for black, but that's not a big issue. If the knight is protected, then okay, maybe you can play b6 later, then bishop a6 and castle and so on. So black is fine. I would rather be black here. Maybe that's not something big, but yeah, I think I prefer black here. But as again, I will show you, because that was a beautiful shot. b6, knight into e6. These things happen. Okay, so let's move to some other positions which I found quite interesting. So we see the endgame between Szymon Gumulasz, I think he's a grandmaster elect, so he's just waiting for the title, and Jonas Bull Bjerre, he's a grandmaster, young grandmaster from Denmark, if I'm not mistaken. And here, yeah, what's the head count? So it's equal material, but white's king is feeling a little bit unsafe, because the bishop from b8 is looking at this king. Well, there are some knight f3 jumps and so on, and Szymon just did not realize the dangers of this position, because if he realized this, he might have gone king g3, which is the best move, because if e4, he's got bishop f4, and actually the pawn on e4 is a weakness, so e4 would not be the move. And if not e4, I mean, there is no knight f3. Actually, the knight on e1 also is a weakness, a liability. So yeah, the position is pretty much balanced. But Szymon played h4, a seemingly logical move, giving some extra space for his king. However, after knight f3 check, king into g2, and then e4, there is rook g1, threat of mate. And yeah, I don't see how white can solve this issue. So white just gave some checks. I mean, bishop c5 check, king f7, and he just played knight e3, but then yeah, knight takes h4, yeah, was there, and he resigned. But okay, just king h3, rook h1, that would be just mate. So that was very unfortunate. So you see, even in the end games, you need to look for tactical shots. Okay, and even in the end game, your king can get mated with the limited material. Right, so some more positions. That was the game Mats Andersen, Grandmaster, versus Wojciech Przybylski, and Wojciech missed a very nice chance here. He still won the game, but okay, there was some endgame, which I'm not so sure exactly what was the evaluation, probably around equal, but still, here he missed a nice shot. So you can maybe think for yourself for a few seconds what black should play. Um, let's just quickly maybe evaluate the position. So white is the pawn up, has some nice central pawns, but yeah, white's king is weak. But can we use it somehow? Because if we cannot use it, then this weakness is it's just an illusion. It's not real. And Wojciech played bishop g3, logical move, but then after rook e7, I mean, he is just pawn down. I mean, it was still tricky. He's got a bishop pair and so on. And as I said, he won the game anyway, but objectively, it's just not good. I mean, white is objectively better there. But here, he should get rid of the bishop. It's a good bishop, but it's on the way, because some stronger piece can enter white's camp. So bishop takes c5 should have been played. And now let's say queen takes c5 and queen g3. And you see, even though the rook is hanging on e7, it doesn't matter, because there are some big time threats on g2. Also some bishop d3 actually can come with the check. So yeah, I'm also not sure if queen c5 was best, but if not queen c5, knight takes c5, then also queen g3 or queen h2, just attacking the pawn on g2. I mean, just I will show you, rook takes e7. It's not working. It's not mate in one, but check, king d1, and the bishop enters here, right? And that's the mate. Also queen c2 was mate too, as well. So he missed a very nice chance. But yeah, won the game anyway, so congrats to Wojciech Przybylski for winning the game as black against Grandmaster. Alright, so some more positions. This is the game between Grzegorz Nasuta and Michał Mirski. My friend Grzegorz Nasuta, Grandmaster, did not have the best tournament here. I'm sure he had much bigger expectations coming here, but okay, anyway, in this game he played something very interesting. If anybody played a Sicilian Rossolimo, and we can guess it was Rossolimo, the structure. Actually, yeah, it was exactly Rossolimo, but it's the structure very typical for the Rossolimo, that white played bishop b5, took on c6, and these doubled pawns. And the very typical motive, how to play against those doubled pawns. Because the problem of doubled pawns is that they can hardly move. Because if you play ever b5, the pawn on c5 is weak, they are not that mobile. But there is something more in this position, that even though normally it is white who is playing for f4, playing on the other side and just saying that, oh, I'm leaving you with those immobile pawns and that's all, there is one trick for white, and it's very nice. b4. Even if it's not the strongest move right now in the position, it's worth just looking at this typical motive, and black just did not react properly after b4. And what's the point of b4? Well, first of all, c takes b4 is just not good, because then bishop takes b6 and the pawn on a5 can fall. So if a takes b4, there comes a5, and we are just breaking black's pawn structure. Everything will fall then. So very nice idea. However, here in this position, maybe after b4, black still could have played bishop takes c4, so that after knight takes c4, he has some b5, and somehow the engine says that black is okay. I mean, white is slightly better, but black is holding his own. However, after the game continuation, a takes b4, exactly, a5. I was actually showing this line. Yeah, if the b takes a5, the pawn on c5 is falling and everything is falling apart. And the game was knight d7, but that doesn't help. That's even worse. a takes b6, knight takes b6, and you can see bishop takes c5. Everything is falling. Yeah, and also Black's king got stuck in the middle with the bishop on c5, not allowing Black to castle. Very bad position. So yeah, later Grzegorz, I think he won that game convincingly. So let's see maybe some other positions. This game was interesting. That I saw that White is a piece down here, but the engine says that White is much better, maybe even winning. And in the game, Bishop takes h5 was played, which wasn't good because after Queen takes c2, King d1, then this pawn is falling, and actually, I mean, the material is equal, like if we talk about pieces, but White's king is very, very weak, the rook is hanging, it's terrible. I think the game ended in a draw, but that's just not good for White, even though he managed to regain a piece, but yeah, he's losing some pawns, his king is weak, knights also aren't active. But he had something better. He had something much better, which he did not think about. Knight d2 e4. I really like it because, well, we are playing without a piece, but we are playing for that activity. And the knight attacks the queen and protects the pawn on f2. And yeah, if let's say Black goes queen d4, well, we can already take on h5. We can also add rook d1, but okay, let's just see the simple line. So we regain a piece without losing a pawn on f2. So that was a big miss. There are some lines which are a bit more tricky because after bishop takes c3 check, we need to take with the pawn, b takes c3, and maybe some rook e8 to pin the knight. So that allows Black to keep an extra piece, but White is fully developed. Note that Black's king is also quite naked here, and the knight on h5 is yeah, is still under attack. So let's say some queen b6. Then we probably don't want to change queens because we are still down some material. You see, this knight at the moment cannot be taken because the knight on e4 is hanging. But if the knight moves, then there is some knight f6 jumping. So all in all, White has very nice compensation. Objectively, the engine says that White is even winning because, well, Black's pieces aren't active enough. But from a human perspective, it's clear that White has a lot of compensation here, while in the game continuation he just lost too many pawns with a weak king. So, yeah. Some more positions I have here. This is a simple one, but I was amazed to see Flavian Krawczyk, a very young player, play against Rafał Kowalczyk. Here made a very big blunder because he played queen e4, centralizing the queen, attacking the knight on g4, protecting e3. But what did he miss? What did he miss? I think it's super easy. I give you 5 seconds to find the shot. And yeah, you need to look at some files, diagonals, pins, and so on. So actually, the queen is not protecting the pawn on e3, because after knight takes e3, queen cannot recapture on e3, because there is bishop c5. And you see, the queen and the king are in one line. Yeah, and that's game over. In the game, this was not captured but yeah, the pawn has fallen, and bishop on g2 is yeah, can be exchanged. So rook e1, knight takes g2. So with the two bishops and yeah, pawn extra pawn, yeah, black is just winning. So instead of queen e4, I think rook e1, or actually knight e4 probably was the best, just to attack the queen, and then queen e2 works, because now we protect the pawn on e3, because now First of all, there's also bishop d4, which wasn't possible earlier because there was a queen and there was no rook here. But yeah, also knight covers c5. So now that would be a different situation. So knight e4 was probably the best, but queen e4, knight e3 was losing. And I think we are about to get the interview. And so, yeah, I think back to Katie.
Welcome back with the champion of European champion in Rapid 2021, Grandmaster from Russia, Alexander Motelyev, who shared the place, and you have the best performance out of 3 players, and you just learned right now that you're the champion. So congratulations! How do you feel?
Thank you very much, Katie. Yep, I'm happy now, but I just cannot believe. Uh, I mean, in the last, it was dependent from tiebreak, and I was not sure. My opponents play not very well last round, but I give all myself, so what I cannot do more.
Your rating is 2700 plus, and do you think that your rating, just being first rated leader of the tournament, was the factor that your opponents played not so good in the last rounds?
No, I don't think so. It's just no one is thinking about rating. It's only, I mean, psychologically bad for me, what I'm a favorite. And okay, I played in Blitz very bad, so I just wanted to show my normal play. Just wanted. It's very tough tournament for everyone. I think all you needed is luck, actually. So it's without luck, it's not possible to win such tournament.
Is it your first title as a European champion?
I was European champion in classical chess in 2014 in Yerevan. And now it's, yes, it's first title in rapid chess. And also I won Russian champion in classic and rapid. So I think that's all. I cannot win more titles. I mean, I understand what in Volta, just not possible for me. So, okay, in Blitz also I'm very bad. So just, I think it's enough for me. And I wanted very much to win this tournament.
You said about World Championship. Are you going to play in Warsaw or World Rapid in Blitz?
I wanted, yes. I registered myself, but I still not sure. I mean, for example, this tournament was very tough. I mean, I need some rest after it, and I wanted also to stay with my family. I haven't decided yet if I will play. Most probably I will.
Now, as a new European champion in Rapids, maybe is Rapid Control your favorite one that you like to play, or is there a classical chess that you still prefer to play?
Yes, it's clearly Rapid Control is my favorite. In Blitz I'm terrible, and classical chess I'm just bad. And in Rapid, okay, I can fight, I think.
Like, why you like that the most? Like, because it is for some players it's kind of strange time control because it's not too much time, and still if you make one mistake your opponent might catch you because there are 15 minutes still on the clock.
I mean, in Blitz, I just cannot play. I mean, 2-3 minutes, I just making very bad mistakes. So Blitz, it's too fast for me. And classical chess, it's difficult to win even a single game. In Rapid, it's like sometimes it's not depending of opening preparation, and you can play something maybe not correct opening. I don't know. I mean, just Rapid, it suits me very well, I think.
Alexander, there was 11 rounds, and still tiebreaks was the one who had to decide the winner. So what do you think why this happened? In the end of the tournament, we have 3 players worth sharing first, third places, right? So like 11 rounds seems not to be enough to... what do you think? What's the reason for it?
But okay, how many players participating? I mean, it's a lot. So of course, it's difficult. Maybe we have to play 13 rounds, but shadow it's very tough. Actually, for me, for example, I'm happy that I'm survive. I mean, so for example, in World Rapid and Blitz Championship, it's much easier to play. We will play Blitz in 2 days and Rapid in 3 days, not like here. So, okay, it's difficult to find balance. I think it's okay for this tournament.
Alexander, this is the last question. For a champion, you seem quite calm right now. Like myself, I would be very excited if I ever win European Championship. So, is this your character that helps you to keep the energy for the last rounds?
Yeah, probably it's I can keep calm. I mean, it's not what I'm nervous too much. I'm trying to keep myself, yeah, keep cool, yes. And but I wanted very much to win this tournament. I don't know why. I mean, it's in Rapid. Maybe I wanted to show that I can do something after, especially after terrible Blitz performance. Or I don't know. Maybe it's like last chance for me to win some high title. I don't know, but I wanted very much, and I am very happy right now.
And are you going to celebrate this victory today, maybe with your friends, with your family? What's the plan for today? Have you already decided?
Perhaps if I will find company, yeah, I celebrate tonight, and of course I will celebrate with my family in Moscow soon.
Thank you so much. Congratulations once again. It was a great performance. Our viewers really enjoyed your games and wish you the best luck at the World Championship if you're going to play, or just wish you the happy holidays.
Thank you very much, Katie, and for you too.
Well, there was the interview with the champion. So we do have Jan Christoph Duda. Peter, you want to join? We have Jan Christoph Duda, the champion, European champion in Blitz, and we just had an interview with the champion of Rapid. So this was a European Championship 2021. Very short break, and soon we will also gonna have the closing ceremony. So you can still keep with us, stay with us to see the award ceremony. So stay tuned. And Peter just joined, and he's going to tell us now top 5 players who got the prizes at this tournament. Peter.
So Alexander Motiliev, who was interviewed here, won the gold medal. Second was Alexander Donchenko. Third, Paulius Pultinevicius. So all those 3 players had 9.5 points out of 11. And then number 4, Michał Krasenkow, legendary Polish player. And yeah, he was very close to be even higher, and I'm very happy to see him still scoring. Yeah, and then Piotr Brodowski, who won against Maciej Klekowski. So this is the top 5. And I will just mention also Igor Janik and Jonas Bulbiere, who also scored 9 points but are number 6 and 7. Yeah, so.
Yeah, that was amazing tournament. I hope you guys enjoyed with beautiful games and the beautiful company of also Srinath, a grandmaster from India, Srinath Narayan, also women international master Fiona Stel-Antony from Luxembourg, our big screen guy, international master Piotr Goyan from Poland, and I was a woman grandmaster Katie Tazalashvili. Thank you for the team for working, commentary team for working this event, and also special thanks to our viewers who were all the time with us and were supporting us. So this is the end of our work, and now the floor goes to the closing ceremony.
Thank you.
Vice President of the International Chess Federation, Mr. Łukasz Turek.
Prezesa Śląskiego Związku Szachowego pana Andrzeja Matusiaka.
President of the Silesian Chess Federation, Mr. Andrzej Matusiak.
Niezmiernie miło nam powitać również wszystkich obecnych z nami dzisiaj przez całe mistrzostwa działaczy, trenerów, sympatyków szachów oraz przedstawicieli mediów.
We are honored to welcome each and every one of you present here today with us, and every single one of you was present with us throughout the whole weekend. The officials, the coaches, the fans, and the media.
Na koniec powitajmy zawodniczych i zawodników, najważniejszych aktorów, mistrzostw Europy w szachach szybkich i błyskawicznych.
Last but not least, please give a round of applause for the true heroes of this event, the players.
Przez ostatnie dni byliśmy świadkami wielkich sportowych emocji i wszystko co najciekawszego działo się na planszach i co mogli oglądać dzięki transmisjom ze spotkań w języku polskim i angielskim.
Throughout the last couple of days, we had the pleasure of witnessing this exciting event on screens both in English and in Polish.
Prosimy o podziękowanie dziennikarzom i służbom technicznym odpowiedzialnym za przekaz telewizyjny.
Please give a round of applause for the media and for the people responsible for the live streaming of the event.
Szanowni Państwo, Katowice to nieformalna szachowa stolica Polski. Mamy nadzieję, że wkrótce stanie się również stolicą europejską, a może nawet światową.
Katowice is a city widely considered the chess capital of Poland. We hope that it will soon become the chess capital of Europe, or maybe in the nearby future, the chess capital of the world.
Po zabraniu głosu poproszę przewodniczącego Komisji Sportu, Kultury i Promocji Miasta Katowice pana Krzysztofa Pieczyńskiego.
We would like to ask Mr. Krzysztof Pieczyński, the chairman of the Council for Sports Culture and Promotion of the City of Katowice, to take the floor.
Dziękuję bardzo. Dzień dobry, szanowna Pani Prezydent, Panie Prezydencie, Panie Przewodniczący, Szanowni Państwo dziennikarze, drodzy szachiści. Niezwykle miło mi Państwa tutaj witać, mimo że to ceremonia pożegnania, ceremonia zamknięcia tych mistrzostw Europy w szachach szybkich i błyskawicznych, które przez ostatnie 3 dni gościła w katowickim spotku, jak tu powiedział prowadzący. No jesteśmy już, myślę, polską stolicą szachów. Wkrótce będziemy, myślę, europejską, czy też światową. No, spodek, ta legendarna hala ma już 50 lat w jej historii. Wiele sportów gościliśmy, koszykówkę, siatkówkę, piłkę nożną, karate, lekkoatletykę, ale ostatnie lata to też przede wszystkim królują tutaj szachy. Podobne wrażenie.
Dear officials, dear players, we would like to thank each and every one of you for being here. As we already established, Katowice is a city widely considered to be the chess capital of not only Poland, but maybe in the nearby future, chess capital of Europe. Katowice is also known for being a capital of other sports, like for example, basketball, football, and volleyball. Maybe in the nearby future, it will become a capital of much more.
Tak jak było wspomniane, w ostatnich latach królują szachy. W 2017 roku mieliśmy takie samo wydarzenie, podobne Mistrzostwa Europy. W tym roku wróciliśmy do szachów, wiadomo. Ubiegły rok był rokiem trudnym ze względu na pandemię koronawirusa. Mieliśmy tu Mistrzostwa Spotku, ale wirtualnym. W tym roku szachy powracają. Odbył się już turniej przyjaźni polsko-węgierskiej, a dziś spotykamy się na Mistrzostwach Europy w szachach szybkich i błyskawicznych, w których wziął udział, co mnie ogromnie cieszy, ponad 1100 uczestników zawodników.
2017 Katowice was also a host of such an event, but this year we had the pleasure of hosting such an important and amazing event as this one.
I na zakończenie chciałbym serdecznie pogratulować wszystkim zawodnikom, którzy wzięli udział, no i oczywiście przede wszystkim zwycięzcom. No i tutaj nie byłbym sobą, gdybym na koniec nie poruszył wątku lokalnego. Gratuluję oczywiście tytułu mistrzowskiego dla Jana Krzysztofa Dudy, który, przypomnę, reprezentuje w Superlidze nasz GKS Katowice. No i taka też symbolika mnie naszła GKS Katowice, klub, który odnosi wielkie sukcesy w szachach, mimo że może z innych dyscyplin bardziej słynie, ale największy sukces w ostatnich latach to przede wszystkim szachy. No popularne GKS powstał w 1964 roku, szach samo 64 pola, więc symbioza jest. Gratulacje, dziękuję bardzo, wszystkiego najlepszego.
We would like to congratulate not only the winners, we would like to congratulate all the players, and we would like to congratulate especially Jan Krzysztof Duda, who is the representative of the Katowice Chess Club.
Szanowni Państwo, niezmiernie nam miło, że są z nami przedstawiciele Międzynarodowych Federacji Szachowych. Przez całe mistrzostwa zmagania zawodniczych i zawodników obserwował m.in. wiceprezydent Europejskiej Unii Szachowej, pan Adrian Michał Czeszyn.
We are really glad that the officials of the European Chess Union are here with us throughout the whole weekend. Mr. Adrian Michał Czeszyn was keeping an eye on the competition.
Dear chess players, participants, dear guests, Szanowni Państwo, in European Chess Union we are very happy that we have such partners as Katowice organizers who are really great organizers. On the head is FIDE Vice President Łukasz Turli.
Panie i Panowie,
Jesteśmy bardzo szczęśliwi w SCU, że mamy takich partnerów jak organizatorzy w Katowicach na czele z niepowtarzalnym Łukaszem Turlejem, który zrobił wszystko możliwe, żeby ten turniej już drugi raz był na najwyższym poziomie. Naprawdę jesteśmy szczęśliwi, że mamy jakiś rozwój w tych ciężkich czasach pogodzeni COVID-em. We are very happy that we are still developing in these hard times when all chess life and not just like chess life is hard but whole. But anyhow, I would like to once more to thank the organizers and to greet the winners because you are the persons of the day. I na końcu jeszcze raz dziękuję organizatorom i pozdrawiam zwycięzców, bo to był turniej dla Was. Dziękuję.
Dziękujemy bardzo. Panie Prezydencie, prosimy o pozostanie. To za moment wywołamy Pana Prezydenta jeszcze raz. W Mistrzostwach Europy na Waszym katowickim spotku rozegrano tysiące partii. Przed nami czas na nagrodzenia tych, którzy byli najlepsi wśród najlepszych.
and now the moment we've all been waiting for, it is time for the award ceremony.
Na początek chcemy uhonorować najlepsze panie w turnieju szachu szybkich.
First of all, we would like to honor the best female players from the rank category.
Nagrody wręczać będą, prosimy o wejście na scenę, wiceprezydent Światowej Federacji Szachowej, pani Anastazja Sorokina.
We would like to invite on stage the Vice President of the International Chess Federation, Anastazja Sorokina.
Oraz wiceprezydenta Europejskiej Unii Szachowej, pana Adriana Michalczyszyn.
And the Vice President of the European Chess Union, Mr. Adrian Michalczyszyn.
A także prezesa Śląskiego Związku Szachowego, pana Andrzeja Matusiaka.
And the President of the Silesian Chess Federation, Mr. Andrzej Matusiak.
Szanowni Państwo, prosimy może naszych gości tutaj, honorujących zawodników o przesunięcie się tutaj do tej planszy, do pierwszego pucharu. Będzie lepiej, tak? Dziękujemy. No i teraz, Szanowni Państwo, to na co wielu tu czeka, aczkolwiek podkreślmy, kto grał, ten wygrał.
And now the moment we've all been waiting for, but what we need to say is that every single player that took place in this competition is already a winner.
Szanowni Państwo, trzecie miejsce w Mistrzostwach Europy w szachach szybkich wśród kobiet zajęła Austriaczka Annika Freulis.
The third place in the rep category is Mrs. Annika Freulis.
Prosimy na scenę. Prosimy na miejsce trzecie. Miejsce drugie, reprezentantka Polski Klaudia Kulon.
Second place from Poland, Klaudia Kulon.
I miejsce pierwsze, reprezentantka Polski Alicja Śliwicka.
The first place from Poland, Alicja Śliwicka.
Szanowni Państwo, wielkie brawa.
Round of applause for the players.
Chwila dla fotoreporterów.
Second for the media.
Dziękujemy nagrodzonym zawodniczkom. Gości prosimy o pozostanie na scenie.
Thank you very much to all the players, the guests. We ask the guests to remain on stage.
A teraz przed nami dekoracja turnieju szachów szybkich.
And now for the award ceremony of the rapid category.
Miejsce trzecie, reprezentant Litwy, Paulis Pulnevicius.
And representative of Lithuania, Paulis Pulnevicius.
Prosimy. Brawa. Miejsce drugie, reprezentant Niemiec, Aleksander Donochenko.
Second place from Germany, Alexander Dontenko.
I miejsce pierwsze,
The winner is...
poczekajmy jeszcze moment, Aleksander musi się pojawić tutaj na podium. I miejsce pierwsze, Aleksander Motylew, Rosja.
The first place goes to Alexander Motylev from Russia.
Prosimy naszych gości o wręczenie medali pamiątkowych pucharów.
We would like to ask our guests to present the awards.
Nagrody już mamy. Szanowni Państwo, prosimy o powstanie.
Please stand up.
Przed nami hymn Rosji.
It's time for Russia's national anthem.
Jeszcze chwila dla fotoreporterów. Dziękujemy bardzo. Jeszcze raz wielkie brawa.
Please give a round of applause for the players.
Dziękujemy Państwu bardzo, dziękujemy naszym gościom. Jeszcze chwileczkę. Nagród bardzo dużo, stąd też drobne problemy z zejściem ze sceny.
Thank you very much to the officials and to our guests.
Szanowni Państwo, przechodzimy do dekoracji turnieju szachów błyskawicznych. Prosimy na scenę przewodniczącego Komisji Sportu, Kultury i Promocji Miasta Katowice, pana Krzysztofa Wieczyńskiego.
Now it is time for the Blitz category. Let's welcome on stage the chairman of the Commission for Sports, Culture and Promotion, Mr. Krzysztof Wieczyński.
Oraz wiceprezydenta Międzynarodowej Federacji Szachowej, pana Łukasza Turlejka.
The Vice President of the International Chess Federation, Mr. Łukasz Turlejka.
Szanowni Państwo, w klasyfikacji kobiet trzecie miejsce zajęła reprezentantka Niemiec Jekaterini Pawliudu.
Let's honor the best female players of the Blitz category. The third place goes to Jekaterini Pawliudu.
Prosimy na scenę. Oklaski by się przydały. Drugie miejsce reprezentantka Polski Klaudia Kulon.
The second place goes to representative of Poland, Mrs. Klaudia Kulon.
I miejsce pierwsze Alicja Śliwicka, Polska.
The first place Alicja Śliwicka, Poland.
Prosimy o wręczenie nagród. Mamy już zawodniczkę z pierwszym na najwyższym stopniu podium. Jeszcze raz brawa dla tych pań.
Once again, a big round of applause for the best female players of this category.
Nagrody rozdane. Prosimy o chwilę dla reporterów.
And now it's time for the media.
Jeszcze raz wielkie brawa.
Once again, a round of applause for the players.
Dziękujemy nagrodzonym zawodniczkom. Gości prosimy o pozostanie na scenie.
Thank you to the players. We would like to ask the guests to remain on stage.
Szanowni Państwo, przed nami dekoracja w turnieju szachów błyskawicznych.
And now it is time for the award ceremony of the Blitz chess category.
Miejsce trzecie Anton Demczenko, Rosja.
The third place, Anton Demchenko from Russia.
Prosimy Antona na podium. Już do nas zmierza. Jeszcze raz prosimy o brawa. Najtrudniej wejść jako pierwszy.
One more time, a round of applause. It is always the most difficult thing to go on stage as the first one.
Miejsce drugie, reprezentant Polski Maciej Klekowski.
Second place from Poland, Maciej Klekowski.
Czekamy na Macieja. Maciej, jeżeli Państwo nie zauważyli, reprezentuje miasto Katowice.
As we can see, Maciej is representing the city of Katowice.
No i Szanowni Państwo, miejsce pierwsze również reprezentant Katowic, ale przede wszystkim reprezentant Polski Jan Krzysztof Duda.
The first place, representant of Katowice, but most importantly, representant of Poland, Jan Krzysztof Duda.
Prosimy o brawa.
Round of applause for the Poland.
Prosimy o wręczenie nagród
We would like to ask our guests to present the awards
oraz okolicznościowych medali.
and the medals for the Poland.
Prosimy oczywiście. Szanowni Państwo, żeby tak cicho nie było w katowickim spotku, to proponujemy jeszcze raz duże brawa dla całej trójki. Mamy dwóch gości, mają więcej pracy.
Ladies and gentlemen, we don't want it to be too quiet, so once again, big round of applause.
Prosimy. Łukasz Turlej dekoruje Jana Krzysztofa Duda, a puchar wręcza Krzysztof Pieczyński. Nagrodę rozdają, wielkie brawa. Szanowni Państwo, prosimy o powstanie hymn Polski.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up for Polish national anthem.
Szanowni Państwo, jeszcze raz. Hymn Polski dla zwycięzcy Jana Krzysztofa Dudy. Dziękujemy nagrodzonym zawodnikom. Jeszcze raz kilka chwil może dla fotoreporterów. Prosimy o pozostanie.
Once again, congratulations to all the players and a minute for the media.
Tu widzimy chyba najważniejsze zdjęcia rodzinne. Ale to są najważniejsze zdjęcia. Szanowni Państwo, dziękujemy nagrodzonym.
Ladies and gentlemen, please thank the awarded players.
Gości
Round of applause.
prosimy o pozostanie na scenie.
Like our guests to remain on stage.
Szanowni Państwo, ten moment, w którym trzeba powiedzieć do widzenia, dziękujemy, zbliża się milowymi krokami.
Ladies and gentlemen, we were delaying this moment, but it is finally time to close the ceremony.
Szanowni Państwo, prosimy o wejście na scenę Naszych gości znamienitych, którzy nam towarzyszyli przez cały turniej.
We would like to ask on stage our guests that were with us throughout the whole tournament.
Wiceprezydent Światowej Federacji Szachowej, panią Anastazję Sorokinę.
Vice President of the International Chess Federation is Anastasia Sorokin.
Oraz wiceprezydenta Międzynarodowej Unii Szachowej, Europejskiej Unii Szachowej, przepraszam, pana Adriana Michalczyszyna.
And the Vice President of the European Chess Union, Mr. Adrian Michalczyszyna.
A także prezesa Śląskiego Związku Szachowego, pana Andrzeja Matusiaka.
And the President of Silesian Chess Federation, Mr. Matusiak.
Szanowni Państwo, tym ludziom należą się wielkie brawa, to oni dbali o to, aby te mistrzostwa przebiegały w jak najlepszej atmosferze, aby dostarczyły kibicom jak największych emocji.
Ladies and gentlemen, these are the people who put their hearts out to give us the most fun and the most competitive atmosphere.
Jeszcze raz wielkie brawa dla nich.
Once again, big round of applause for our guests.
Szanowni Państwo, oficjalne zamknięcie Mistrzostw Europy w szachach szybkich i błyskawicznych prosiłbym wiceprezydenta Europejskiej Unii Szachowej, pana Adriana Michalczyszyna.
We would like to ask Mr. Adrian Michalczyszyk, the Vice President of the European Chess Union, to officially close our event.
Once more, thank you very much for all. Congratulations to winners. Jeszcze raz dziękuję wszystkim organizatorom, sędziom a szczególnie gratuluję zwycięzcom i do zobaczenia w następnych mistrzostwach, które odbędą się w Katowicach, bo to będzie chyba stolica szachów szybkich w Europejskiej Unii Szachowej. I think it will be next time, it will be capital of of rapid chess of European Chess Union. And now in few days in Poland is great another competition, World Championship Rapid in Blitz. Za parę dni Mistrzostwa Świata w Warszawie w szachach szybkich i w Blitzach. Także życzę sukcesów tym wszystkim, którzy będą grali w Warszawie. Thank you very much. Dziękuję bardzo i do zobaczenia na następnych turniejach.
Dziękujemy bardzo. Szanowni Państwo, prosimy nie opuszczać. Naszym gościom już dziękujemy.
Thank you to our guests.
Prosimy nie opuszczać spotkania. Przed nami jeszcze wyjątkowy pokaz. Radzimy zostać za kilka chwil, tak jak wspomniałem, wyjątkowy pokaz grupy Los Fuegos.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain in your seats because it is time for the artistic performance of Los Fuegos.
Zapraszamy. Dziękujemy bardzo. Grupa Rozpłynąc. Szanowni Państwo, dziękujemy Państwu bardzo. Prosimy o to, by pamiętać o imprezach sportowych w Katowicach, o imprezach szachowych, nie zapominać o nas. Do zobaczenia. Spokojnie dojedźmy wszyscy.
wszyscy do domu. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your presence.